Hello everybody, I hope you can hear me just fine and that this computer I like to call my own is actually working correctly and there's not going to be any explosions or anything weird happening and untoward during this stream. Welcome to Okorina 3 Part 2. More numbers, there's gonna be the 1 I'm playing, so I think we have all the numbers covered from 1, 2 to 3. And it's gonna be an eventful afternoon, morning, evening, what have you, for everybody involved. I'm looking forward to this. Hope you are. If you have no idea what Okorina is, you can just type in the Twitch chat. I'm sorry, YouTube folks, if you don't have this ability, because well, I didn't really put up a YouTube bot because guess what? I don't think you can have bots on YouTube. But anyway, there is a splendid, lovely spreadsheet full of information, chock full of information about the format, explaining everything. But we're going to be playing Netrunner. This is going to be some good old Netrunner with some super spicy, funky things happening. And I'm really looking forward to that. We do have players popping up online already. There's a Labe. And we have quite a few people in there already. And I think Andre is in there as well. So that means, and you should totally take advantage of this, we're going to be streaming, he's going to be streaming his thing, I'm going to be streaming my thing. There's going to be double the coverage, triple the excitement, quadruple the agenda points. Generally what this means is you're going to have a very proficient and absolutely lovely person commentating on one of the streams, and then you're gonna have me here. So there's gonna be Andre's stream on Metropole Grid happening live, I think, across all possible platforms, including Twitch and YouTube. Yeah, if you've known Andre before, you know what to expect. If you haven't watched Andre's streams, what are you even doing here? You should go and watch Andre's streams because they're that good, basically. Otherwise, stay with me. I'm gonna enjoy your company. Sanjay is going to the voice lobby. I think I'm just gonna... Oh no, is he explaining everything there? No, I don't think he is. Well, anyway, Sanjay is the tournament organizer for today in this super fancy, very nice, absolutely custom format, which still uses the same mechanics or the same game rules as good old Netrunner does, but there are really cool things added to it. And I think I'm going to try and pull it up on the screen just because I can. Oh, actually, no. Let's take a look at the heroes of the day. Today, I think we have 12 players checked in. Let me just check this. This is the Cobra page for the tournament. We have the one, like I already mentioned. Dunch, Zanzibon, because I'm not going to try and read the other way around. Osklet, Sinchling, Deer, Arizan, Soka234, again, more numbers. Test Running, Bara, Moo, Analyze Chris, and the King. The King himself, an amazing player. Somebody who I love to hang out with in Rotterdam all these years ago before several pandemics. But yeah, this was a great experience for me to meet the King in person. Great to see him today playing as well. And we will have 4 rounds of Swiss. I believe that's going to be the situation here during this tournament. You may have seen some of these names in the previous edition. That just means that some people prefer not to sleep or not to wake up at regular times, and they just would like to play even more Netrunner. So there's returning players using, I think, more or less the same lists when it comes to banned cards and everything else. I'm going to try and take a quick peek, and I'm just going to test as well. Let's just see if this is going to work. If it doesn't work, and if the chat explodes, I'm sorry, but hopefully it will. Yeah, there we go. That's it. It actually does work. So yeah, Okorina is the command. You can totally use that on stream and see what's going on there. I hope it's gonna work. I'm actually trying to figure out why my chat box is not working. Scary. But never mind. This is not important. Should this be important? Is the chat important? Chat, tell me if you're important. If you're not important, I don't know what to do with you folks. But anyway, let's go to the Okorina page. Let's take a quick look-see there. And it is gonna be a brand... well, I was going to say shiny and new. No. It's going to be old school spreadsheet material. I'm trying to make things bigger. And let's see if this actually works. And again, you know, depends on the tools you're using. Different things might be popping up in different places. But yeah, let's hop over. So, basically, instead of picking a normal runner, you choose a unique connection resource. And you're going to see a list of them in a second. As a corp, you do exactly the same. You choose a non-neutral agenda. Well, of course, you don't have resources. But you base your ID on an agenda. So basically you have a unique connection resource as your ID and a non-neutral agenda as your corp ID. And here are all the rules on that particular format, which is loads of fun. Players on JNet are able to change the cards into those IDs that they're going to use. So you're going to see things popping up on the screen. I'm going to be talking about that as well a bit. But let's just move on to the IDs available. This is by no means thoroughly tested. This is by no means supposed to be super balanced, but it's as balanced as it could be. We have 2 new things added. We have Kira Tabrez, the patron. I wonder if the highlight thing... Oh yeah, it actually works. Cool. You're going to see this bigger on screen later on, don't worry. And we have Enzo Korchnoi, the corporate defector. Also a card that, you know, usually wouldn't see... excusez-moi. You usually wouldn't see a lot of play. But this connection is actually in there, and it has an ability. So all those IDs have a minimum deck size, of course, a maximum influence, link as well, and potentially a clarification of the rules. And there's quite a few of them. There's a whopping 35 plus new IDs, I believe. Although some of these are in the works, I believe. Or maybe I'm actually mistaking things. I am mistaking things, never mind. But Rachel Beckman became an acolyte. What? I didn't know that. I totally missed that part. She's... Whoa. Okay, well, see, this is what happens when I don't look at the materials before I join the stream. But yeah, there's quite a lot of interesting non-official lore. But it's just so colorful and so beautiful and so diverse. All of these have their own abilities. All of these have their own special thing going on for them. Even Donut Taganes is in here. Do not Taganes. Well, anyway, moving on to the Corp side, this looks a bit more organized because, of course, Corps, they run all the spreadsheets. And again, quite a big chunk of stuff added by Sanjay and his helpers, his friendly helpers. A lot of cool stuff here. I think Cyberdeck Sandbox had some issues, so to speak. I mean, Polyg added it for Okorina 2. In Okorina 3, it seems to have been dominating the field quite a lot. People were already commentating on Okorina's 4th edition and potentially asking for Cyberdecks to be, well, thwarted a bit because it's been dominating its games quite a bit. We'll see if Okorina 4 is going to bring more restrictions for that archetype, for that fancy ID. So once again, the players here, and the field today looks diverse. I have no idea what they're going to be playing though. Can we click over to the... I don't think we're going to see... I don't think we're going to see this in the player meeting just yet. Nope. So we have 12 players. Let's take a look. Let's wait until Sanjay, of course, pulls the trigger, so to speak. And before that happens, let me be the silly person that hops over from one subject to another and remind you of 2 events happening soon. Okay, I hope you don't mind. There is... After Okorina, so in around 13 days, you will have 2 weeks to prepare for this. Stay true to your colors, which is another interesting format idea coming from the Czech meta, the Central European meta, Longi and company, Longi, Krusty, and the crew are coming up with a format that allows you, or basically invites you, to play only your color and neutral cards. So your faction, color, and neutral cards. You have 5 influence that you can spend on neutral cards requiring influence. Because, of course, you will not be spending influence on other color influence cards. So this is going to be quite interesting to see what people will invest those 5 points into. I can think of several Deuce's Wild copies making it into certain decks. Many factions not playable in this format for a lot of obvious reasons. Although, one could try, right? A DJ Fenris is outright banned. No dancing to the DJ Fenris disco music. It's gonna start, it's gonna happen on the 30th. I might be streaming it or I might not be streaming it. It all depends on a bunch of different things. This is 2 weeks away from now. Life is dangling different cherries in front of me, and you know, sometimes things just happen on a weekend and you have to be somewhere else to enjoy life and not only be head over heels and up to your neck in Netrunner. So basically this is where we're gonna be with this. But if I jump in there, there's gonna be there's gonna be a lot of fun with 4 or 5 rounds, potentially no top cut. We'll see. Some players already registered, some known names here, of course. This looks very, very interesting. You should totally give it a look and consider joining 30th of January. And then lockdown is coming back. Some information already available on the page. Some parts still missing. You still cannot register officially. But yeah, if you're interested in playing Lockdown, which is a very particular format for the pandemic times, where all these cards that you see here on the Corp side for this edition are actually banned. You will not be able to play almost any of the projects. You will not be able to play quite a lot of economy, because we're restarting into Season 2, and this is going to be a super restrictive lockdown. And then what happens later, well, I cannot tell you, but if you want to play in a tournament where Dirty Laundry and Diversion of Funds and Ngolo are banned, for example, not to mention that silly card called Sure Gamble, what? Yeah, this is exactly the tournament for you. There are a few extra rules here around the IDs that you could be choosing and playing and whatnot, But basically, head over to Always Be Running. Huge thanks to Necro for providing that resource. And yeah, do take a look there, because if you are not going to play in lockdown, you're gonna miss out on potentially some sweet prizes later down the line. I'm gonna be updating more information about lockdown, but let's not talk about lockdown. Let's go back into Okorina mode. Let's take a look. We have the player meeting kicking off. The first round should be starting soon. I think I'm just gonna jump into the room, although maybe that's not a good idea, but I don't know. Let's just jump into the room and let's listen for a second to what Sanjay is sharing. I hope this is gonna work.
If you're watching games, try most of the time to be watching them on the streams, though, you know, it should be fine. If you have a friend or something who's playing a game that isn't being streamed, you know, go with God. But yeah, I think especially if you're watching a game that is streamed, try and watch it on the stream. I think that might help. Not sure. With regard to reporting, just at me with the round result. We are going to be playing 4 rounds with no cut. We're near the threshold of a higher count, so it might be a little competitive. Importantly, for prize support, whoever is in top 2 or tied with top 2 for prestige gets to add a ID to Okorina 4. Last few items. The King is going to be playing on his own JNet account, and it's going to be using and Disperse is going to be helping the King as Oracle. I have granted the King a 5-minute blanket time extension, not because actually he's a relatively speedy player, I gotta say, but I just figured you know, there's a little bit extra to talk to your Oracle to figure out what's going on, so I figured if you're in a game with the King, you have a 5-minute time extension. Additionally, with regard to time extensions, JNet is a little laggy today, or it was a little laggy yesterday. So if you know, you have a little bit of lag, try and work through it. But if you're really having tough lag issues, please let me know, and I'd be happy to grant time extensions as we all see appropriate. You know, this is a casual level event. I am thrilled at the level of, you know, thought and high, you know, big-brained thoughts I'm seeing in here. But at the same time, wait, what was I saying there? But at the same time, you know, let me know if, like, hey, it really doesn't seem fair that I, you know, lost 17 minutes to lag, and I'd like to, you know, we'll balance it. Does anyone have any questions or comments? Oh, I don't know if I said this. We will not be doing a break in the 4 rounds. So please take opportunities to you know, go get food, go get what you need. I would say if you're in a situation, if you find yourself in a situation like it's 3 rounds in or 2 rounds in, and you've just been going to time every round, and you're like, I desperately need a break, let me know. It's my plan not to have breaks, because I think especially with a remote tournament, you can go, you know, grab a bite or whatever. But do let me know. Oh, did Chase get his registration in time? That's a good question. Let me see. If there's a registration on here, I'm gonna count it. Remind me Chase's screen name?
Okay, we're gonna jump out of this because that was basically a peek behind the curtain. Just to make sure that you know that Sanjay is a lovely individual, putting a lot of effort and a lot of care into this format, even though it might be a bit wild for those people who regularly would be just like, yeah, okay, I know all the IDs, I know all the stuff happening. This is gonna be a bit wilder this time, and again, remember, you can use the Okorina command in the chat to get the list of all the IDs and all the different cool things that will be happening today on stream. following Sanjay's comment about no break today, I'm gonna actually take a very, very quick break just to heat my coffee up. Thimbleweed, hello there, Neo. Hello there, Bart. Great to see you here. Great to have you on the stream. But yeah, soon there will be Thimbleweed as well. And we're gonna be sending people down towards the end of the town, towards the edge of this godforsaken town in the middle of nowhere where they can spit tobacco when they chew it and shoot some stuff. Well, anyway, this is not a Western game. It's gonna be all about cyber running, cyber cowboy, cyber cows into the cyber horizon on the cyber Wild West, obviously. I'm jumping out for a very, very, very quick break. And putting some music for your delight a bit louder. I will hear you in 3 minutes, more or less. Stay tuned, I'll be right back. So here we are, waiting for the first round. I'm back with my hot coffee. Oh, there we go. Tables are coming up. I will be trying to avoid streaming the same tables as Andre on the Metropole grid. Do join his stream if you want to see other tables. I don't even know which table to join. I'm just going to be hopping around just to see. And to avoid potential clashes... let's see where that gets us. 6 minutes for the people to sort things out. That means things are up on Cobra. That means we should be looking on Cobra as well here together. Right on. And let me just refresh Cobra because that probably means that also the... Oh, yeah, we have 14 players. Okay, that's great. That is absolutely bonkers good. Let's take a quick look at the pairings for round one. So we have Tinchling versus Baramu, and we have some very interesting IDs here already. The Voting Machine Initiative, and G. Riley is back as the Nihilist, versus the Cleaners, and Frontline Reported Beth Kilrain Chang. Then we have Whale Consortium, the Cleaners again, Bagat, Advanced Concept Hoppers, and Page Piper, and so on and so forth. You can read it all on the screen, by the way. I shouldn't be reading it all out to you because it's going to be boring. Let's just pick a thing. I don't know. All of them look awesome, and I see some really fun names to spectate. Some people have played in many custom and unusual formats, and also have been quite successful in the usual boggled standard Netrunner. I'm just waiting, to be honest. I'm waiting for Andre to choose a table. No, I'm kidding. I think I'm going to jump into... Well, Sanjay's playing, by the way, to make the number even as well. So that's another cool thing about it. I don't know. There is Cyberdeck Sandbox, the evilest of evils. But I think, looking at what's going on here, Table 4 looks swanky cool. Let's just ask. Let's just jump into Aruzan versus Test Running. Aruzan was already playing last time, if I remember correctly. I wish my memory was better than this. But yeah, both players seem to be okay with me streaming, which is great. Thank you so much to both players. Let's just jump into the table then. I hope the chat is not going to get too much in the way, but I always like to keep it on screen because you never know what's going to happen, right? Okorina folks are going to be starting in a bunch of minutes. Whoops, should have typed a smiley. Never mind. By the way, chat, I hope you're doing okay. You're fairly quiet, which probably means I should be fixing some things because some things are not working. But why is, for example, this not working, huh? I would like to know why this is actually not showing correctly. Is there some sort of a character limit? Let's just cut things, and you don't even have to know who's on comms because it's just me. I fixed it. Yeah. Okay, so here we go. They are going to be starting soon. We have Polana Foods and Jasminder, but actually that's not the case. It's going to be Flower Sermon. So this is going to be the agenda as the ID. For those of you wondering what it does. And well, the woman in the red dress. So yeah, let's take a quick look. When you score an agenda, this doesn't of course count, but it has 5 counters. For each agenda counter hosted on it, you can reveal the top card of R&D. You can draw 2 cards, add 1 card from HQ to the top of R&D, use this ability only once per turn. You can do it on the runner's turn. You might do it while they're running. While they're running R&D, you might be swapping around the different funny things, traps and whatnot, and scary stuff. So tricky. On the other side, we have Woman in the Red Dress. When your turn begins, reveal the top card of R&D. The corp may draw that card. An interesting synergy here. We've seen this pairing before, I believe, as well. And I believe both players may have been there last time. But anyway, they're going to start soon. And we're going to see how this goes. And again, if you're interested in watching another table, do go to Metropole Grid, stream Andres on it as well. Different tables doing the coverage as well. But anyway, here we go with the game. Kicking off true Jinteki style. 2 clicks for installing 2 cards, and here we go with a click for credit. On the runner side, this is going to be a prepaid voice pad running that server fearlessly. Could be a snare, but it's just a La Costa, which doesn't get trashed. No money in the bank for that. Although you could have actually, right? I mean, La Costa is not that expensive, is it though? It's 4. No, it is a bit too expensive. So yeah, it goes away afterwards, and no, actually it doesn't. Sorry, that's Rashida being trashed, which is definitely cheaper to trash. The corp responding in kind with more money. So basically, I believe this could be one of those fishing decks where you are trying to see whether your opponent is just going to run into your lovely traps, lovely stuff you got ready for them, and they're going to just be paying the iron price, no, not the iron price, the net damage price for their transgressions. Bit of thinking on both sides. I'm in the meantime, of course, checking as well Discord just to see if there's anything in particular that I should be paying attention to over there, because who knows, all those online events might be running into some issues sooner or later. Speaking of issues, If you've noticed that Janet is a bit slow, do not worry. It is being looked into. It is being investigated actively by the people behind Janet. So give them a bit of time, give them a bit of space, and they're going to be providing you an optimized server and service soon, hopefully. Well, anyway, back into the game. Aruzan, I believe, made a comment like this should be fun. And definitely is going to be fun. With the runner, just going for money and draw. Anikam, a very useful card if you have quite a few events, which you probably do have. If you want to draw more cards quickly, if you play events, Anikam is going to draw you even more cards. So that's a very good setup for the runner. Adding also that 1 MU, which could be useful for Rozekis, for Econ, or for any other tools that are above the usual breaker suite. Let's see what the corp has there. That's the Biovolt going away. The Lacosta stays. Rashida. So 2 Rashidas in the bin already. Aruzan might have been a bit sarcastic saying this should be fun. I really wonder what's in Aruzan's hand. Here we go. Double advance to server 2. No shame. Of course it's an NGO, right? I mean, what else could that be? We got Deuces Wild, which is probably one of those cards you would add into your neutral deck if you only had 5 influence, right? Sorry, as a neutral card to your deck in the upcoming Stay True to Your Colors tournament. Or tournament event, more like. But anyway, Deuces Wild for the draw and for the money. Also known as the Deuces Mild. Not doing much in the aggressive side of things. There's an NGO going away. Even more money for Aruzan. Aruzan is definitely looking forward to snatching a win through some nefarious means here. Wouldn't be surprised if there's a kill waiting somewhere. I have to say that Jinteki keeps being the corp I get the biggest sweats playing against. And, well, it doesn't change, you know, in time. I thought maybe somebody in time is going to make Jinteki a slightly less dangerous or slightly less scary corp, but no, that's not happening. Anyway, running that ID to see some cards, and then we have Snare being revealed. So yeah, fun times, huh? Cyberdeck Sandbox, that actually is an agenda. It could be an ID, but if you're playing it as an ID, you cannot play it as an agenda. Here, Aruzan going the other way around, using a Jinteki agenda instead of playing Cyberdeck Sandbox. And unfortunately losing it, but 19 credits. Server 2 slowly getting ready to roll. There's a Snare somewhere in the hand, or it could be on top of R&D. Let's see if test running after those first 2 points, if they're going to be able to make things click on the runner side. Okay. Lucky Find, which is a great card that came back as part of Salvage Memories. Not overpowered at all, just, you know, to influence for a bunch of money, but a double cost in clicks. So fair enough. It's basically a lucky find if you have this card in your collection, of course. If you don't, well, just get a proxy and play with it as well, if you are lucky enough to play in person. Otherwise, Janet has it all, just for your comfort and playing pleasure. Those prepaid voice pads, by the way, are really cool for a combo with Anikam, of course, because you play events with the prepaid voice pad credits, you get Anikam draw, and that will help you keep your economy straight and churning those credits away while you are trying to steal more points, which could get harder as Aruzan scores that Nisei Mark II on server 2 with the Lacosta grid providing one of the advancement counters, and then 3 additional, of course, click through. A lot of money in the corp bank. Aruzan, not a problem at all, not really thinking twice. This has to be scored to keep up with the runner, to try and put more pressure on the runner to actually run before the mid to late game, where if this is a traditional Shaper build, you're gonna see a lot of good stuff on the table, and the runner will be very hard to stop. Okay, whoa, that's another Cyberdeck Sandbox. That is not great. Also, because these abilities, the money gain from the purge, if you were to fire it as the corp, they are not active on the side of the runner, unfortunately or fortunately, because that would be probably very unbalanced. Okay, so here Aruzan going for the second counter from Flower Sermon. And there's a snare, there we go. You eat the snare, you unfortunately have to pay the price. Harmony, AR Therapy, Sure Gamble, and Euler going away. So the heap right now with a bunch of interesting things. We have Cuban here. We have Spec Work, also known as quite a good card unless you have other options, but it still has probably one of the nicest illustrations in that batch of cards because it's just so flippin' colorful. Anyway, Harmony AR Therapy, this could be a very important hit here, but there's probably more copies of that card. Especially since you remove it, you cannot really recur it. We have a Pelangi hitting the table, so that lady suddenly could become a breaker for all reasons and seasons, and let's see what's going to happen here. Yup, you definitely want to break this, unless you are, well, very resistant to pain. Let's see what's going to happen. Pelangi being used to turn Anansi into barrier. The power counters and everything else, and then there's a Nisei Mark II token being used, and this could be a terrible ruse. Aruzan is only on 2 credits, so he cannot res the innermost ice behind Anansi. Unfortunately, you can only use Pelangi once per turn, and that means that this Anansi cannot be turned into a barrier anymore, so Lady, in turn, cannot really interact with Anansi anymore this turn. Unless there's a second Pelangi hitting the table, but I don't think that's going to happen right now. Running Erndi instead. Aruzan wants to res things, probably. Oh no, we're actually running... Okay, we got a Revelation. Ooh, that was saving... the saving grace. That was an Avocado Protocol on top of the deck. Oh, wow. Wow. We know there's Opagata in the hand, so now test running what can test running do is just basically load up on cards next turn and try and, you know, snipe that Opagata for the win from Aruzan's hand, but on the other hand, server 1 also has things in it. So, sorry, server 2. I keep saying server 1 because there's only one remote server right now, but that doesn't really matter right now. At this very moment, preemptive action and saving some bacons, probably. Putting a snare back in? Oh no, Rashida, NGO front, and 1 unseen card. So snare, the snare is not going back. And fair enough. I mean, Aruzan definitely needs more money than traps at this stage. So that was a good choice. Markiel. Oh, bummer. This is for an agenda with 5 counters on it. This is a brilliant include. Not only does it make you money, but you can just basically make money in a blast. So there's in a big push if you need more money with Markiel, because you could just spend those 5 credits on Flower Sermon for a boost of 10 credits. So there's something afoot with a lot of money, and I'm thinking Sea Source and a lot of damage. Here's the spec work. You have to crash installed program, but you know. You don't really care if it's Lady, for example, if it's Cerberus, a Lady H1 without any counters or with just a few counters, and you need other toys, and you have Simul chips, and you actually trash it so you can put Euler back, and suddenly things become interesting. This Euler can now break things for 0 plus whatever cost you have. It's gonna be... Yup, this is a bravado through Anansi. This is just saying, well, I don't care. I can actually make your Anansi into a code gate. Brilliant play here by test running. So that Pelangi counter is turning that Anansi into something broken by Euler very, very fast. But then there's a barrier. That border control is gonna stop the runner from accessing. However, yes, you can use Simul Chip to get the lady back. And that means you just get through. You can still, exactly, you can break the border control. As the corp, you can just trash it, and then it's an end run situation. This was a brilliant exchange of power moves here. First test runnings combo with Euler and Lady, and then that border control just saying nope. Server 2 is gonna stay unprotected, but Aruzan, sorry, unprotected, unaccessed, but Aruzan is not advancing server 2. I mean, obviously you only have 1 credit. What else are you gonna do? It's a slow rolling something. There's a Markiel, and that's probably gonna be the money. Question is, will Aruzan use Flower Sermon's counters and just gain 1 for using them the correct way, so to speak, or actually just getting... Yeah, no, getting the credits from... Markiel. Obokata on top of R&D, and I think that's game. Oh, actually, no, sorry, it's not game because there's still 1 counter on that Flower Sermon. This is really, really interesting right now because what Test Running can do is run R&D. Oh no, okay, so what's going on? Yeah, here we go. Aruzan actually chose to draw that Obokata, sorry, because I forgot that with Woman in the Red Dress, the Corp may choose to draw that card, and this is what Aruzan does before using the Flower Sermon counter. Now Aruzan can still use the Flower Sermon counter to puff the hand size even more. I mean, that, of course, might be... that's a snare! Oof. This is a very interesting, unusual game where calculating your required hand size to score that Obokata safely is required. On the other hand, the Corp, of course, is looking into probabilities and costs and whatnot. Test running, going for it, trying to get that Obokata from the hand. No multi-access, so it's a 20% chance unless something unusual happens. Test running with a tag, so well, actually no resources on the table. Could be still dangerous. That's a Cyberdex. That's more points. Oh my, this is getting super exciting. Oof. Aruzan actually chose... oh no, did choose the last counter. Indeed. Neural Katana drawing 2 cards. Okay, and then putting something back. Oh, this is just wild. Server 3... sorry, server 2. Not getting advanced, or will it get advanced? Will there be any say counter? Yeah. So this is probably a second Nisei, yeah, indeed. So 2 Nisei's and 3 Cyberdex sandboxes. We know that there's an Obokata in hand, most likely. No, that's... Oh! Okay, Aruzan can choose... Okay, this is just basically using the runner's ability against them. Because you have to reveal that top card of R&D, and the Corp may draw that card. So that Obokata can just be, you know, bouncing between different things here. Okay, deuces to draw 2 cards, and then drawing 1 extra card from Anikam, and then getting the money. Money not really that required, but then again, we'll see what's gonna happen when Test Running probably goes for HQ, trying in for the kill. And that's an Obokata, that's game, but what a game that was. I'm pretty sure that Aruzan was just devilishly flooded here with agendas. I mean, there was just so much agenda action going on. And in my recent standard games, I felt the same thing, you know? It's like you just draw into an agenda after an agenda after another agenda. Very, very rough for the Corp to draw into agenda. I mean, there's still 26 cards in R&D. And look at this, there's basically 13 points on the table. So more than 50% of the points already on the table in that deck. That is not an easy game to go for when your deck just keeps spitting agendas into your hand and you're like, oh, come on, I wish I could do something else. But this was a very cool show by both, a very cool showing by both players here, especially with that really cool combo play. Let's just jump into another table. We have table 2 spectated by Andre, I believe, or table 1. Chances are, do visit Andre's stream as well if you want to see other games. I'm gonna be jumping around for the alternative games to his, just not so that we don't get in each other's way. Let's wait for a table to be recreated. There we go. So here we go for the reverse of this. There's going to be a Wayland versus a Shaper. There's going to be a Beth versus the Cleaners, if I remember correctly. Mulligan on the Corp side. Oh no, Aesop's. That's the Shaper ID. What is the Wayland ID? It's just Titan. So Aesop has this really cool ability to just trash another of your installed cards and gain 3. You cannot play Aesop's, of course, as a card right now, but hey, you are Aesop, basically. And this is Transport Monopoly with 2 agenda counters on it. The run cannot be declared successful. This effect does not cause the run to become unsuccessful, and this is very important wording here. You can only use this once per turn. So this is basically defending against a lot of powerful runner effects that declare runs successful, are fueled from successful runs. If a run is declared successful, bad stuff can happen for the Corp, but this Transport Monopoly deck is taking advantage of this agenda's ability. And trying to look up very quickly what are the excusez-moi, what are the options for the ID influence here for that Corp. The Transport Monopoly has 45-17 indeed, so this slightly underpowered Corp ability, because it really relies on the runner doing things, has 17 influence points, and this is cool. This is nothing to sniff at, because this is a world where you don't play Titans. So 17 influence points in Wayland could be very cool. There are some other corps here with 17 influence on the Wayland side. Firmware updates and crisis management as well. Let's see what's gonna happen here. Ngolo entering the fray after that quick cash and trash, so to speak. You play cash, you take the counters, and then you trash it. Technical writer, daily casts. So Aesop is gonna be doing a lot of, installing and trashing. We can expect that. It's gonna play like a green Geist deck. I'm wondering if Aesop's is actually Shaper's answer to to Geist. Like, I'm cooler than Geist. He draws cards. I make tons of money. But yeah, this is not interacting with the trash ability. This is only at the beginning of your turn. There we go. That's a revenge for. Oh shoot! I should have totally scrolled it. But that's a Cyberdeck Sandbox. Is this format going to be defined by Cyberdeck Sandbox, whether as an agenda or as an ID? This remains to be seen, of course. In the meantime, trying to check if we have any games reported already between those 7 tables. Doesn't seem to be the case, so we keep checking along with this table here, where Arzan is running against Test Running. Test Running took the first game with an agenda win. And here we have Arzan showing the power of Shaper, installing one card after another, getting ready to roll. Not that much left in the heap, of course. So Simulchip not doing much just yet, but self-modifying code is going to power Simulchip in case you need to do some sort of a wild combo there. So that's cool. And Ngolo is just enough, especially if you have a Portum on the outside here, and you can still paint the other ice to be... the innermost ice to be a code gate for that one run. Very low money totals on both sides, and both players just pushing their decks to the limit. Here we go, that's an Aesop's sale. So basically, the moment Daily Cast has 2 credits left on it, it's worth 3 to Aesop's, so might as well sell those old recordings to Aesop and get money, extra money for this. Bev Kilrain Chang, another ID in this game, and also a resource. And I think this is a lovely idea, that you have IDs that can be resources, or you can have resources that can be IDs. It really makes the game more flexible in a way, right? Like, you can really expect a lot of interesting things happening. Because if that's your ID, you have those abilities built into your game plan in a way. Well, anyway, me swooning over this format is not going to help much. An exciting game is definitely going to be a bit better than that. Reaver and Cash onto the table. So Reaver providing additional draw to Aesop's, and now it's a money-making card drawing machine here. Thing is, you have to have something to trash, so probably there will be another install. Whiffing on R&D, going for HQ. And that's a dedication ceremony. You don't really do anything with that, but that makes me wonder. What's going to happen with that dedication ceremony? Is this a wannabe Titan deck? Is this going to be Project Atlas's choo-chooing their way to 6 points? Even though you don't get an extra counter, of course, because this is not Titan, but the train still exists. You can still put La Costa in here, or because Salvage Memories is legal for this event, I believe you could be putting Sansan City Grid here, which used to be a power card back in the day, but now it came back with a vengeance. Just running, taking some time to think here, or that could be JNet lagging a bit. So if anybody is experiencing a slight lag with JNet, please bear with us. It's getting better. You know, it's just thawing. That's basically it. Fast track, hitting the table. So that means looking for an agenda. And here it comes. That's an Oaktown. And Oaktown is one of those sweet, sweet Wayland agendas that you definitely love to see. And I think I know what's going to happen here. A dedication ceremony could make it way more profitable to get Oaktown advanced as well for you. But of course, I mean, that probably means that this is full of public agendas. 22 credits on Arzen's side, so you can just paint your way through this easily. But if you paint the border control with Angolo and you break it, you still have to break Hortum. You might have to interact with the innermost eyes, depending on what it is. Or the corp could just break the border control. And this is a bit of a threat now. Here we go. Now, will the border control be popped before the access here? Or let's see what test running does. That's a double border control. I was kind of expecting this. I didn't want to say anything about it. But here we go. This is the code. And now, of course, you can trash a border control as the corp to stop this run from happening, and this is exactly what's going to happen here, unless test running is like, take my 2-point agenda, but I don't think that's the plan here for the corp. Indeed, the innermost border control going away. If Arzan had another Pelangi, that would be a bit wild, but of course you would have to install it first. You only have one, you can only use it once per turn. If you have two, of course, you can do multiples. R&D, poking that R&D for a single access. We haven't seen much in terms of multi-access just yet. That Oaktown is probably gonna get... Oh, it's not gonna get scored. Can't be scored this turn. Bummer. Oh no, it can be. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm silly. I forgot about the most obvious thing ever about Oaktown. Of course, advancing it makes you money. Sorry, I haven't seen this agenda in a while on the table, virtual or not virtual, and I forget about the basics, the most basic of basics. Of course, when you advance this agenda, the beautiful part of it is it gives you money back. So even if you have only 1 credit, you can actually advance it from 1 credit in the same turn that you start advancing it if it had an advancement counter on it earlier on. On the mod, asking about corpseability. Hello there. Basically, declaring the runs neither successful nor unsuccessful. I mean, they can still be unsuccessful, but they cannot be declared successful. It's a bit underpowered, I believe. I mean, there are other IDs, other corps in this format that, even on the Wayland side, have, well, slightly more versatile abilities, I would say. ID abilities. This one probably ties into the game plan a bit, or is just played for the additional 17 influence. Ooh, that's an Apocalypse. So that APOC hitting quite a few pieces of the puzzle here. And here we go. Tables wiped. And guess what? You're A-sub. You can still sell all those cards for money. This is brilliant. So that's a big oof. And indeed, the Transport Monopoly ID would have saved them from the Apocalypse. But I don't know. I mean, I assume both players... I'm not going to be digging deep into this, but I assume both players are on comms. And they might have just said, well, okay, let's just have this fire. Although I'm not sure. But this was just ruthless. Like, okay, click, 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 bam. What are you going to do right now, Corp? With nothing to play. But, well, a good Corp player doesn't give up easily and just continues because, well, it is what it is. Aesop just signed a pact with Apex to just burn your everything basically down, but you just don't give up. Ooh, Harmony Air Therapy. That means 3 individual or unique copies, so to speak. You cannot put a duplicate of something, a double of it. But yeah, Apocalypse, Daily Cast, Reverse, Simulship, and Sure Gamble. That's enough. That's a good set already. Misdirection. Just for that self-modifying code. What's going on here? Okay, Stargate. Yeah, of course. I mean, there was a bunch. This was a chain combo. Oh, that Atlas is probably getting scored. Although, maybe... Would you go for that? Yeah, probably you would go for that. Because now it's safely in the bin unless the Corp has a way of getting it back. But yeah, indeed. That was definitely painful. That Apocalypse here. Woof. So we have at least 2 points in the bin. There's one unrevealed card in there. One phased-out card. Let's see what that's going to be when and if Arzan runs it soon. Those 2 points in the bin could be there. Might not have to be there for a long time. Red clearance. Hitting the table here. So probably getting the money. Much needed money. Oh no, actually undoing the click. Here we go again. First 2 cards. And yeah, because then you get to decide what to do. You can be installing a piece of ice, for example. Or you can be gaining that click. It all depends on what you do. And drawing 2 cards first and then getting the view of your hand, of your slightly expanded hand. Definitely a better move here. Gaining a click. So we have 3 clicks and 2 cards extra. There's an install. There's... Ooh, things are happening. Okay. That target is probably going to be the vector of attack right now for Arzan, because Stargate is a mean card if you don't protect against it. Okay, there we go. So it actually switches Stargate off, but still you can just take the topmost card and get 2 points. Why not? I mean, a Stargate run doesn't stop being a run, even if it's not successful for the game terms, of course. Oh, bummer. Yeah, like 6 points. That puts Test Running in a very rough spot here. This is probably going to be an Atlas with... Oh no, that's actually a Cyberdex. The purge happens, money comes back. Okay, I was wondering, maybe that could be a Project Atlas with a counter to save another Atlas. Let's see, that Stargate can be still stopped this turn by the Transport Monopoly token. This is probably what's going to happen here, because, let's be honest, Test Running has nothing to lose, so to speak. And that's not a... Oh, bummer! This is just... You cannot really, stop the runner if they just keep snapping those agendas from the top, swiping them, and that's game. So we have a runner split. Let's take a look at another table here, maybe. Let's jump into... By the way, folks, in the chat, if you have any favorite tables you want to watch, type it in and I'm going to jump in there. But let's take a look at Dunge versus Deer. No idea if this is the first or the second game between those 2 players. Oh, they finished already. Bummer. So this is Deer winning, beating Dunge here on points. Okay. So, table 2 is probably done as well. Table 3? Done as well. Is everybody done? Did I miss something? Let me just take a very quick look at Discord. No, there's still 4. Oh, maybe they're going to be remaking the games. They're just taking a quick break. Remember that Sanjay mentioned at the very beginning of this tournament that he doesn't want there to be too many breaks, just to run it smoothly and finish at a reasonable time for everybody involved. So players might just be taking a bit of extra time between the games in a round. Or maybe just my stuff is not refreshing properly. I don't know. Table 5, let's take a look. Ah, there's a game going on. Okay. Analyze Chris versus meeting adjourned, and this looks quite even right now. Both sides on 3 points. Mega pre-qualifier. So excuse me, that's a correction. Although no, this was... nope, this was scored in a different moment. So there's 3 agenda points. Indexing and a Fairchild 3.0. Indexing the power card, the Shaper power card coming back from the good old days. Brought back Salvaged Memories. A great name, by the way, for this little pack of spicy cards for everybody. But yeah, that Apocalypse in the previous game probably sealed the deal, right? I mean, minus, of course, the super cool sweeps from the top. And that Stargate, that was really some power moves on both sides. So runners here definitely showing great abilities. And now, oh yeah, I should remind you what those 2 IDs do. On one side, we have Patron. When the turn begins, you may choose a server. The first time you make a successful run on that server, you can draw 2 cards instead of accessing cards. And by the way, this doesn't have... Oh no, it has to be successful. Okay, so that keyword appearing again. And then Architect Deployment Test. When you score an agenda, look at the top 5 cards on R&D. You may install and res one of those cards ignoring your costs. This is the wording for it. So it's not this agenda, it's any agenda. And basically you can look at the top 5 cards and you may install and res one of those cards ignoring all costs. Very good for just picking up very cool, very annoying, very terrible ice. Like for example, Fairchild 3.0. Cyberdeck Sandbox, purging and making money for the corp and removing virus counters. So that a sucker, not a happy camper here. Ontamot saying in the chat, being able to keep your ASOPs around after APOCing so strong. Indeed, I mean, APOC basically turns your table state into bank for the foreseeable future, so a really cool combo there. And Analyze Chris just saying, okay, I have 3 points, why won't we finish this like in turn 14? Bummer, dang, I mean, seriously. Game changers. Yeah, that was the game plan here. The game was supposed to change, but it didn't. Really curious to see a full game with meeting adjourned and Analyze Chris later on. We're going to be going back to those players, hopefully. Later on, there are going to be 4 rounds, I believe, or 5. I may have missed that part of the announcement. There's still 30 minutes left in the round, so I wouldn't be surprised if, well, if there were still some games going. Let's hop over to... We're not gonna bother Sanjay and the King. They're having a cool game in there. We're gonna see the King later on a table. Let's take a quick look on table 2, maybe, perhaps. Although they finish, right? Oh no! This is still on. This is still very much on. 6 points on the runner side, where we have the one also known as Neo. Stim hacking with a Bagat, or, well, B-H-A-G-A-T. Spell it and pronounce it any way you want. But anyway, the first time you make a successful run on HQ each turn, force the corp to trash the card R&D. That's kind of cool. And let's take a look at Osklit's deck. And Osklit and Sanjay, by the way, metamates, so to speak. Advanced Concept Hopper. The first time the runner initiates a run each turn, you may draw a card or gain 1 credit. Super cool. It's like almost like an ETF, but kind of different because you rely on the runner to run, of course. And 6 points on Osklit's side, as well. The 2 Ikawa projects, quite painful to score for the runner, so the runner managed to only score 1 of these. And no more Ikawas in the game, which means Vacherons or Bust and some other agendas. Eli 1.0 getting in the way of that StimHack run. Will we see anything popping up here? You could potentially... I should be scrolling down, by the way. Neo saying thinking, fair enough. What's in the heap? There's paper clips. There's everything in there. There's enough money. 16 credits with 2 extra credits still remaining from that stim hack. And going in for it. Keeping the clicks for later. That's a drafter. You have to install a sentry to break it. By the way, on the runner side, we see Medium. Another cool card that has been around for quite a while. Then went away. Now it's back. Scary, 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 and you might want to purge the virus counters every flippin' turn when you're playing against Medium. Well, not every, but like every other turn, or, you know, quite soon, quite fast. And yeah. That's a snare! Ooh! And there's also Mason Bellamy, also known as Damon Stone. One of the designers of the second edition of the game. was a really cool card. If I ever design a card game and there's a card of me in it somehow, or I would love to have an art of me by Matt Zalinger, one of the iconic artists for this game. So here goes everyone again. No mercy. Let's take a look at the archives and let's take a look at the heap very fast. The heap, almost 20 cards big. There's enough material in there for the runner to work with, definitely. All the breakers available, so that ASOPs can keep trashing breakers to get money back, and they can be reinstalled. On the corp side, on the other hand, we have quite a bit of economy and draw. Some operational cards, and there's the single snare that was accessed. Subliminal messaging. Quite a cool card as well. Salvage memories. It's really cool. Just gives you money and you get a click. And you can kind of bounce it back. It's kind of what I think crowdfunding could have been. But if it was way more balanced, maybe? I don't know. Here we go in on Eli. And Osklet down to 2 credits on her side. So let's see if this is going to seal the deal. Hopefully not. But medium. And that's a no-go. That's 6 points each still. And Neo not lucky with that medium dig. Might as well poke HQ while you're at it. Also because the corp is not going to be raising much with 2 credits in the bank. Fairchild 3.0. You force the corp to trash a card off the top of R&D, which is great because if you don't have multiple multi-access, which you of course do with medium, but this still means that you're gonna get to see more cards if you decide to run it again, and you might as well. You have 6 credits. Eli is gonna cost you, well, 3. Could be much worse than this. Dank ASOPs, everyone on our deck has it. Indeed, it's quite a popular card. Yeah, it's a good card to have. It does give you a boost in your economy you might need if you don't have other powerful options included, and it does help you with certain game plans. I mean, definitely, ASOPs in this format is a useful card to have, especially if you're using ASOPs as an ID. And you apoc the opponent with some cards on the table. Okay, so here we go. Osklet just moneying up cautiously. Not advancing anything in server 1 or anywhere else for that matter. Here comes a Hippo. That Eli 1.0 is not long for this cyber world. This is gonna get trashed. But there are 5 credits. So chances are that Osklet is actually going to res the innermost card or R&D that's protecting this server. Otherwise, that medium is gonna be doing the medium dig. Each virus counter after first on medium allows you to access 1 additional card. So whenever, by the way, and they just keep amassing. This is the freaky part about medium. It just keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger. But there are ways, of course, of playing around it or playing against it and counteracting it. Here we go, another run. I'm sorry, no, run. That was the Hippo trash. Sorry, just the screen hopped up a bit here. Fairchild, and here comes the pain. You actually, and Neo acknowledges it in the chat, saying, "Darn bad move. This was a bad move. This Fairchild is gonna eat you a bit." Osklet is admitting that she is broke again. That is true, and HQ is still accessible, but the runner will have to trash some cards or pay 3, and I don't know. I would. Is the medium? I mean, you definitely trash paperclip because, well, yeah, it will cost you more, but and then you take the run, and that's basically it. They end the run here. So Osklet could have chosen to do brain damage, but brain damage here wouldn't have really paid off. That's a purge, and that medium is sad. And now every run for that Fairchild, you could run through it and just click through it, but that's not what you want to do. ASAP is not going to trash that medium, or is he? You could still go for the Bagat play, where basically you run, again, HQ, and you trash the top card of R&D. And indeed, this is what's happening, and that's a power move by Bagat. That's a preemptive, so no steal. And both players just hunting for 1 point here. Server 1, what's in there? I don't even remember, to be honest, at this point. Archives, going for the dig. Let's see, probably an agenda in there. Nope. That's a big nopey. A bunch of eyes, a bunch of econ, but no agendas. No agendas. Let's see what's gonna happen here now. I wasn't expecting Oscar to do anything special in particular with such a low total credit count, but still curious about server 1. What could it be? CVS, maybe? Sure, gamble for more money, and you might as well try and push through R&D now, but why would you? I mean, you're probably just gonna go for HQ again, just for that Bagat poke. And Aesop's is just standing there, not doing much, because Aesop's needs fuel, so that's not happening right now at this very moment. 15 cards left in Neo's stack. A bit of lang happening. I've had worse, giving 3 extra cards to the runner, probably with some solutions to the situation at hand, because server 1 is looking kind of safe at this point. Well, safe. Oh, actually, I shouldn't be saying that. The runner with enough money could be getting in easily, and the question is, what did Neo draw right now into? But before that happens, there's going to be a Bagat run again. That's a punitive. How many punitive counter-strikes do we have there? Or is it still the same one? Okay, running archives again. So basically bypassing that Fairchild by Bagatting into cards through HQ, and then nada, zilch, nothing, and there's a punitive counter-strike. Ah, this is the story here. Probably 1 of 3. Hedge fund very much needed on the corpse side, and here we go, advancing server 1. It was not a ruse, it was something in there, just a poker face from Osklet here on her side, of course, just not doing anything with that card until the runner now has to actually take some rough and tough decisions. Getting through that Eli is possible for 7 credits total. Then you have to face the drafter, which you might just not care about. But then Osklet has 7 credits, and there's an innermost piece of ice. And that could be something dangerous. I mean, if it's a Fairchild, for example, who knows? You could just click 1 and see what happens, right? I mean, if it's an agenda, if it's an NGO, okay, well, here we go. We go for a different kind of poke. First, let's see if there's anything. Now, Oscar's saying thinking. 7 credits, that's kind of a decision space that you may have to think about certain moves already, right? Okay, rezzing that Gatekeeper. The only Gatekeeper in the game. Nobody else is going to be gatekeeping you in this game. You should totally join and play Netrunner if you want with us. This is a Gatekeeper strength 6 right now, so making it a bit expensive to break through, and it's actually really cool because you can draw up to 3 cards, reveal 3 agendas, up to 3 agendas, sorry, in HQ and or archives, and you can shuffle them back into R&D. R&D only 12 cards thin though right now, so I don't know. But you do end the run here, and I think this is the more important part. Then again, maybe Neo's just gonna bounce off it and just say, yeah, fire it. Yeah, indeed. Now, Oscar has additional options on her hand. 9 cards left in R&D, so this is all about probabilities. So 12 points on the table, which means 8 points are somewhere in the game, probably 6 of which are Vacherons, and then there's a single 2-pointer agenda somewhere. So 2 Vacherons somewhere, and Vacherons have this terrible drawback of being stealable absolutely by the runner, but then you have to wait and wait and wait. Meanwhile, server 1 has a double advanced card, which could be a Vacheron. Probably is a Vacheron, to be honest, although who knows. Could be an NGO. We've seen NGOs earlier on in this deck. Indeed, 2 of them in the bin, so that could be an NGO, and this is the poker side of Netrunner. It's like, okay, silver one, could be money, could be something else. Is 5 credits enough to stop me from getting in? I could just run through Drafter and all the other toys. On that server one, with the money I have already, do I poke? Do I just leave that card there and risk losing? And I think the answer is clear here. The runner has to go for it. Yeah, that's it. Getting a 9th credit, just in case. Probably going for a double break then. Approaching that Eli 1.0 and paper clipping on the table, so that's 4 credits, and then 3 credits to break all of Eli. Progressing towards a drafter, and now the question is, well, no, you actually cannot break the drafter. Sorry, that's just it. The 2 credits are potentially for breaking something with paperclip, I guess, in case there's, well, if there's another Eli, you cannot really break it. Rough and tough. I mean, we'll see. There's always clicks as well, so maybe if it's a double Eli, you can just spend 2 credits and click. But drafter is gonna fire right now. Pretty sure about it. So 1 card from Archives to HQ. We'll see what Oscar chooses, and then you can install 1 card from Archives or HQ, ignoring all costs. So you can basically bring 2 archive cards back into the game. 1 into HQ, 1 onto the table directly, ignoring all costs. Could be ice, could be something else. Of course, you cannot install ice inside that server one, but you could potentially maybe put a Mason Bellamy. But then this is just losing clicks, so no. Putting a snare back in server one? No, that would be a bit wild as well. I don't know, there are different options here. Could be a Rashida. The runner still has a click though. So yeah, Oscar here typing thinking with additional G's. Exactly, this is it, all the possibilities. There are so many different things you can choose from here. How much time left in the round? On the mod, let me tell you. Looking at the Okorina Discord timer, I think we're around 15 minutes away from the end of the round. So I hope you're going to stick around for the end of this game, because this is going to be exciting. Here we go. Rashida getting back from the archives, and then here's the question. Is Oscar going to res this ice, or what is in server 1? I think it's an NGO. That would be crazy play if it was an NGO, considering Oscar was clicking for credits. Yeah, indeed. That's a surveyor. That's a rough and tough surveyor strength 6. And there's no way in hell the runner can break through this. That's a really sweet surveyor in the right spot at the right time. So this is game, I'm pretty sure. Unless there's some sort of a winning move here, but the only way... Well, actually no, excusez-moi. Now, Neo has to figure out whether he wants to sacrifice Aesop's pawn shop potentially, but Oscar doesn't have the money. And server 1 has the Rashida, so that Rashida is 3 cards, 3 credits. If you want to stay in the game for sure, you probably have to run that Rashida and trash it. Server 2 is a Rashida, so if the corp gets 3 credits, then Oscar can just, she can triple advance and win if, yeah, but that Rashida is going away. There's no other way here for the Rashida. Oscar right now with 2 tags on Neo. Will those tags do anything good? 0 credits in the bank though. This is rough. Both players in a way on their last legs. Server 3 getting an install. And an advance. Could be an NGO. But now a heap of cards is going to go into the bin. And I'm worried that there might be a situation in which... well, actually, no. Let's see. Because Neo has to also deal with his side of the equation, which is 1 credit and just paperclip on the table. So, wow. Server 3 might be an NGO, should be an NGO. What else would it be? I mean, right? You wouldn't. How many stim hacks in the heap? Great question on the mod. I spy on my lie 1. 1 stim hack in there. So chances are there's more in the runners. Either possession or still in the stack right now. So the runner could be going for a surprise attack here. Thinking, and that's the name of the game here. Netrunner, the Thinking. You know, there's like Magic the Gathering, By the way, if you're thinking what TYT means, it's take your time. It's also thank you too, but no, take your time. Because this is a close game and there are 15 minutes left in this round, so both players have plenty of time to hunt that 1 point down, both of them at 6 points. Really exciting here. This format definitely provides a bunch of new challenges, new options, new interesting interactions, and just a ton of fun. And if you make a game fun, a game as entertaining already as Netrunner, by making things, old things new, and new things even newer, then you definitely get my support. So thank you, Sanjay, for this format and the people working with Sanjay to make it fun. What do you suppose the rest of the agenda suite is? I would say could be a Vitruvius, because it's never a bad agenda. But basically, 2 more Vacherons and a 2-pointer. Could be one of the money-making ones, but that's a 4-2, so you probably don't want to... You don't care for that. It's probably a Vitruvius. This is the correct line. So Oscar is saying, yeah, chances are finding the one agenda I can steal, which is 2 and 8. Dun dun dun, there we go. Okay, NGO. Might as well take the money, because why not, right? Let's see what's in there. Who dares wins or who dares whiffs? Let's see. Who dares whiffs? There's nothing there. And that probably means that server 1 gets triple advanced and scored, and that's game. Although, that was really tense. Let's see. Yeah. What a game. That's a Vacheron on the corpse side. Turn 18, half an hour in this game. What a game. Super close. Yeah, I mean, R&D down to 7 cards. 2 hyperloops. Oh, there were hyperloops. Also a very good agenda. Okay, 2 hyperloops in R&D. Okay, so that's money for you if you score it, or for the runner a point if they score it, but only a 1-pointer. So you have to steal 3 agendas in this game. That's an interesting balancing act, because of course, well, basically you have to steal 3 agendas, whatever combination you go for. But yeah, yeah, what the remaining 2 points were. So there were 2 hyperloops. Okay, hyperloop is a very cool agenda, a 3-1. But I would have probably gone for Vitruvius. Just me, and I'm not Osklet, and Osklet is probably a much better player than myself. Well, anyway, what a good game. Good players, good game. And yeah, let's just hop over to any other table that's left. Xinjiang and Baramu probably being spectated by Andre, by the way. So again, just repeating this, you might want to jump into some tables and watch games, but if you see a game on stream, please stick to the stream, because that of course makes everybody's life easier. And we have 2 streamers today. It's myself and Andre on Metropole Grid, so do visit Andre's stream. Always quality, always fun, always great. Let's take a look at table 7. Have they finished? I'm curious. There's some in the game! Awesome! So as a reminder, Sanjay is actually organizing this and playing as well, just to make sure that there's an even... Whoops. Sorry, just saying, yeah. So we're jumping into a table where Sanjay is doing a lot of things at the same time. Basically playing and organizing the tournament, which sometimes you have to jump out of your own game, and that's fine. Let's take a quick look at the IDs here. Dr. Lovegood, who's Adam's friend, but apparently a proficient runner. As well, when your turn begins, choose one of your installed cards. The text box of that card is blank for the remainder of the turn. That's a classic, but so you're probably playing a different kind of Adam in a way. And then Cyberdeck Sandbox, the scourge of all the runners. So find a truth. Find a truth, which is one of the Adam directives. Oh yeah, I should take a look at Dr. Lovegood's numbers, right? Because I believe Dr. Lovegood is an Adam variant when it comes to the deck build, of course. So yeah, Dr. Lovegood is 40-25. When your turn begins, you may choose one of your installed cards. If you do, the textbook of that card is blank for the remainder of the turn. Okay. Yeah, because Dr. Lovegood does have to definitely blank the card in Standard, whereas in Okorina you may choose to actually blank a card, which is cool. Aiki and Angron Flush saving the king from accesses here, probably. Here comes the side game. 2 net damage. And yeah, drawing Paperclip and Find a Truth. Sanjay with 25 credits, the king with 16 credits. Both players sitting on a ton of money, which is great because that means that they can basically play all the toys and all the tricks. But yeah, Dr. Lovegood, 40-25. 40, so that's a smaller deck size to probably make up for a quite unusual ability. By the way, if you're looking at Cobra and you see only 3 results, don't worry. That just means that there are still games waiting to be reported directly to Sanjay, who's busy with this game. Is Lockdown a special format? Yes, it is. You might want to go to a website. I'm going to type into the chat right now, where you can actually look up all the details about Lockdown. And indeed, that is a custom format with Standard minus a bunch of cards, and the 11th episode of Lockdown starting season 2 is going to be quite mean. I'm really hyped to have it in 2 weeks and organize it and stream it for everybody's pleasure. Although that's going to be a weird kind of pleasure, right? Because there's going to be a lot of restriction pain. Basically simulating the first year of pandemic lockdowns for everybody. But yeah, while Sanjay is running into HQ, let's just think about the situation here. NGO front, turning wheel. Okay, what is the king going for with one card in his hand? Is that NGO front got trashed? Server 1 has some advanced cards. That's probably Bivolt in there and something else. Dr. Lovegood just showing all the cards you draw with Find the Truth. Just a single advance to server 1. Could be just a teeny-weeny agenda. Could be a trap. Remembering that Cyberdeck Sandbox is a Jinteki affiliate. And that Obokat already on the table. So the king comfortably in the lead here. 3 points. But again, this is Netrunner, so anything can change within a turn. 1 turn 7-point rounds have been known to people playing Netrunner. Or 1 turn basically wins, as they are also known in other situations, have been seen in this game. But no, Sanjay going in for a double dose of drug dealing and Rozekis. So basically the Rozekis paying for the draw. Ooh, combo. And you keep showing stuff, Emergent Creativity and another Rozeki. I'm gonna get rocked so hard by a viral. And yeah, viral weaponization. It's a 4-2 agenda that basically wipes the runner's hand when it's scored. Let's see if the king has it, huh? Let's see if Brendan has it. It's the next best thing. Here we go. Oh no! Oh, that's a big drop of sweat staying on Sanjay's forehead for a moment, and this is just a same Mark II token, you know, just giving you a slight heart attack, not too much. So close. If this was actually that viral weaponization, the hand wipe would have been immense. 7 cards. Going for the Emergent Creativity, a very good Adam card. Giving you that Ngolo for free. And in case you just tuned in, this is Okorina Part 2, the second... Okorina 3 Part 2. So the third installment of a custom format, as organized by Sanjay and people who help him figure things out for this very fun, absolutely exploratory, really cool format. I found myself between, the previous one and this one, playing regular Netrunner and thinking in Okorina terms, like, wait a minute, was this an ID or was this not an ID? Or what's the combo here? And that means that I probably need more IDs in the game, and Okorina provides in spades. Maybe I should be playing some Okorina. Anyway, Anansi getting code gated, and that Ngolo is gonna provide the value it needs. And server 1, is there gonna be a Nisei Mark II counter use right now or not? No, that's a Biovolt. That's a Biovolt just saying nope. So the Biovolt got access and trash. That was of course the better line. Not an agenda, just a Biovolt. It would be actually kind of wild if I mean Sanjay knew it was a Biovolt. It wasn't an agenda, of course. Could have been something else that you can advance and is potentially a trap. No, not really. Of all the different upgrades you can have in Jinteki, double advanced on a server as an upgrade, most likely a Biovolt, because it's such a good card. It's basically a portable Nisei Mark II, and it works on all servers. In the meantime, CST corporate sales team stolen by Sanjay. Evil move. No money for the corp. The king could definitely use some money. We're 4x4 as far as runners playing Aesop's. Yeah, they're either Aesop himself, or they have Aesop in their deck, and Aesop in this format seems to be the card to go for. Indeed, very good card. Although we do see runners run low into their credit counts, credit totals, by just playing a lot of different stuff. By the way, interesting stuff for Adam. The moment you're not happy with one of your directives, you can just sell it to Aesop. And I'm just wondering, like, how does this work? Like, you have a Bioroid walking in and just saying, here's a part of my programming, please sell it into your virtual marketplace online, thank you. Oh, sorry, they don't have such robotic voices because they're a bit cooler than that. But still, you just sell a part of your programming? Could be, right? I mean, if you're selling anything else, you can sell an empty cache to Aesop's for free credits. He's gonna take anything, right? Dirty Laundry into R&D, going for that Crick, which doesn't have 6 strength, only 3, and getting the money, but not finding anything else. One of the drug dealers hit the bin and got Aesop'd. Yeah, you can sell your drug dealer to Aesop. Like, Aesop is a monster. He deals in everything. But then again, look at Aesop. Like, he looks like a person you don't want to mess around with, and he can probably deal in anything he wants. Why not? Basically, he looks like a cooler version of Keanu Reeves from that Cyberpunk game that came out at some point recently and made such a stir on the internet. Huge sympathy to everybody involved in the making of that game, and I really hope that in the next few months, years, it's gonna get polished to the highest possible standard. It's just gonna wow everybody for the next foreseeable future days. Reverse infection, bam. And of course, when you're playing CyberX Sandbox as the ID, yeah, this just gives you money. So why would you play this for 2 credits as CyberX Sandbox? I have no idea. I'm gonna take a very, very quick look. In the meantime, while those 2 lovely players here duke it out, there is about 5 minutes left in the round. And the Okorina channel. With some noise in there. I mean, talking about noise and people just discussing a few things. And yeah, this format is providing you with such a variety of cool ideas to experiment. I think I'm gonna dig deeper myself into Okorina just to see some of the fun happening, because it's a brilliant little take on, actually quite a big take on Netrunner from a different angle. Susano no Mikoto If not running archives, the runner is now running archives instead of passing Sunano Mikoto. The runner cannot check out. So here we go. We're going to the archives where there's absolutely nothing. But there, excuse me, there's a CVS, which guess what? Makes you money if you're playing Cyberdeck Sandbox. So that's 4 credits for the runner. Sweet. That's for the runner. For the corp. What am I talking about? Excuse me, it's getting a bit late here and my brain is just hopping around. Drug dealer hitting the table again. Logic bombs sitting on the table for quite a while. They're cool for that final, last chance run. Or for breaking stuff that is really painful to encounter. But logic bomb versus Nancy, sad face basically. So you don't want to do that. And Brandon knew about it, the king knew about it, installing that Nancy in server 1 innermost. N'Golo can still, of course, break through it, but it's gonna cost you. Sanjay on 14 credits, that's not too bad. The king on a few credits, less than that. But there's no problem with the money when you're playing Cyberdeck Sandbox. Again, you basically can be installing cards or playing cards that purge virus counters and just make you money. Sweet. I think Cyberdeck Sandbox as an idea is basically the corpse revenging for noise, you know? Back in the heyday of Netrunner in the early days, before the first cyber meteor hit the earth and wiped out all the cyber dinosaurs, people were playing noise and just installing viruses and just trashing all the R&D cards from the corpse side and just saying, yeah, whatever, you're not gonna get anything. Brain chip. 2 hand size extra and 2 MU extra. And Sanjay going in there because you have a code gate and then another code gate guarding HQ. Which means N'Golo just has to pay some money to get through. Doesn't have to use the ability. The king now taking a moment to think about it. 1 sec. And while the players here are taking a break to think and, decide what's going to happen next, I'm just looking at the results. We've had 4 splits and a sweep so far. Table 1's still going, or the result was reported, and we haven't really... Sorry, I just got stuck a bit. Yeah, we haven't really seen any of that game because it's probably being streamed by Andre, so we're not crossing streams. That's dangerous. Here, Engram Flush, of course, revealing the hand of the runner, so that requires putting all the information into the corpse knowledge. And then there's Sanjay breaking through this, accessing, getting the Biovolt, just trashing. More counters on the turning wheel. That turning wheel could be turning the game around. Hahaha. Excuse me, for Sanjay. Depending on what's gonna happen now. But there is a card on R&D which could be doing something evil. The Rashida from server 1, drawing more cards for the king. Let's see if there are some solutions to this game not going to time, but let's just observe the timer. Time is ticking low, but there's, on this table we're gonna have an extension as the king is playing with an oracle, so basically with one player handling the game for him, and that means a bit of extra interaction, a bit of extra time required to handle this, you could say two-headed game of Netrunner, but the Oracle, one of the points of honor of being an Oracle is that you don't influence the game at all. You're just this, you try to be this perfect communicator, or this perfect, you try to be the person that helps the actual runner, the actual player, play the game without giving any tips or anything like that. You just answer all the questions, and that's it. Always be running, which is a cool website you should visit, and also, of course, one of the directives. time in the round, but I think there's going to be 5 minutes extra here. Jumping into Discord for a second. Oh no, that's actually time extension finishing. Sorry, excuse-moi. That's time in the round. Yeah, so just the king getting his round. That was the extended time already. And there's an IPO, so huge defenses on R&D. That's kind of saying, I don't have anything in HQ, but will Sanjay believe that? That is the question. Always be running, getting installed. Here we go. 12 credits in the bank. Running that mini ice tower. I wonder what the R&D thing is. Could be a Roy Batty, right? Just to fire the Susano no Mikoto, for example. Ooh, Nancy. That's the other alternative name for a Nancy. It's Ooh, Nancy. Or Oh No, Oh Nancy. When you face check it. Fortunately, Engolo in the game can get through it. Then Susano no Mikoto, 5 credits. Still can break through it, or you could just logic bomb through it and lose all the... Oh no, that's 2 clicks on always be running. Fair enough. Saving the money and the final click for some desperate actions, and then Crick, which is cheap enough to be broken with Engolo. Oh, it's not that cheap, but yeah. What is the R&D upgrade? I would say Batty, Roy Batty, but I could be completely wrong, and let's see what's in there. Will it get rest? Is it the CVS? Could be a CVS. Oh no, that's an Issei counter. No running for you, my friend, and that's... Oh. Okay, there was a misclick, but... Oh yeah, he didn't want to draw a card, but, I mean... With a final click, and when you're 3 points behind... You don't want to... misclick. So yeah, there's gonna be a run. Anansi, that's still going to be 3 net damage, and here we go. So getting an Obokata is still feasible, possible. Another logic bomb, and this is the kind of a Hail Mary run or last chance run. But what's the R&D thing? That's a big question. Is it a Roy Batty? If it's a Roy Batty, it's gonna be interesting. CyberX Virus Suite. Oh, bummer. That's a GG. Okay, so the king taking this one with 5 points versus Sanjay's 2 points. Going to time here. I'm curious about the first game, but well, we're gonna see more things happening on that front with those IDs that we haven't seen with those 2 players. Later on, I'm just heading over to Cobra. And that was actually the king sweeping Sanjay. Okay, let's take a look at the results so far. So here we go, here we go, here we go. We have, like I already mentioned, 4... But that's a super even. Look at this. This is a wonderful. This is just a wonderful field with 2 runner splits, 2 corp splits, very even. 2 sweeps. Of course, we know who's gonna be in the top table right now. Then, and Sinchling 4 points versus Baramu's 1, which also means, and I should be scrolling up just to see the standings. That right now, Analyze Chris and the King are in the lead, and then we have a bunch of people with different points as well, but a lot of people kind of double pointed, or sorry, what am I even talking about? They basically split and they just got points for one of the games in the round. That's it. I should drink more tea to chill. Table 1, Analyze Chris versus the King. Table 2, Tsichling and Zanzibar. Arazan versus Osklet, Test Running versus 1. Dunge versus Sako54, Baramu versus Deer. Meeting adjourned versus Sanjay. Who should we put some pressure on? Now let's take a look at the IDs. We're not gonna be watching this for the players. I mean, of course, they're lovely people, but for the IDs. And the exciting part is, I don't know. There's just a ton of stuff to choose from. any picks on the chat, maybe perhaps? Anybody interested in seeing a particular game? I don't have any particular preference, but I would love to see Sanjay's decks in action. Because Journalist Security Force. And then that Dr. Lovegood is an interesting choice. And then we have a Stim Dealer. On the other hand, we have the Class Act and Frontline Reporter, the Cleaners. Like, there's a lot of interesting ideas here to choose from. I think I'm siding with going to the last table to see Sanjay in action with that Security Force. And then we can hop around other tables. Or Cinchling versus Zanzibar. We haven't seen any of those players in the full game just yet. I think I'm gonna go... I don't know. Okay, Cinchling versus Zanzibar. Let's see. Let's ask politely, unless they already started, in which case I will not be Oh, shoot. Okay, well, I think they're gonna be okay with me to be on the stream. If not, this was also mentioned in Discord. People can totally tell me not to basically... Well, yeah, people can tell me not to stream them if they want to, but... So Voting Machine Initiative and Bagat. We've seen Bagat already do very evil things. As Bagats do, basically. That's Bagat's nature. You just get a PA and just burn the place down. And Voting Machine Initiative. 3 counters. And when the runner turns begins, you may spend 1 hosted agenda counter and you make the runner lose a click. And the thing is, this, you can only spend 1, right? That's my reading of this card. Oh yeah, this is of course round 2, by the way. If you just joined us, round 2 in Okorina 3 part 2. So many numbers. Sanjay organizing a custom tournament with custom IDs where the IDs are super duper fun. I'm gonna pull them up. Hello there, Akira. Been a while. And thank you for your help. It's once a turn indeed, or sorry, 1 click a turn that they can lose. Liberated account hitting the table on Zanzibar's side. So money. Cinchling on the other hand. Wondering what the game plan here is. You want to make the runner lose clicks, so you're probably going to be... Oh shoot, I should be switching. Camera failure. Here we go. We're back in the game. That was just basically one of our camera people falling asleep on the job. Running Dirty Laundry into archives and let's see what's gonna happen now. I'm wondering what Sichling's plan is for that ID. You make the runner lose a click, and then what? You have Mason Bellamy, I guess? But anything else? Any other useful uses for the runner losing a click, if able? And you make them lose that click at the beginning of their turn, so they basically... Yeah. Could be a boom. Could be an MCA. Oh yeah, MCA, that's a brilliant idea. Enigma, already making you lose a click. For face checking. Duh. Okay, so this deck is probably gonna have some Mason Bellamy's and some other evil things. There were several other cards. False lead, MC8, HN, boom. You make it if they can't clear. Good insurance, this is Apocalypse. Indeed, and this is a very good use, yeah. But for this to happen, you have to use it like when the runner's turn begins. So you have to be sure to have the Apocalypse in their deck. Here comes a slot machine, which you may have to read sideways, but you know it by heart anyway. Whose idea was it to put the subroutine sideways on this piece of ice, huh? Anyway. And Hagen, or Hagen, or Hagen, or any other way you want to pronounce it. That is not painful at all. I mean, you face check it, things happen, you make the corp spend money, which is good for you, and the run keeps you away, unfortunately, but that's okay. You have paperclip, and that is going to let you win. And let's see, it's server 1. Corporate system, that's money gone for the corp. That's a painful steal. So there could be a kill plan, indeed, for the voting machine initiative. And Baghdad's game plan is simple. Run HQ once per turn. Access trashed cards and archives. On the mod, saying difficult to run tag and bag out of HB influence wise. True. Let's take a look at voting machine initiative's influence, because maybe there's a surprise waiting there for us. Voting machine initiative, according to the holy hand grenade of Antioch. No, I mean to the absolutely splendid Okorina 3 spreadsheet with all the information. 15 influence. So yeah, 15 influence in HB tag and bag. There are options. Could be some sort of a. Could be just a fun thing to explore. But yeah. The good thing about it is HHNs cost you a bit. Boom, you can have one off. You can always get archive memories, which is a great card for recurring all the things you need the moment you need them. False leads are a cool agenda that definitely messes with certain game plans for the runners. And MCA is just an all-around beast of a card that you should trash on sight. Otherwise, it's going to cost you a lot of efficiency, and it's going to give the corp potentially a huge turn. Eater onto the table with start. Oh, I think we know what. Yeah, this is just Anarch Deluxe 300%. Trash your stuff. I don't care. Whatever you install, I can get through because Eater so good. Oh. Scroll the chat, you silly person. Slot machine, drafter, NGO front. Slot machine getting out, so of course you don't want... Oh! Oh, that's a boom! How did this happen? Wait a second, were there two... Oh, there were 4 tags. Oh yeah, this was a tag me. This was a tag me play. Excusez-moi. So yeah, there was a boom. Tinchling definitely going for the unorthodox approach here. Hard hitting there. Yeah, okay, I missed that part. Sorry, I was reading things on the spreadsheet instead of looking at the game. So that HHN happened, and then the boom happened. Wow, okay. Mirror Murder, but with 5-3 for 3. Yeah, okay. Haven't played against Mirror Murder, but yeah, Mirror Morph is a murder deck if you wanted to. So that was quite brutal and efficient, which means it leaves us extra time. In the meantime, if you want to see Analyze Chris versus the King on Andre's stream, do go to twitch.tv/metropolgrid. Definitely worth a watch. 2 great players, and Andre, and some really cool ideas in there. What's not to love? We are going into the reverse of the previous game, so now Tinchik is going to be running, hopefully avoiding getting flatlined one way or another. But really cool plays here by Tinchling on the corpse side, just HHNing the runner. Zanzibon kind of just saying, yeah, I'm an Anarch. I'm just going to go in and try and find those booms and crash them maybe. That didn't happen. So the Nihilist now, and this is going to be fun to see. This is the first time I think I have the Nihilist on stream. Also known as Noise in the good old days, right? But now it's a different brand of noise, different kind of noise. And Danzibon still swapping into their core, which is Cyberdeck Sandbox. So we know the bag of tricks that Cyberdeck Sandbox has. Purge for money, basically. That's it. Purge for money. I don't see the Nihilist popping in here, though, so... I think you have to go replace ID. I think there might be a bit of a lag, or the runner still may have to tweak the ID a bit. Some things is working. I mean, you can summon the card here using the name, of course, in the log. I'm just gonna look up what the Nihilist does and read it out to you, so you can, because it has a slightly different wording than the card. The Nihilist says, when your turn begins, you may remove any 2 virus counters from this card and your installed cards. And yeah. Okay, what's going on here? Sure gamble? Okay. Okay, so something not working with the Nihilist, but basically this is gonna be tricky because this is an ID you cannot really trash. But fair enough. I mean, well, anyway, here we go. They fixed it. Sanjay managed to just fix it in a slightly roundabout way. And here we go with this. Cyberdeck Sandbox, it's an antivirus card, which is going to be very interesting. Because the Nihilist is a virus card. And Cash is a virus card. So some viruses already happening with the Nihilist. And now Zanzibar will every turn have this choice of, do I purge with Cyberdeck Sandbox to get money and to get rid of all the virus counters, or do I keep rolling with my game plan and not waste time on purging the counters? Curious choices. Akira with the truth again. It doesn't work with JNet if it's an ID. It doesn't let you take counters of itself. We're talking about the Nihilist, of course. Fair enough. That is a very true statement here, unfortunately. But yeah, you have to do a bit of manual work in order to make the Nihilist work according to Okorina's twisted meta, which is awesome and lovely. Double cash on the table, money flowing in, being turned into other goods. And in the meantime, on the corp side, Lacoste grid going up, server 1 getting those free advances as long as that upgrade is up. And here we go, that's a purge, and that card is going to be showing up. Reverse infection, just basically saying, no, Nihilist, you're not getting your viruses. And it's kind of interesting that you have, you know, the Nihilist gathering virus counters in our pandemic times. It's very thematic. Basically, he's a very, very, very unhealthy individual, I guess. Running low on my herbal tea here. Have to refill. Excuse me for all the pouring noises in the background, if you hear them. And by the way, this tournament aside, which is absolutely lovely to spectate and commentate, even though I'm just a bit out of it for a while. How are you doing, folks? I hope you're all doing fine, more or less. It's a weekend, right? It's finishing, it's ending, but it should be good. Coming week, hopefully entertaining and exciting for everybody in good ways. We'll see about that, what, right? Sinchling going up on the money. Zanzibar not far behind with that Nisei Mark II counter scored off that Lacoste grid that now advances itself. Drawing into more cards to find potentially more agendas because the Nihilist, Sinchling, not really ready to run just yet. There's just a copy of MK Ultra in the bin. Not much else to show for that. But there's a medium. And might as well poke that R&D just to see what's going on there, right? Well, lucky you that you have an MK Ultra in your bin. Unlike you that this is an ANSI, which is gonna be costly. On the mod, doing well, thanks. How am I doing? I'm doing fine. I mean, I'm commentating and spectating a really cool format, and I'm doing it just to chill and relax and drink more herbal tea on the weekend finishing, which was absolutely lovely the weekend. So we finally got some sun back, so we can actually go out and bike, for example, without freezing your body parts off. That's a purge. More money for the corp. No virus counters on that medium, but that medium is gonna be amassing them as long as it keep getting into that R&D. Paladin Poemu. One of the plushies. I mean, some people call them virtual companions. I call them plushies. So this is the Fearless Otter plushie with a big shield. Pinging HQ for a macrophage, and this is, I mean, this card you can definitely expect in Cyberdeck Sandbox. Because it has a bunch of really fun phrase-based subroutines that you really don't want to have fire if you can. So you could theoretically break through it for money, tons of money, or it's just a code gate strength 7, hello, thank you very much. So not cheap to break either. Very good ice for this ID. And here we go, that's a medium going down the drain. The trace is just firing one after another. An imp being removed from the game. On the mod saying, Changeling probably hoping to find a parasite soon or something to kill at Nancy. Definitely a good thing to go for. You might go for a parasite, you might go for a hippo. Also an option. But you now have to rebuild your goodies. The good thing is you have stuff. You have, for example, caches, which you can trash while you install something else, which means then simul chips don't require you to trash anything else. Or you can just trash the caches as simul chip cost, of course. And then you can reinstall, for example, the medium once the right time arises. Right now, it's a bit... I mean, could actually be the way to go here. I don't know. 0 credits on Changeling sides, though, so... You definitely need to click that Liberate account for money or do something else to get your money total up. Zanzibar, 4 credits only, but that Lacosta grid slowly ticking in server 1. Enough time to drop for some new cards. And again, if you get that copy of, another copy of Reverse Infection, that's again a really cool thing, because not only do you purge virus counters to make 4 credits, but you also trash cards from the top of the stack for every 3 virus counters removed. And in a deck where those virus counters should be amassing, like the Nihilist, this is quite painful for the runner. And who would have thought that, you know, like virus purges and virus counters are gonna be quite big in the meta. I mean, there has been a moment where Kumalo was kind of the talk of the day, right? Like, Kumalo doing really wild things on different tournaments of different caliber as well. But, like, definitely very useful, very, very powerful and very diverse. Kind of, or not diverse, but, like, well, utilitarian. Like, they could basically do a lot of different things with Kumalo decks. Different players on different tournaments with a wide array of cool tools, virus powered, and Kumala's ability as well. And then purging viruses became a thing. I wonder if tags, other than the tag and bag, will at some point soon become another kind of economy thing. There have been some cards using tags to great effects, but other than the kind of bread and butter of Netrunner, which is I take your money or I kill you, it could be probably a few more things. Yusuf amassing virus counters as well. Nothing interesting other than economy. And that CVS, that Cyberdex Virus Suite. This is painful because that is money for the corp. And it is taking away your fun of running archives. So no need to protect the archives. The runner is going to think twice before running that server. Just because you might want to hold on to your virus counters. And you might not want to give the corp the money. Here we go, that's a Jua. When the runner cancels Jua, he or she cannot install cards for the remainder of the turn. Choose to install runner cards. If able, the runner must add one of those cards to the top of the stack. And this is a sentry, so you could break through it, but it is quite a nice little card. And an Engram Flush. And this is in color for Cyberdeck Sandbox, which is a Jinteki ID in this format. Well, Engram Flush has seen enough play around the block, so to speak, to ensure that players do expect it, or do know how to deal with it, or do know how to play around it. And it's a very interesting way, you know, the meta, the way it shapes over the different tournaments and formats and so on. Because it kind of makes me think of the way real life hackers and basically malware writers try to counteract whatever the different companies put out as virus protection or malware protection software. It's kind of the same, you know, you have the runners learning from the core, like, oh yeah, these are all the cool tools, the cool toys that you're using to stop me or hurt me, and I have to develop strategies around it. It's kind of a reverse thing. Here the corp is the meanie or the threat, although we all know that, of course, corps are just super nice. Corporations are people too. But not in the game of Netrunner. We want to destroy them. And this duality in the game is also another thing that keeps drawing me back into it. It's like, you know, are you really the bad guys when you play the Corp? Because maybe you're actually the good side of this whole mess and you're trying to make things better for the world, and then there's those pesky runners and you just want to stop those pesky runners from annoying you. Server 1 getting installed and scored as the Obokata becomes the 5th point for Zanzibar. So 5 points on the Corp side. Sinchling now under pressure. That Nisei counter could be used to stop the runner from accessing server 1, on which there could be another Nisei quite soon. Let's see if that's going to be the case. On the other hand, quite a big rig with actually Nopkiri hitting the table right now, which is going to be a useful card, but I think Sinchling here was hoping to have a bit more virus counters on the table, and Zanzimon just taking it easy, saying, yeah, I'm just gonna purge, no counters for you on anything. Here we go, Pelangi with the 2 virus counters. There's no way stopping the infection in this deck. The Nihil is getting 2 virus counters as well. And remember that you can actually have some extra draw. Not as sweet and destructive and absolutely obliterating as the original noise ability, but kind of balanced, I would say, right? Then again, who would have thought that noise turns into a DJ, right? Plenty of... Oh, Parasite. Beautiful card of the good old days of Netrunner. Number 12 in the original core set, or the 2nd edition of the game. Zanzibar. Ooh, that's a strong play. This might as well be game. The Hyobu Peacock Manifold, also known as a portable Caprice Nisei. Strong operation here. And yeah, server 1 becoming nigh impenetrable right now. I wouldn't say impenetrable, because you can still get through this easily. 13 credits though in Zanzibar's bank account, and that Nisei Mark II counter. So Sinchling now with a big challenge. How do you use the 6 credits you have and the 4 clicks you just received to get through to server 1 and most likely stop a score against all these, not only odds, but basically cards that are getting in your way. Tricky part being, you may have to run twice because of the Nisei Mark II counter. You may have to run additional times because of the Hyobu Peacock Manifold. You may face check into something, well, actually not face check entirely, because you do have some toys on the table, which is good, but you may run into something innermost on server 1 that's going to make you very sad you actually ran, but you have to run. That's the thing. Server 1, ooh. That's a power play by the cop, just saying, yeah, viruses, yeah, we heard about those. No, sorry, no, not gonna happen. So the Pelangi getting wiped. More money for Zanzibar. Just because. I mean, when Cyberdex Virus Suite becomes a economy card, you know that you are in trouble, right? Jua getting the subroutine going and making the runner add either Yusuf or Omega Ultra to the top of the stack, so it lands on top of the stack. Sinchling selects Yusuf, Engram Flush being encountered, and that will probably... no, you can totally break it, you just have to install the right toys. You do have a Black Orchestra in the bin. But no, Zanzibar is just saying... Sinchling is saying, no, do it. Paladin Poemo, Black Orchestra, Liberated Account, Yusuf Medium, and Ace of Spawn Shop. So basically, program, I guess? Yeah. The choice was program, and we're going in with 7 credits left, 2 clicks, and that's a Cortex lock. And this is going to potentially be painful, but not really, because there is an MK Ultra on the table. Woof. That's 3 credits, we're going in. Or are we? Nisei Mark II time? Wait, something happened there? No, Sinchling deciding to actually not break this. Interesting, so that's a wish to break the Lacosta at the cost of some net damage. Probably holding on to I've had worse. Oh no, actually no one home. Interesting. Oh, but the damage already fired? No, okay, sorry. My mistake. Something happened here. Oh, okay, I think there was a bit of clicking happening out of sync, so to speak, and now the players may have to revert some situations here. Some states, sorry. Yep. So both players probably on Discord discussing things as well. So that was a bit of a glitch in the Matrix, but that no one home saving actually from the net damage. Nisei Mark II getting... yeah. No, that could still be an Nisei Mark II, of course. Just looking at the archives to see what's in there. But see, this is it, for example. Here we see 29 cards still left in R&D, and the Corp had the right draw to just set up and have an even game and actually put the runner on the back foot and potentially go for the win here. If your deck in the first half, in the first 20 so cards, drops, you know, like 5 or 6 or 7 agendas your way, the game looks totally different from the Corp side. Nothing to, nothing to envy, but... that happens to all of us when we're playing Corp from time to time, and this is just one of those realities where you just have to have a smaller agenda density, or, I don't know, just eat good but by getting lucky, I guess. Okay, going for that HQ ping. Sorry, not really digging much, because there's going to be only a single access, unless I am wrong. Zanzibon still with a lot of money. So all those traces are probably going to fire, or the most important trace, which is End the Run, is not going to fire, unless Zanzibon pays into it. But for now, that Macrophage just wreaking havoc on the runner's rig. Okay, both players just paying manually for the last subroutine. Probably didn't fire properly or something. But it doesn't happen. And here's an access. Envelope. Not a card you want to see. You want to see agendas. Here we go for the archives. Nothing in there. Just a copy of Anansi and another reverse infection. And that CVS that's going to make the corp a bit more money. And purge those counters. And that's most likely game. Another copy of Nisei Mark II, and that's game. Turn 13. Very oppressive setup on Zanzibar's side here. With CVS powering that Cyberdeck sandbox. I mean, okay, maybe it wasn't super oppressive because the runner could actually get in, but Nisei Mark II counters did their work. That Anansi was mean and was staying super healthy thanks to the purges and Parasite not doing much here. Macrophage, what a powerful card for this ID. Good games by both players. Taking a quick side eye look on to Cobra, where you can see the results, of course. The link is in the scroll there. You can totally visit that address. And we're going to be going into a different table. Let's take a look at Baramu versus Deer, maybe? Or Sanjay versus Meeting Adjourn. Let's go into Sanjay's table. Because Sanjay's on NVN, so that's the one ID we haven't seen, and hopefully they haven't finished this yet. Yeah, perfect. No agenda points scored. Although there seems to have been quite a lot of damage flying around. So, the journalist security force, basically it's a bunch of journalists who decided to take matters into their own hands. And this is quite sweet. It's an NBN ID in this format. If the runner stack private security force gains click, do 1 meat damage. Boom. I mean, meat. You don't want to get tagged here, right? On the other side, we have Stim Dealer. When it begins, if there are 2 or more power counters on Stim Dealer, remove all power counters from it and suffer 1 brain damage. And that happened already twice. Ouch. Cannot be prevented. Otherwise, place 1 power counter on Stim Dealer and gain a click. This cannot be prevented. Okay, I'm gonna look into the Okorina spreadsheet just to see if there are any changes to this card and what color it is. Also, the Stim Dealer is a... Looking into it. Wait, I had my eyes on it. Where did it go? Go on, Stim Dealer, show yourself. Might have to look for it. Okay, Rosa Piper Stim Dealer at Anarch, fittingly 4015, so a smaller deck size. And that was Soka's contribution to Okorina 2. Cool. So yeah, that text is more or less the way it is. And then the security force for the corp. I love the journalist security force. So cool. So the journalist security force, again, that was added by Chrome for this format, 1412. So again, smaller deck size, but less influence because this is a powerful ability. And out of NBN, tagging the runner is not that hard. You know, Data Raven is a card. And the runner might not have the money to purge that tag. And then basically 1 meat damage. Beautiful. I mean... And if you... Oh wow, imagine you have a lot of 1-pointers. And then some of these... Well, actually, and you have something to tag the runner. And then you have a game changer. And then you have a game changer that, for example, gives you 4 extra clicks. And then you just put all the clicks into meat damage. Spicy! On the other hand, we have a brain cage. Your maximum hand size is increased by 3. So this is basically giving you extra clicks for a while until your brain just gives in. How many brain cages can you put into your brain? I mean, probably only 1 because it's unique. What else can you use to increase your hand size? Probably the console, the Adams console. Brain chip. So yeah, this is a very unusual, or this is the first time I see those IDs played in my streaming of Okorina, of all things Okorina, I think, or in, well, the ones that I remember. And yeah, private security force. There's definitely a game plan in there to get extra clicks. I'm pretty sure. I mean, why else would you know? I mean, it's sweet to ping the runner for some net damage, meat damage with this ID. But if you have 7 clicks, for example, then, you know, MCA with this,
super powerful. Oh no, well, yeah, I'm thinking because MCA could be. But the problem is landing the tag. So I assume it's all about making money, landing the one tag with the C source, and then just having some extra clicks from some sources just to whack the runner into the ground. And the stim dealer is true to their color anarch experience because you just every 2 turns you get brain damage. But each turn you actually have 5 clicks. So this is probably an APOC setup, right? 5 clicks is really cool for APOC. It's probably cool for other uses of an extra click or 2 every now and then. But to me, 5 clicks sounds like I'm gonna APOC you until you can't do much. So that probably means extra draw here. Oh, we have more. Okay. Miss Bones, Bravados, I've had worse. Okay. Wanton Destruction really makes me think that there's, again, some extra clicks in here. But this is probably a high burn deck, you know, like high burn meaning you go fast and you win, or you just burn. So your game plan, there is no late game for you. Because that brain damage is gonna amass at some point. Great value with Wanton Destruction can kill the whole hand, just about. Yeah, I mean, that's definitely a good point here on the mod. Thank you for that, yeah. Wanton with an extra click is really cool. But we are in turn 8, and the runner's already on 3 brain damage, which is, of course, offset by that brain cage, giving you exactly 3 cards extra. So the grip size is 5. But you have to go fast with this deck. This is really cool. I love the flavor in this, you know, like... And stim hacks through a stim dealer. There should be like a special clause. Like if you play stim hack, you actually don't get the brain damage maybe. Because you're just used to it. This is like diesel to you. Or draw 9 cards or gain 9 credits. Here we go. Data Raven. This is what I've been talking about earlier on. Tags exist and this deck is going to put some tags on you. I wonder if they're on notoriety to try and end the game sooner. Very good point as well on the mod. Probably yes. I mean notoriety. You know, just running into stuff to hunt down those agendas and then trying to eke out the last few points with notorieties could be a cool thing. Brain damage being risky because it might swipe some useful cards from your hand. So I don't know, there's probably some labor rights in this deck as well, maybe trying to recur some cards. Anyway, Data Raven forces you to take attack, so there could be another quantum predictive model in server 1, why not? The runner has 2 clicks, so you can still clear that tag, of course, easily with 15 credits. Question is, what if server 1 is, for example, Ghost Branch? Another that... Ooh! Oh, this is getting spicy. Okay, meeting adjourned saying, whatevs, we're going in. 2 notorieties in a turn as well. Yeah, you can run 3 servers and then play 2 notorieties. That is very, very true. And hyperdrivers in that Steam dealer would be even more fun. But the thing is, hyperdrivers cost a lot of influence, and this is limited influence, if I remember correctly. It's 1412, right? 4012, yeah. Oh no, was it 4015? I think it was 4015. Let me check again. Okorina is a format that's slowly going into my head, but might be changing because it might be balancing out. Yeah, it's 4015, so you can actually try and have some hyperdrivers in there. I don't know, but here we go. That's a Bellona, and this is wild because runner has to pay 5 extra and just eking out the 2 tag removals with the 4 credits. Just about, like seriously. Sanjay probably not happy about this situation, but not worrying much. 10 credits. R&D looks like a fun place to visit, I'm telling you right now, and HQ slightly less, but yeah. I'm taking predictions. What do you think is on R&D, and why is it like 3 copies of that wonderful card that gives you tag and meat damage? that I shall not name because I'm gonna... Yeah, price X? No. How many price X can you fit in a deck, and why all of them, and why would you put at least 2 of them on R&D, if not all of them? I mean, running R&D right now is like fun times, unless you have Stargate, for example, or anything else for that matter. Sanjay just making sure that there are no shenanigans happening. If, for example, you could run without accessing those R&D cards, the upgrades, I mean, and putting more fun on server 1. Price X definitely on the theme here with the Private Security Force, or the Journalist Security Force. This is the JSF. Rebirthing into what? Oh wow, this is exciting. Rebirthing into another wild ID. And it's a human first. Humanity first, or human first. Whenever an agenda is scored or stolen, gain credits equal to the agenda points on that agenda. Ooh. That's offsetting the Bolognas a bit. That's a cool little flick. But I was kind of enjoying the other runner. I mean, then again, this is taking away the terrible click situation, so Rebirth is probably a very, very good... the click into, of course, like brain damage and whatnot, connection of the Stim Dealer here. So Human First is actually not a bad... Yeah, it's kind of like a... In a way, it's almost as if like Anarchs had some sort of a connection to Ian Sterling in a way, kind of almost, but not really. Because you get the money guaranteed. Oh, there we go, Labor Rights. Yeah, I thought that card is going to be here, and it's definitely the right card to have in a deck which deals brain damage to itself for a while. Let's see what's going to get recurred. I've had worse, for sure, and the Wonton. So there's going to be some extra clicks still happening, or this is just going to be about pinging that HQ for some HQ damage. Sanjay responding in kind with an install, just saying, yeah, okay, well, I don't have many credits here, but it will cost you to get in. A lot of money flowing into Meeting Adjourned's bank account from that liberated one. And all that chin-chilling on the... Oh, that's going to be another Bologna. That's 3 credits for Meeting Adjourned, but 5 points... Sorry, 3 points and 5 credits back for Sanjay. This is big. Definitely better for the Corp than for the Runner, but still playing that Human First means that you can at least get some money from the Corp doing this. Medium. Okay, this sounds like... We'll find out what's on R&D pretty soon. Data Raven. That's the third Data Raven, and just a lot of birds. And by the way, Sanjay is streaming as well on Twitch as mrcowbird, so do follow Sanjay. His streams are fun. He definitely has an artist's approach. He's definitely a shaper to me, you know? He's not an anarch, he's not a criminal, he's a shaper. He's in it for the fun. Oh, wow, Mwanza's city grid. Could be Mwanza's on that R&D as well. Right? And then, like, I don't know. But if you have Mwanza's... I'm just thinking. Because if you have Mwanza's, then... I mean, you probably have Price X because they're just good, yeah, of course. And then Mwanza's probably to run into snares? But the Mwanza and snare package is like 5 influence for one of each of those kind of Mwanza snare packs. So maybe you just play a Mwanza and some snares? I don't know. Single Mwanza, though, it's kind of unlucky if you don't get it or it gets trashed. So at least 2 Mwanzas, right? I mean, it's a great thing. What else can you use for tagging people on Access other than Price X? I guess maybe it's just Mwanzas and Price X. That's enough. Data Ravens are mean as well. And this means, of course, every quantum predictive model that gets accessed by the runner gets scored by the Corp with that tag. Let's see what's in R&D. This is the big reveal. That's a Mwanza. Woohoo! Okay, so definitely more than 1 Mwanza in this deck. 15 minutes. Okay, and that's the second Bologna. Very nicely whooped. There's a Pricek. And there's a Ganked. And, oh, sorry, yeah, that's... No, that's 2 price 6, right? Yeah, yeah. Okay. But there was a, yeah, there was a ganked as well. Woohoo! Nice. That's basically, okay, whoa. Fun times, but Meeting Adjourned takes it with 7 points, those below us. And that 15 minutes, usually it helps the corp. This time, not really. It was a bit too long, the 15 minutes. The journalists didn't survive the 15 minutes of fame or shame. Okay, so Analyze Chris versus the King on table 1, and Andre is there. Do go there to watch. Well, do go to Andre's stream to watch. Don't go on the table because we don't want to wobble the table for the players. Who else is left? I don't know if this was the first game between those two or not. I'm going to take a very quick look if table 6 is still on. Doesn't seem to be the case. There was a game closed out by double CityWorks project and a fan side. Oh no, this is still on. Sorry. I'm like, what? Fanside is 0 points. What am I talking about? I mistook fanside for notoriety. Sorry, not enough Shaper games in my life recently. So Baramu and Deer. I'm zooming out to cosmic levels here because that's a hefty ice tower. Apologies for the turbulences, but I'll try to keep the zoom at a reasonable level. What do we have here? We have wild things happening. Look at this. What? This is brilliant. Deus Ex becomes strength 10, click, break ice subroutine. Wow! Baramu came up with something super funky. Kongamato, I mean, okay, we're playing Beth here, which is pretty self-explanatory. And on the corpse side, we have high-risk investment. And I think you only have one agenda counter on high-risk investment. Again, checking the Okorina master document for this, just to confirm. High-risk investment, it does have one counter. It's 45-12. This is cool. Okay, those Stargate runs are going to keep happening, but I'm not going to be zooming out because that kind of takes away from the experience. Let's just see what's going to happen here. E3 feedback implex as well. This is brilliant. You just initiate the break with Deus Ex for 1 click, and then you just use credit. Oh, Baramu, what have you done? What have you built? This is a monstrosity again. Okay, I should probably zoom out. Sorry, just for... sorry. Apologies if you're seeing this super small on all different possible screens. I wish I made it a bit better, maybe visually, but this is what it is, and yeah, we're gonna stick to this. Okay, so anyway, Deer with a huge ice tower, which by all means has been installed manually. I don't see anything else on here that would help you install 5 pieces of ice on R&D. That's pretty expensive, right? That would explain why Deer is running on 6 credits only here. I shouldn't say running, corping. They're corping only on 6 credits, but that is not going to stop Baramu with Deus Ex adjusted matrix. What is this even? Like, that's the breaker, and there's not much else here. Wow. What a combo. I love this. No, I'm loving, I'm loving this. This is, and this doesn't even have to, you know, like, this is a card just, it's totally legit to play it anyway, but I never thought about this. The downside being this is an AI, so certain cards could be a problem, but otherwise, and of course it costs clicks, so that's another tricky part of it. You might want to offset that by something that's high power, and I guess basically this makes sure that, well, no, hyperdrivers, I guess, but we haven't seen any hyperdrive. What else is in here? Data dealers could be cool if you want to sell your fan sites, of course. Oh, the wake-up call is gonna be... Okay, what is it gonna affect? Virtual resources. Oh, that's the artist colony, right? No, it's not virtual, so why would you play this? Oh, non-virtual, excusez-moi. Oh yeah, sorry, I'm just... That's very rude. 6 foot tall, came without a warning. Oh, bummer. Deer's just saying, hello, let's trash some stuff. Or take for meat damage. Wow. Wake up call, definitely power move here by Deer. They know what they're doing because they also have some other toys in their arsenal. Let's see what the corp is going on for here. Yeah, reverse the counts, mean. Scorched Earth, surprising. And then there's the good old too big to fail. 1 times. Taking a peek at the Okorina Discord, we are about 15 minutes away from this round's end. So let's see what happens here. E3 feedback implants. Definitely painful loss here, but probably not the only copy. I mean, what else would you trash? The Rozeki? You have a simul chip, so you could potentially bring it back for free. Right? Oh yeah, sorry, I keep forgetting that, of course, silly me. The corp chooses the card. But if you had the choice, I would probably go for the Rozeki as the runner. But no, the corp, of course, chooses with the wake-up call. So yeah, E3 feedback implants is a painful trash. And one can only hope that this beautiful, lovely, amazing, one of my ultimately favorite arts and theme cards in Netrunner ever, from the good old days of the very, very first days of Netrunner, that it comes back. Yeah, you have to influence to spend on it, so you might as well have multiples, especially in a deck where you probably are banking on them to be there. Peace in our time. Not banking, sorry, betting on them to be there. You're banking on other things. For example, on your fan sites, which you have in your score area, you could date a deal for 9 credit. Yeah, 9 credits is not a bad thing. Okay, here comes another Deus Ex. This is interesting. Is there another shenanigan-y play with a Deus Ex that could allow you to use the 10 strength for something really, really cool that I didn't think about? Hey there, Sanjay! Thank you for your kind words. Stream looking great? I hope so. I put a lot of pixels into it. Thanks for organizing this super, super entertaining and fun format. It's just so much fun and freshness. Hard to understate this. The freshness is immense. Baramu thinking, and there is something to be done because Corp is potentially winning next turn. Although only 9 credits to Deer's name, so they have to be very careful about rezzing things. On the other hand, there is a border control innermost. Interesting choices to be made. We haven't seen any stem hacks just yet. We don't know if this is running stem hacks. There's In the Groove. Some really funky cards in here, and I'm loving this. This is such a cool Okorina deck. And it proves its worth by scoring 6 points. I wonder if there was a lot of damage done to get these, or actually were they just swiped from a safe location. While players think and while the wheels are turning, I'm going to take a very quick look at mrcowbird to see if there are any pairings already reported. Yeah, we have, again, 4 splits and a sweep by Sokka. With 4 splits and top table still playing and this table still playing. So this is going to be the game we're going to be finishing this round with. Exciting! I'm just working out my outs. I think I have one, but it seems bleak, that be. So friendly banter here between Deer and Baramu. I do like bleak. Yeah, they do. I mean, that's... No, Deer, they're definitely one of the fun players coming up with some really spicy ideas. And yeah, one of the Lockdown alumni as well. I don't even remember which tournament that was because I don't keep the history of Lockdown in my head. I have better things to do with that space. But definitely bringing cool decks and just getting into the top cut and then just getting into the first spot. And then we had a nice chat explaining all the cool things. So if you wanna see that tournament from the past of Lockdown, where Deer took the spot and then they explained their deck choices. They were quite cool. I think that was Ken Tenma and something else, but never mind. It is stored on YouTube somewhere, so do check either my website or, well, my YouTube channel, basically directly. But the website has all the links. So does my Twitch profile, by the way, as well. And yeah, you can see the games archived where Deer is taking the top spot with some really cool plays. There's a chance that's an NGO reversed. That is very true. Reversed here would be kind of painful, but not too much. Could be also a very cool ruse. And then if it's an NGO, that's always good for the corp. So Baramu saying, I think I gotta go for Stargate and hope I hit. Yeah. That sounds like a good thing. Also, there are 3 cards in the archive that are face down, and we have no idea what they are. Probably Baram, who might know better, or Deer knows for sure. Let's see. So 25 credits. And Diaz can break only so many subroutines. So this is the tricky part. One, you have to... Yeah, no, this is tricky. There's quite a few painful things, and this is not an AP, so you cannot really use through it. Mausolus, you can just go through it, not care. This Mausolus, you should probably use the DSX to just break any number of AP subroutines. And this Mausolus, you probably eat it as well. So basically you have to break through the Trebuchet, the Afshars, and the Run, and this Mausolus. Question is, this deck changes the way I think of the game, maybe in a good way. I'm thinking about clicks rather than credits. Ha ha! Boomerang! Oh yeah! Here we go! Boomeranging into that thing! Riding the Stargate with a boomerang on top. Australian style. And an Angolo! Where did that come from? Oh yeah, the fan site. Oh, well, that changes everything. Okay, now I was like, I totally forgot that there's a single fan site in there that you could just do Shaper BS with and use the artist colony to just bring whatever you need for the moment, and that Angolo is just right. Question is, will Baramu, first of all, manage to get through R&D? Probably, because there's a heap of money and whatnot. Second of all, will Baramu Stargate into something that's an agenda? And third of all, what is the ice protecting the archives? Because if we have Angolo painting here the ice, which it actually probably doesn't have to. No, you don't have to. Oh, this is brilliant! So you can still use Angolo to paint, yeah. Because the Trebuchet was broken with the boomerang. Sweet, sweet little boomerang there. What a play. This is cool. So yeah, Angolo just powering through the Mausolus. Now we go three cards. Let's see. Oh no! Wasn't this a Stargate run? What's going on? Did I miss something? Yeah. Okay, no, something definitely happening. Maybe there's a card on top of R&D or something that causes a glitch. I don't know. I don't like Stargate as a card. And we'll see. It's game either way, yeah, so... They're looking at the deck, looking at their deck because... something's not working. Maybe it's Boomerang with Stargate. I don't know. I don't know the interaction, but in a game with so many different interactions, border control sees a server over. Oh, okay. Whoa, that's a whiff. Oh, so that's a lot of mean stuff. Cerebral. Yep. Ouchie. Whoops. What the hell? Oh no! Oh my! Okay, this game is devolving into a we better call the judge, but I don't think it's gonna matter anyway. Because you can only do one Stargate run. Apologies if my laughter scared you, but yeah, this was just yeah, okay, border control. Yeah, never mind. I mean, you can still try and go for a poke in HQ. And I think this is what Baramo is gonna do, right? Or just go for the archives. What would you choose here? Archives or HQ? You could actually have both. Because offshore. Right? I would go... yeah, exactly. This is the correct line here, I think. Let's see if that poke brings anything other than losing 2 credits. Oh, that's game! Nicely poked. Woo! Turn 14. What's in the server? That's an SDS. Okay, so it would have been game either way. Whoa, what a game, what a game, what a game. Nice. Exciting. The other table on Andre's stream. Still going for it. How much time is left? That's a good question, huh? Oh, table 1 got an extension. You know what? We're just gonna jump in there. Nobody minds. You can watch this on Andre's stream as well, or on my stream. We're gonna cross the streams. Being evil. But then again, you know, 13 minutes left in the round. I don't want to make you hang. I don't want to keep you hanging, so to speak. And yeah, if you're watching my stream, you might as well get the top table where Analyze Chris, the person to sweep in the first round, is facing off with the king, the person to sweep in the first round as well. So both on 6 points, and the king going for it. Server 1 double advance. Could be an Issei Mark II, and looking and thinking at the current situation in the scoring areas and thinking about the agenda composition in King's deck, chances are it's an Issei. Then again, what do I know? Could be an NGO because the king is down to 0 credits, so why would you even? Unless you actually... oh, I don't know. Well, anyway, Analyze Chris running on the Patron, which is a really cool ID. NGO front indeed, that's money for the king, much needed money, and hedge fund, even more money, good, good, good. Catching up to the runner who's on 6 points. Ooh, that's a ton of money. So I'm saying second and Anansi protecting R&D, right? Analyze Chris just taking it easy, clicking for money, and then just going for that run onto R&D. Oh no, that's Susano. That also is pricey. This is bad. This is bad. Why is it bad? Because if they run into the envelope, which you may break with the lady, but then there's... actually, there are no CVSs in the bin. Okay. So that Susano is super annoying because it works every time you run. This is not once per turn or anything. No. Oh, you know, it just on every time. So that Susano is expensive to break. And it's a sentry. And you could paint it with Angolo, but it costs a ton of money. Well, not a ton. It's basically 5 credits. Right? Oh, so excuse me, not 5. You have to paint it, so that's actually 7 credits, and you can only do it once per turn. So actually, it's quite pricey. I retract my previous statement. This is terrible. And again, just to remind you, Andre is streaming this as well. If you like Andre's streams, go and watch it on the Metworld Grid. Round 2 of Okorina 3, Part 2. So many sequels nowadays, but this is a sequel I'm totally rooting for because I definitely should get a I Love Okorina sticker or a mug or some sort of a t-shirt. I don't know. This is a great format and it's so much fun. It's bending your Netrunner mind and memory in interesting ways. Going for server 1, no fear. Analyze Chris, 21 credits. Cool toys. The thing about Macrophage and Angolo is that Macrophage is 7 strength and Angolo is 6 if you pay 2. So this is just at the right kind of power level, strength level to make Angolo not that happy anymore, you know? You have to pay a lot. Five minutes left in the round. For this table, at least. And Sanjay spectating means that all the other tables are probably reported by now. I already mentioned that there were some sweeps. Yeah, 2 sweeps and 4 splits again. So this is the last table we're waiting for. Very even tournament in terms of scores, I would say. Going in for that server 1 card, whatever it is. No recursion is happening. You can fire first, last. Okay. So... nothing happening here on the virus side, indeed, right? I mean, there's... the viruses have been removed. Okay, so that... yeah. Okay, now actually this is happening as well. Chiashi, which is quite pricey, unless you turn it into a code gate, which makes it a bit less pricey. Although you still have to pay up. And then accessing that card, and that's probably Rashida. No, that's Rashida, yeah. Okay, good call on my side. Lucky me. Okay. Not the time to be slow, Jane. Janet again experiencing some delays, and bear with us, it's gonna get better soon. Double Engram Flash on HQ, and Analyze Chris saying, I don't mind, it's a code gate. I don't have anything in my hand anyway. Might as well try my best to flush out whatever's in the hand. Could be game. Could be an Obokata. That's a Lacosta. So... doesn't really matter if you trash it, I guess. But yeah, still useful for trashing because you might not be going through that Chiashi too soon. Unless you have some magical money amounts. One card left in the runner stack. So this is just... This is excruciating. Basically down to the wire. That's probably a La Costa in there. And that's probably gonna... That could be an avocado. That could be the... No, that couldn't be the game. They're definitely going very fast as they can, to see if they can finish this with a point score rather than a timed game. Single advance on server 1. Extra credits. Analyze Chris going for the dig. Let's see what's in the archives, by the way, because I'm really curious. No, there's no CVSs in there. La Costa getting trashed again, and that would make it the third La Costa, so yeah. No more free advancements in remotes. Unless the king recurses, brings this card back. But there's no time left in the game. There's not much time left in the game for such plays. So this is all about scoring those agendas right now. This is probably a Nisei Mark II on server 1. That's time. Okay, so this is basically the king scoring a Nisei with a counter, but finishing the turn. And now Chris basically could just click for credits, and that's game, because 6 points on the runner side. That is, this is game goes to Chris. Analyze Chris, getting that game. And let's take a look at Cobra. Shall we? So in this round we had quite a lot of really cool pairings. Quite a lot of splits. And this is also a split on top. So that means that Sokka and Baramu are probably going a bit higher in the rankings. Oh no, Baramu going to 7. Sokka going to 9. Yeah, Sokka joining the 9 pointers in the top, so to speak. And there's already the next round being paired. I guess, yeah, here we go. There's no delay whatsoever. I will be taking a very, very short break. But I think it's time to watch... I don't know. Streamy people, chat, folks. If you have any tips or wishes, do let me know. But I think I'm gonna go for... I think Sanjay versus Deer. That's gonna be a fun one to watch. Sanjay versus Deer, that's table 6. I'll be back in a second. I just have to very, very quickly do something here on my side, but I'll be back with you once I actually plug into the table. Synchro! Hey there! Good to hear from you. I hope you're doing fine. And thanks for watching. By the way, table 1 is probably going to be streamed by Andre as well, so jump into it. This is... We're making Sanjay a big gift in a way. No, I'm joking. It's not a gift. We're making it fun for Sanjay by streaming 2 tables at the same time. The last table that we kind of co-streamed at the very end was just because I was like, okay, I'm not gonna make you wait, folks. But anyway, let's find Sanjay's table and go for it. Because that's gonna be fun. Okay, I do see 7 tables. No, it's only 6. So the one table I want to stream is not up there just yet. But that's the TO's job, to make sure that everything is in place. People running to their tables. Okay, Sanjay, make your table. Okay, no, let's just do it this way. I'm just gonna very quickly jump out of here. As in from the audio, and be back in a second, okay?
Okay, I'm back. Kinda getting colder here because it's the evening. It was time to hit some buttons to make things warmer in a while. Anyway, I hope you're all doing fine. And I hope we can kick this round off. This is gonna be round 3. And we're gonna watch Deer versus Sanjay because both of these fine folks have very interesting IDs. We have Deer on Whaled Consortium, high-risk investments, and the Class Act, so a criminal, versus the Journalist Security Force that I really want to see what it does, and I'm pretty sure it's all about killing people. And Dr. Lovegood, which is Adam's best friend. But also quite a skilled hacker, it seems. Should zoom in for additional zooming in. And let's see what's gonna happen here. 4025, that's Dr. Lovegood. And the high risk investment is, I think, 4517. Don't remember them all just yet, but I'm thinking about making a couple of cards that are going to remind people how things work. And anyway, here we go. Round 3, and there's going to be 4 rounds, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, we have a misclick which happens, and this being a casual tournament. Aha, that changes everything. Okay, that's a Rashida on the corp side. Plenty of money for Deer, plenty of cards, which is always good when you're a corp and you want to put the pressure on the runner in the beginning of the game. Server 1 already getting advanced. Yeah, that's just saying, listen, I will get cards into HQ that you might want to see or not, but what's important for me is speed. Running into a border control, not the best thing ever. Good news is you have always be running. Then the border control can be popped, but Deer doesn't do so, and SDS drone deployment cannot be stolen. Because if you remember the agenda, you have to trash an installed program as an extra cost, and you don't have any programs, so... Sad face runner, no agenda for you. Server 1. Kinda safe until Sanjay installs a program that he will then have to trash. Here... Well, they have to score the agenda at some point to get it out of the runner's range, but for now, can't really do it. Oh, there's a sea source. Ooh. What is this? What does it do? Interesting. And there is a tag landing on Sanjay. What's gonna happen now? Really curious. Okay. Dirty laundering into HQ. Wake up call. Oof.
That is promising to be quite interesting. With that wake-up call probably playing at some point a crucial role. But for now, Deer slowly SDSing. SDS drone deployment, of course, nothing to trash. So that was probably just Sanjay saying, yeah, listen, I don't want to install anything. I don't have that much money anyway. And then you're going to trash it with the SDS. Not on my watch. Let's rather poke HQ. The Sanjay approaching HQ. Deer. I wonder if Deer is thinking about... Oh no, you have to actually use a click for that. So never mind, you cannot regain one for the 7... sorry, you cannot use this counter to get the 7 credits that the runner has without a click. Could Janet be also a bit laggy? Oh yeah, and of course Deer was saying that they're actually taking part in MIT treasure hunt. Solving puzzles, which probably is quite taxing. Turning wheel. Okay, so that's setting up some multi-axis capability on the runner's side, but still no programs. And with one SDS out of the scoring stability field, I would call it this way. That means that there's only 2 other SDSs probably in the deck, which yeah means that you will not have to trash that many programs to either get them or suffer if they get scored. And Sanjay doesn't need programs, HQ wide open, just going in for those tokens or the counters or the turning wheel. And now poking R&D because Deer, they're only on 3 credits, and Sanjay is trying to capitalize on that, always be running, still available, nothing in there, so the turning wheel just amassing those counters. This is good. Sanjay is definitely in a better spot here right now. Maybe not sitting on a lot of money, but enough. And getting more stuff, and this is a beauty now. Always be running NE3 feedback implants. Gotta love that. If you want to feel, you know, the power of running, play this deck just for that combo. Basically, add them with E3 feedback implants. This here, of course, is the Dr. Lovegood remix. Okorina is like a remix of Netrunner, but I mean, no, it's actually it's like a DLC, or it's just a very exciting extension to the existing setup. Ooh, 2 wake-up calls. Okay, so we know that Deer is going for something else here. Trying to not really, although, wake-up call is very good here because there's a ton of resources on the runner side, so just wondering, I mean, maybe Deer knows that their deck does not have that many cards to trash, you know, in case the runner maybe trashes a Rashida or something, then the wake-up call comes in very handy, but otherwise, yeah, maybe there's more interesting cards on Deer's hand, and they're just saying, yeah, okay, well, wake-up call, sorry, you have to wait for a better day to shine. That's an SDS, which cannot be stolen. This is Deer just... Yeah, they're just kind of sneaking in 5-3 agendas. They're just like, yeah, you might steal it, but then again, you can't really because it's illegal. So, do you have any programs? Got any programs for me? Because if you don't have programs, I'm just going to slow roll it to 6 points. Just saying. That's an NGO. Of course, I mean, of course, like, what else could it be, right? Imagine if this was actually a hostile takeover. Wow. That would be like finishing game in 3 rounds unless you do something about it. This is a Dirty Laundry run on Archives. Not even running an NGO, because of course you don't run with a Dirty Laundry against an NGO. Forcing that NGO... Oh, that's a... Oh! Not bad. Well, yeah, could be worse. 2 brain damage, nothing to sniff at, but... Thing is, it's 3 credits, so... And now you're at him. That's a very cool note, which is totally, absolutely on the spot by the ear. Like, yeah, this is exactly, yeah. Now you're Adam, yeah. You have become Adam, the runner of 3 hand size. In case you just tuned in, Okorina 3 Part 2, Round 3. All the details available if you type in Okorina with an exclamation mark on the Twitch chat. There's a very nice spreadsheet with all the details, all the IDs that this tournament provides. And you can only play one of those IDs, so that's it. No standard running here. Some cards banned in this format just to make sure that there's no shenanigans, but well. Archives getting protected. This is interesting. Okay, so Sanjay saying, hey, listen, I have a paperclip, you have a border control, let's trade. Will they break the border control? No, so the SDS trashing the paperclip, but hey, that's okay. That's 3 points for the runner. Take it. There we go, so it's 3-all, and the game is afoot, or any other body part. And Sanjay installing the brain chip, because now suddenly you get +3 and +3, so your hand size is bigger, your MU is bigger. Everything is bigger with Dr. Lovegood. Don't quote me on this, please. This is totally not safe for work or anything else. But yeah, evening the score out a bit. Deer could use some money, but Sanjay is not really providing too many credits because that counter on high-risk investment, the ID, is there. So, you know, like, just a click to get a lot of money if the runner goes terribly rich. Also, you don't have to go very rich because the corp is not really playing a big game here. Just a piece of ice here, a piece of ice there. No biggie. Drug dealer getting trash for free, and now Sanjay 8 credits. What is he gonna use all this money for? Rezeki? Ooh, double Rezeki, triple Rezeki. No, enlightened. Okay, emergent, trashing the brain chip for the. Oh yeah, triple. That is quite a trip. I see a lot of balls bouncing. This is a multi-ball. You know, if you ever play pinball, there's this moment where you can lock the pinball balls, and then at some point there's multi-ball, and then you have all the balls in play. This is basically Rezeki. I think I'm going to call it multi-ball from now onwards. Just came up with this right now, and this is a CityWorks policy, and we've seen a dedication ceremony earlier on. I'm pretty sure there will be some dedication ceremony tokens going down on this. Indeed, and will it be a double? Could be a double. Nope. You're just saying, listen, you just want to walk in here, perfect, get some meat damage. Thing is, Sanjay can easily draw up to the right number and go for 6. But then Deer probably, or maybe not, may have some nasty things to treat Sanjay with if that agenda gets stolen. Who knows? I certainly don't, but we'll see in a second because it's Sanjay's turn. 5 credits, 4 clicks. A heap of cool things on the table, going for that R&D run because maybe there's something going on top of R&D. We know that CityWorks projects exist. Additional copies of it, 3 in the game most likely, so 1 on the table. And what's on top? The turning wheel, getting a counter, nothing there. The scenario could be running again for another turning wheel counter. Running the... oh no, then you have the border control. Okay, so this is all about counting clicks and calculating or taking that border control into account, because if you want to steal that CityWorks project and get some damage, you have to remember about the border control. Running HQ, why not? Deer could be cool and res a... Oh no, actually, no, they couldn't. Never mind. I was like, res a border control, but that's for credits. And then just... No, that's an offshore, which is... You know what? Offshore is actually... Sweet. Yeah. It's a code gate to just stop you kindly and nicely, and that's it. And a drug dealer. Okay, so... Sanjay saying, you know what? You cannot score this agenda, or you can score this agenda, you probably will, but I'm not interested in it. I'm just gonna drop and then maybe trash a card. And yeah, CityWorks, okay, this is dangerously close to being finished by Deer, by them just scoring a hostile. Any second now. The drip gives, the drip takes, but no, the drip definitely gives. 3 Rozekis, multi-ball on the table, going for R&D again, and I think there's going to be a turning wheel dig now. This is the time. You really want to get some extra cards here. Or you're running twice. Who knows, who knows. Sure, gamble, Ngolo, going for HQ. Okay, so there's gonna be a dig on HQ. I'm betting on this now. Here we go. 2 extra cards. Seesaw, Scorch, Oof, Enigma. Oh, this is rich. Deer just sticking the virtual tongue out saying, Nopey. You shall not steal my agendas, as Gandalf said to Balrog at the 2015 World Championship in Moria. Of course, 2015 of the old era, or whatever it was called. Server 1 getting an Deer is just saying it. Listen, I have a credit and a border control. What do you have? Nothing. You just have 3 Rozekis. So you have a multi-ball and you have an Ngolo which can break through everything, and that means you have nothing from nothing. Wow. This is really, really interesting. Dr. Lovegood being able to blank the drug dealer. Sweet. Paperclip, doing paperclip work and going through border control. Will Deer pop the border control? Nah, no point, right? Still taxing. Reverse accounts. Away with that. R&D going in. Oh, that is painful. Probably one of the 2 hostiles in the deck. Ah, yeah. Oh, Forced Connection. I love this card. Forced Connection is just so good. Sorry for not... Why isn't it... Okay, let me just pull it. Forced Connection is just so good. 2 tags on Sanjay. This is probably game. Although, no, it's not, because Deer only has... Yeah, they only have... What? 1 credit. That's nothing. Connection forced. Aye. Getting through that Afshar on 1 credit, doable. Losing 2 credits from 0, doable. And going in for the kill, Scorch, nope. But those turning wheel counters are amassing now. Deer could theoretically make money. Cannot really use the high risk investment token to counter to get 0 credits from the runner. I mean, you could. That would be very interesting. Mil de Sorte, hey there! Thank you for watching. And thanks for joining. I hope you're doing fine on this fine Sunday evening in the Euro time zones. This game just keeps getting more interesting, says Sanjay. It's an odd one. Indeed, and I totally concur, and I'm happy we're tracking all of it here. We're streaming all of it here for your pleasure, dear folks. Not sure I love this deck competitively, but it makes some weird games. Well. That's a Scorch. Neutralize all threats, Ace-up spawn shop, emergent creativity, and another Ace-up spawn shop. Okay. Not big losses. The emergent creativity maybe, but probably not really. Neutralize all threats. I don't know. I think Sanjay's pretty damage resistant at this point. That brain chip is definitely sweet with the hand size being 7, so you can basically eat a boom and survive. Okay, here we go with a dig with a turning wheel. Looking for those agendas. That's a... Okay. Apologies for the painful pause, but this is probably the second of 2 hostiles in this deck, by my count, because we have most likely 18 points in 3-pointers, and then those 2 hostiles just to round it up. Could be wrong, but I'm just kind of betting on it. On the other hand, it was the best agenda that Sanjay could steal for the Corp, because that doesn't end the game, and Deer definitely desperately needs money, and Sanjay is not providing. Those Rozekis should have turned out 5 million credits by now, and then Deer can just go, click, I take your money. I mean, no, sorry, I don't take your money. I copy your bank account status because I'm a corp that runs the bank. Oh. Okay, neutralize all threats. Hitting the table, even though it got trashed previously, one of the copies. The first time each turn you access a card with the trash goes, you must trash it, but you get 1 extra HQ access, and this is good. Sanjay hunting down those agendas. Probably, or maybe not, who knows? Nope. But you know there's a dedication ceremony and a border control, so it all boils down to who can find the agenda faster and then make it stealable or unstealable, or, you know, like, too big to fail. Ooh, that would have been nice. But Sanjay mercilessly pays those 5 credits, and there's not going to be extra money for Deer. And Deer with extra money, they would be dangerous for sure. Let's take a look at the archives and the heap while we're in this mid-game of a very odd game, but very interesting game, because this is, again, Netrunner with all the like right and cool mechanics. We have 1 Scorched in the bin, and there's a boom somewhere, right? And I think Deer might be hunting for that boom as well. On the other side, quite a few cards already invested or lost by Sanjay, but all things considered, Sanjay definitely in a cool spot here, because at any given point you can turn the directives into money. Well, sorry, at the beginning of your turn, of course, but that ace-up can help you streamline your board state for money. Force connection again. Interesting. Do you take more tags? Yep. Tags are irrelevant when you're just really digging for solutions here. No luck. And they're just holding onto that 1 credit. It's so funny because Iron's investment is basically a corp that should theoretically be, you know, all about money and everything, right? And here we go. Yeah, we have 1 credit in the bank. It's a high-risk investment. It's basically a high-risk deck, sorry, with high-risk plays. So yeah. But the low... I'd rather... Instead of playing high-risk investment as a corp, I'd rather play high account level, maybe? Or no, like large account sum? Large sum on my account, please. The Wayland branch, the subsidiary that just has 50 credits each turn. And you cannot earn or you cannot get more credits, but yeah. Archives, check archives, this could be game. It is not game. There's a second C source in there. Oof. Sanjay is basically saying, listen, all I need is this 1 agenda. I require access to this 1 agenda, please. Okay, here we go. That's a sandstone. That's gonna be pricey. You could just, of course, logic bomb it because the last click. And that's finally the CityWorks project. But woof, what a game. What a game it was. Sanjay, let's see. The deck is amazing. I concur. It has really interesting things in it. Force Connection is definitely also one of my favorite cards. But yeah, favorite cards because look at this. The image is super cool. 500,000% cyberpunk. And yeah. It does cool things. It gives you tags and then you can boom them. Okay. They're remaking the game, so we're going to be jumping into this, dear viewers. And in the meantime, if you want to watch other games as well with commentary from Andre, Okorina Table 1, this is where Andre is, the Metropole Grid. High stakes, high games. We're jumping around here together with my fellow crew. Seeing cool decks in the wild. And look at this. This is going to be the Journalist Security Force, which is basically loads of fun. And the Class Act, which is loads of sitting around on the beach and chilling, I guess, and drawing cards and whatnot. But yeah, Private Security Force, also known as the Journalist Security Force, is, I already mentioned it earlier on, journalists is just saying this is dangerous, other than just running around with a recording device and a microphone. Might as well, you know, get some guns. And yeah, meat damage all over the place. In the meantime, the Class Act is basically Andy coming back from holidays saying, listen, folks, I had my time off in the sun. I want to get back into the game, and I am without compare. I am, however, with computers. So, you know, that's the story here. I don't know who to bet on because the Class Act, as in Andy, I'm going to call her Andy. That's it. That's Andromeda. Everybody knows. So Andromeda, definitely, you know, full of criminal tricks, and this is using salvage memories, so you may notice that there are some really cool cards on the blue side in that deck by Deer here. Other than that, and by the way, 9 cards in hand, 46 cards in the stack. That means that's a big, 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 large stack that you can go through, so definitely fun. And then on the other side, we have this Corp deck, which is meant to kill, let's be honest. There's going to be, oops, sorry for that. There's going to be quite a few things happening here regarding tagging the runner and then just clicking as much as possible for damage. However, quantum predictive model is a point and it goes to the to the runner. Here, Kitty going there. And from what I heard from Deer and the interactions we've had, they're a lovely person, so I wouldn't be surprised that cats are attracted to them. It's like, you know, hey, nice person. So yeah, drug dealer hitting the table as well. Drug dealers are bad. Drugs are bad. Carefully engineered pharmaceuticals, on the other hand, let me tell you, they could be very good for you in many different ways. But you didn't hear that advice from me, so no. Anyway. Here we go with an install on R&D, and Sanjay is saying no more stealing of my stuff because I'm gonna get angry. Server 1. Could be a Rashida. It's probably a Rashida. What else would it be? By the way, Private Security Force, as in Journalist Security Force, is NBN. In case you were wondering about the color of that ID. Good project, but don't tell anybody. I'm going to take those images from the agenda cards and then kind of mock up. Probably somebody already did this, but I'm going to mock up the IDs and maybe we can get them into JNet. I don't know. Like, I don't even know how to do this. I have some ideas, but I'm not really sure. I'll figure it out. Ooh, Sanjay is actually saying, well, oddly enough, we have identical engines. Oh. Comparing engines, are you? But yeah, the drug mirror, indeed. I mean, both sides want to draw, both runners wanted to draw a lot of cards and they were using the drug dealers with some other solutions. or the problem of actually having way too much, but still. Paragon hitting the table and running the archives for that sweet Paragon credit and a draw. So look at the top card of your stack, and then maybe adding it or maybe not adding it. Deer chose not to add the card, so Drug Dealer drawing that card, Classic drawing another card, and then one of the cards going at the bottom. Yeah, this is, and there's a QPM. Okay, is that just a kitty? So it's a kitty for a kitty. Remeowkable play here by Sanjay. And R&D getting either a Mwanza, because we've seen in a chunk of the game that we managed to log into before with Sanjay. Could be a Mwanza, could be a Pricek. And Mwanzas are fun because they give you money and they attract other Priceks, but it's kind of risky. I mean, this is probably the right time to have a Mwanza in there, because probably it's a Data Raven protecting R&D, and if there's another Quantum Predictive, you can score it. There's 15 minutes in this deck as well, I think, right? And Bellonas, if I'm not mistaken, if I remember correctly. Well, we'll see. This game is far from finishing unless Deer can pull off some sort of a miraculous combo move, or Sanjay with 5 credits. Drug Dealer again, and daily casts, so that's a lot of money, and that Aesop's is going to be providing a lot of value. Turning Wheel, the dig is on the horizon, and Sanjay, over to Sanjay with 5 credits only. That deck needs money. That Mwanza on R&D, if it's a Mwanza, definitely could use some visits, but I think Deer is going to just wait for the money to click down and maybe threaten a run, depending, of course, of their hand situation. We'll see. With a Drug Dealer on the board, you definitely want the money up a bit. Running the archives again for that Paragon. You look at the top card of the stack, you can put it to the bottom or not. Deer chooses to do that. Rogue Trading and Citadel Sanctuary, sweet. And if I am not mistaken, although I could be mistaken. Oh no, yeah, never mind. I was like, I don't remember whether there was this phrase, this rule about trashing Rogue Trading when empty, because imagine picking Rogue Trading and then still Ace-upping it, that would be just so good. OP, but good. Yeah, the timer, that's actually a good point. Still around half an hour left in this round, so plenty of time to enjoy these games in this miraculously marvelous, super enjoyable format. Boomerang. Okay, going for HQ. And bravadoing in. And that's a Data Raven saying, you can break me, but take a tag. Which Deer chooses to do, and then quickly just jumps out of there, because a tag is gonna be painful now. But not really, because Citadel Sanctuary, and this is, yeah. That was actually, yeah, that was the right thing to do, right? It's just, I don't want to give you any agendas to score. Instead, you have, in case you have a kitty, and there's a Project Beal. Oh, okay, Project Beal. All right. Sorry, I don't think there's actually Bellonas in this deck. My bet on the previous game that I was looking at with Sanjay's deck was 1-pointers, some 2-pointers, Game Changer, and then the Private Security Force to finish you off. Yeah. Would be super cool if that's the case. That would be my build if the influence matches. Deer does not avoid. Ooh. Because Citadel Sanctuary is gonna save you anyway. Buckhalter. Okay, so all the Data Ravens in this world are a bit less annoying now.
Citadel Sanctuary with Andromeda's one link is basically a free get out of tag jail card, so with the Corp on 3 credits and you on 20 plus, you don't have to worry. But it is Sanjay who has 3 points, then again has very little money, so Mr. Private Security Force, bring me a credit, or even better, 10 of them or something, you know, just like, where's the money? Show me the money, Corp people. Server 1 install, Dear looking up what IP block does, because that is a card, and this is an NBN thing. Daily cast going away for the money, Dear definitely swimming in credits right now, which is good for them. I mean, you know, what is not to like here? Mina, okay, this is starting to look worse and worse for the Corp. Simply because the credit differential is becoming too big and the breakers coming into the game are pure crim. Discounting sentry breaks or making you cost money for code gates that you may have. And Amina is just one of those example of hyperpower cards, expensive as hell, not cheap to use, but very efficient if you think about it. And then you still make the Corp lose money, and Sanjay does not have the money to lose. Trying to shore up the defenses in R&D, but this is not gonna go far because 4 credits. And here we go with the doof, diversion of funds. Ooh-hoo. Oh, what happened here? Whoops. Okay. So there will be an interaction. This is... Maybe this is... Although that's a bit wild. And probably it's better to undo click. Yeah. I was thinking, if there was a rewind, you know, like every step, if there was a rewind fast forward option, like you can go one step back, one step forward in the things that happened. Basically an undo redo. Okay, IP block getting encountered, 1 tag only, so it will actually mess with the runner's plan. Better lose that tag. Then you can run in again. And the Mara. Okay, so that completes the fun parts of this rig, and you are basically ready to run anything and everything, minus some very obnoxious ambushes and traps and whatnot that can might require AI interaction. But hey, well, you have boomerangs for that, maybe. There could be a turtle hiding somewhere in the wings. The world is full of turtles. Okay, getting the money back. And an invisible card. Or sorry, unseen. The card was totally visible, but not seen before. Sanjay is really playing very low credit turns here right now, and there's not much to be had. I mean, okay, maybe the hedge funds are going to help you. We do know that Deer has diversions of fund in this deck, so there probably will be more oppression for the Corp. Okay, let's see what Sanjay can rest for 3 credits. Probably not much. Maybe an IP block, but no tags and the Mara on the table. That means it would be a sad IP block.
Oh, that's Turnpike, which is a sweet little piece of ice. Just tax the runner a bit. And here's a Mwanza, and that's the money that Sanjay needed for a long time. And with the turning wheel, that could be quite the dig as well. I mean, you just add one extra card, but Deer probably won't use that. Or maybe they will, I don't know. Mwanza is 3 extra, so that's 4 already. And, you know, what could possibly go wrong? Rashida out, NGO. Could even trash the Mwanza if you wanted, but okay, well, never mind. Sanjay on 11 credits. This is like a breath of fresh air for the Corp. After many turns of just 3-4 credits max. Now it's actually the time to do something with all the money. Deer, on the other hand, going a bit lower on the money, and there's not much of an econ other than that Aesop on the table and the Desperado. Paragon. Desperado. Old habits die hard. And the drug dealer keeps taking away your money, so, you know. Mathing, one of my many. I'm not gonna say anything about me and mathing because, what can I say? Let's just say that I studied the literary arts at university, so, you know. Speaking of math, you lose 5 credits, I gain 5 credits. Say hello to diversion of funds. This kind of looks like a Star Wars card, right? With the lightning and everything. Could be people breaking into the Death Star for all we know, but that's not really a Stormtrooper. They're a bit too short for that. But anyway, Boomerang, Data Ravening. Oh, there's gonna be... Oh, but okay, then again you have the Citadel, and the Corp is gonna be too poor to do anything anyway, so you're safe. You're definitely one of those players mathing correctly and being 3 steps ahead of the average player like myself, so to their credit, they knew exactly what they were doing. Okay, approaching HQ, no Chrism. This is the doof. 9 credits, removing the tag. Over to Sanjay on 6. Could be a Beetle in silver one? Probably not. And even if, no biggie. Sanjay performing a mandatory draw. Just getting money. Nothing to see in server 1. Oh. Maybe perhaps. But that's one of the things I usually find very problematic in my own games as the Corp. When I'm kind of low on credits, because 6 is not much, I would be like, I don't know what to do, like, I need more money. And I would really freak out and focus on the money side of things, rather than think a bit more strategically and go like, okay, what do I have to do to keep things real here? Oh, there we go. That the Raven. That's probably a QPM in server 1 then, right? Well, the Bravado is definitely going to give quite a bit of money to Deer if they choose to continue. And with 2 credits, there could be an IP block. And this is the fun part, because then IP block... Yeah, this will be a Data Raven IP block play here. Could be also a Turnpike, but that's a bit less painful. Oh, wow, using the No One Home for that tag. Whoa, that is wild. Because that basically invalidates any IP blocks on the way. Sweet. That was a very casual... That was a very casual stroll for that Death Raven, but it was not broken. And Data Raven versus Bughalter is basically 4 credits with a rebound of 2, so you pay 2 credits total. Oh, excuse me, it's 5 credits. No, 4. 3 to pump and 1 to break. Yeah, because there's only one subroutine. I keep forgetting. And then you get 2 credits back. So that's good. Sanjay resing a turnpike. This looks interesting. It's like IP blocks, turnpikes, and data ravens only. So this is gonna tax the runner out. No tags though. So if it's a QPM, it goes to the runner. That's a Bellona. Ooh, just on the money for the Bellona. Big play here, but now. Yeah. And then all of a sudden, because of this, and the combo play with the bravado, Deer is on double-digit credits and Sanjay's on 3 again. So, woof. Big power play on the runner side here. Very well played by Deer. In the meantime, some funny comments from the Discord. Oh, funny. I'm never bringing a deck that relies on viruses to Okorina again. Sandbox distorts the meta a little and encourages the degeneracy. Is anyone... yeah, so there might be some people dropping. So we might have only 6 tables for next round. As this is a fun tournament, and people are supposed to have fun, and if somebody drops for whatever reason, Sanjay is there to even the field out. But that means we will never see the triple price access, unless now. But this is a Stargate, so it doesn't really matter, because you don't access cards, you just C3. Sorry, reveal. Okay, Sanjay trying to do something with 4 credits left in the bank against Deer 16, and this is looking a bit dismal. But you shouldn't give up until you have no other choice. And there's still a lot of choices. There's 19 cards in R&D. Problem being, Deer has turning wheel tokens, so if they set up nicely, they could actually dig for a lot of cards at once and just hunt down the last Bellona, for example, that they need to win this. And chances are it's somewhere there, and there. Here comes the Stargate dig again. So not going for the actual accesses because price tags are a thing in this deck. It's more about looking at 3 cards maximum and then just getting that Bellona and then running archives and paying for it. You get 7 points. There we go. That'll be it. Snare Pricing Bellona. What a spicy access. Or non-access. GG indeed. Deer getting the 7th point. Yeah, an NBN deck. An NBN deck that relies on tagging versus a deck that has kind of built-in tag protection with Citadel Sanctuary and going for the econ. Not an easy order to face. So yeah. Here we go then. We are done with this round, or are we actually still in it? That's a good question. There's still 15 minutes left. Okay, so let's try. I'm just gonna very quickly look at the snakiest of all the websites. Snakiest? It's gonna give you a quick rundown on what's happening so far on Cobra, and we can take a look at let's pay a visit to the one versus Zanzibar on table 4, because we have Andre on table 2, I believe. Hopefully they haven't finished yet. This looks not finished, so there might be some people dropping after this round, just letting you know in case you're wondering what's going to happen with the field. But we'll see. And in case you're watching this for the first time ever, Okorina, fun format, type in Okorina in the chat with an exclamation mark in front to get all the information about it. So the scores are there so far, and here's the game where it's probably over. No, it's very close to over though, because Zanzibar has 6 points, 2 Nisei Mark II counters, and only 2 credits left to their name, so at least there's that, you know, for Neo, but harsh. The good thing is you have all the breakers in the bin. Might as well poke a few places. You have 4 turning wheel counters. You have a Poemu. You have a Patchwork. That's not too bad. The problem is you have 0 cards in your stack. So yeah. Small trouble that you might have. Cortex Lock. You might want to break through this as well. You might want to power through this with your money because it does give you damage, and damage is the one thing you cannot afford. If you steal an Obokata right now, it's probably GG because good luck stealing anything else. Although, again, if it is, for example, 3 Abokatas and 3 Niseis, that's 15 points, and then let's say 3 copies of corporate sales team, you might still hit the Nisei and a corporate sales team and another corporate sales team. Oh no, actually, oh, sorry. No, if you still... there we go. That's... The scenario just unfolds between, right, in front of our very eyes. This might be game. Neo might just say, listen, I don't think I can steal anything else. But then again, it all depends what Zanzibar is going to do. And 2 credits is not a lot. So Neo still has chances, still has options on the table. Running R&D and finding 2 agendas that are not Obokatas could make the deal. But then again, Zanzibar could just say, oh, Nisei Mark II counter, bum, and you're not going anywhere else. So I shouldn't say like I should say bam, because then you're thinking about body parts. You shouldn't be thinking about body parts unless there's meat damage involved. Okay, there we go. That's a no dig. And running archives, and there are 2 face down cards in the archives, and that's probably an Obokata in there. No, just Enigma and an IPO and a CVS, which means money. And Zanzibar definitely can use some money, because life's good when you have credits in this game. That's just a purge, because more money is definitely needed. Zanzibar just waiting to score an Obokata in server 3 then, most likely, quite safely. Neo clicking for credits desperately, not selling anything with that Aesop. Although the daily casts... Oh no, the daily cast is gonna go next turn, right, sorry. A card coming on top of R&D here to protect. And IPO, and okay, but this is still not lost. Those 3 Anansis are intimidating as hell, aren't they? Oof. Not a cheap ice to break. DNA Tracker. Black Orchestra does get a boost in power though, so that's at least good. And Neo has the money to pay through this. So this is the wonderful thing of Cyber Trooper to loot with the bin breakers. because for the rest of the turn they get +2. And this is also amazing because it makes all the runs so much cheaper in all the servers. This is exciting and kind of nerve-wracking because if this is double advance now, could be an Obokata. Most likely is an Obokata, and Neo's probably not going to waste his time on that. Zanzibar quite confidently installing here and just double advancing. 4 credits left in the bank. This is like a 97% Obokata, I would say. Could also be an NGO, although I don't think... could be. No, 2 of them in the bin. Might as well be, but then again... Oh no, 3 of them in the bin. Excuse me. No, this is an Obokata. Checking Discord. Taking a peek at Cobra. Only 2 games running at this point then. This game and Baramu, versus the King on table 2. And you have that on stream provided by Andre. And Concession. Neo just saying, nope, that's not gonna fly. Might as well call it quits. Although, could have just... no, I mean, basically... This is an Obokata, most likely. Players probably on Discord as well communicating, so they just had a quick chat about it, and they were like, okay, no way I can do this. Okay. So let's take a quick peek on table number 2 to join Andre and Sanjay. Oh no, shy Korean girl. Anyway, this game is still on, pretty much, and we have Baramu and the King. And both on 3 points, Baram with 2 fan sites, and that super cool Deus Ex adjusted matrix combo, which is so sweet. 3 Kungamaros, whoa, and here comes the first pinball of the multi-ball series, I guess, but Baram definitely low on money. 3 hyperdrivers burned, wow. It's a lot of clickage, and hyperdrivers with the adjusted matrix. What a cool combo that is as well, huh? Okay, Baram very low on money. The King on 7 credits with a big server 1 that's quite intimidating. On the other hand, we do know that there are multiple copies of the Deus Ex AP Icebreaker. Strength 10. So that Anansi number 1 and number 2, they're kind of breakable. Reverse infection, and that's oppressive, and things happen, as in no cards have been purged, but there's money, so yeah. Sanjay actually was talking about this format's woes, or not woes, this format's domination of Cyberdeck Sandbox, so there will probably, for Okorina 4, be some steps taken to take it down a notch. Right now it has 5 influence, but it probably doesn't even need that. I mean, well, border control is what? 3, and then... what else could there be for 2 influence? Something cute. Raising that Engram flush, making it a bit harder for the runner to get in, but not impossible because the Engram flush is a code gate that 3 cards and the runner's grip. Resource. Now the runner, having heard resource, can decide whether to break or to actually make it happen. But no, 1 click to break 1 subroutine and 1 credit. Yeah, you have to be click rich for this to work, but with Bev, you sometimes might be. Mlinzy! My oh my. It's AP as well, so you could actually trash the whole thing. But no, it just costs you click and 2 credits. That's... I always feel like clicks are very precious because they give you all the options. Sandstone NGO front IPO. Ooh, probably the NGO front, right? Oh no, Sandstone actually, because, okay, it is, yeah. Yeah, because you can keep purging and that, yeah, okay, fair enough. And it doesn't really, well, it's, yeah. Okay, there will be some more money for Baramu because the data dealer can totally forfeit those fan sites for 18 credits in total if that is the way to go here. The king, in the meantime, on 1 credit, not much econ other than purges available. Something single advanced silver 1 and 1 card in hand from the mandatory draw. Life's rough when you're a low credit core, but let's see where we get with this. So this run we had 3 sweeps so far. 4 sweeps, excuse me. And this is an NGO, so the money situation looking way better for the king. There goes the first fan site. Maybe saving the second fan site for that artist colony. Maybe not. We'll see. Stargate so far because what was needed was the money. The clicks are there to use the Deus Ex adjusted matrix combo. That Engram flush is not gonna be fired. I'm guessing it's just gonna be broken. Resource again. Peace in our time and Golo Rozeki. Right on. So Baramu this time just saying, I don't really care about the subroutines. I don't have any resources. There's another Rozeki and a piece in our time. Okay, that's a lot of money. And the Ngolo could be quite something. Although, well, it could make breaking into through that Engram Flush cheaper. Okay, that's an Issei Mark II, which is probably going to go into the runner scoring area as soon as possible. Two points extra in the king now. 2 points behind Baram Wu. But with 13 credits, and that means that the game is still on. There could still be things happening. Server 1 looks very intimidating. But we know that there's an Ngolo in the pipeline for Baram Wu. He has it in his hand. The king on the other hand, holding cards close to his chest. Haven't seen many installs. So there's something cooking, there's something brewing, but well, let's see. Baramu definitely in a good spot here with a lot of options. Basically, the data dealer could turn that onsite into more credits if necessary. But Beth gets a credit there for her ability because the king, Cyberdex Downbox, has enough credits to give the runner an extra credit. A credit just for there being reporters in the field. Those 3 Kungamatos, this is just... Kungamato and the E3 feedback implants, another beautiful combo. Loving this so much. But the Kungamatos are being saved for something else. I mean, there's, you know, there's always a run on server 1 if necessary. And they're just basically, the pterodactyls are kept as a deterrent. A winged terror. The Kungamato dives from above, rending its prey in one ferocious bite. Sorry, winged, not winged. Winged is a very kind of a old English way of saying it. Hey there, Flangust. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for joining. Hope you're doing fine. And in case you're wondering, this is round 3 of Okorina 3, part 2. And we're getting close to the end of this. This is the last game of the round. And a lot of cool games today in this. Oh, actually, we just reached time. Or are we on the extension? Oh no, there's, excuse me, there's 5 minutes on the extension. Excuse me, yeah. So 5 minutes left in this game. 5-minute warning, probably. The king going for it with a server 1. Install double advance. Could be an NGO. Baramu now thinking, because yeah, 9 credits left in the bank. Those Kungamatos can basically make those Anansis breakable for 2 credits. Sorry, 4 credits. So you can break for 2 Kungamatos and 4 credits. You get through that, but they're just border controls. And the king could have 2 border controls in there. And the king making a strong statement here, like, this could be an Obokata, which puts me on 6 points. What are you going to do about it with your 5 points? Could be a TFP that you could steal, but well, yeah, it's all about now the calculations and the ins and the outs and the ways in the server and the possible outcomes, and maybe it's actually time to poke HQ or maybe not. Oh, here we go. That's the most exciting part of this match right now, I guess. The moment you've all been waiting for. 3 Anansis. It's like a circus trick. Oh, sorry, 2 Anansis, but I think there's a third one there. Okay, so Kungamato and the E3 feedback implants for 2 credits. That's the first Anansi. Not bypassed, just broken. Sweet. We keep going on now. Approaching border control. Can be broken with another Kungamato. And you could theoretically leave the money for the court, but no, you don't want that. Here we go. The king on 11 credits. Will this be a res? There's a double advance server 1 card, which may or may not be an Obokata. Or an NGO. Or a TFP, the future perfect. Or anything else for that matter, which accepts advancement counters. The king having a think here, because 11 credits, this could be an Anansi. Or another border control. Although, no, wait a second, border control is 3. No, so this cannot be a border control because the Cyberdex sandbox can only have 5 influence points. So I'm thinking it could be an Anansi. Anything else is not really worth considering, right? I mean, could still be something, could be another Mlinzi, for example, and this is sweet too. But Mlinzi can just pay for, no, that's a Susanoo. Oh! Bingo, indeed. That's a Susanoo no Mikoto for hefty 9 credits. Totally worth it, though. This is a click. Ah, that's the problem with the DSX. This is just a click. Or you can do the Kungamato. And then you just use a click and 2 credits. Okay, this is... The braking engine here on Baramu's side is just so powerful. It does require you to pay with clicks, and certain HB decks or HB sysops would be very happy about this. But you can just get in there. And if this is an Obokata, Oh, that's a border control? Okay. Not getting in. And yeah, now, yeah, that's... You cannot be running the archives. Oh, no, you totally can. Sorry, excuse me. I thought there's a CVS and there's none. Point being, you cannot give the corp extra money. Because if this is an Obokata, they're gonna... Triple advance. Okay, there we go. That's the data dealer just saying, no, fan site, selling this. Give me the data and... Or the data, whichever way you want to pronounce it. And... I think we're going back in, right? Although there are no clicks left, so... And the Kugamados are gone as well. Time in the round. Okay, so whatever Baramu does... Okay, that's a sure gamble. Okay, so this is just Baramu saying, listen, you cannot score this, right? Please tell me you cannot score this. And now imagine that the king has a subliminal. Imagine that the king has a subliminal. And... Or that's an Issei as well, possibly. But imagine the king has a subliminal, plays a subliminal, and then scores an Obokata for that one extra credit. Are there subliminals in this deck? I'm not so sure. But they're legal for this. Could be just an NGO. Well, it's all in the cards for the king right now to decide what he wants to do. And do remember that the king is playing with an oracle, so there's a bit of extra time for both them and for their opponent as well to get through this game. So 5 minutes extra. And all the games against Jinteki are because Cerebral, what am I saying even? Cyberdeck Sandbox is a Jinteki ID in this format. Are going down to the wire here because this is you know, the fear of the red cards on the corp side. And also, we may have some JNet glitches, just saying. So how is everybody doing before round 4, by the way? This is round 3 finishing right now with this game. Are you ready for 1 more hour, more or less, of quality, fun net running? I hope you are. Okay, so the king just not finding the outs here to make the score. And let's rest this all. And... Oh, okay, we don't see what's in server 1, so... I don't know why I don't see the server 1 card. But yeah, that's an Obokata. Oh, 1 credit short, no subliminal. If that was a subliminal in the king's hand, would be so cool. So runner split on table... Was it 1? 2? For the king! Indeed, for the king! 2 great players meeting there. Awesomeness all over the place. And now, after the score, round 4 is already paired. We're not slowing down, but I want to show you the scores because, you know, the top players in today's Okorina will be working on Okorina next. Okorina cherry flavor. So we have Sok on 15, Zanzibar on 12, the King on 12, Aruzan on 12, and Bahram on 10. And then the field is still open for Analyze Clears and Osclet and test running and meeting adjourned. So woof, a lot of potential people to decide what is going to be happening with the format for the next edition. What cool games were these? We're gonna be going into round 4. People joining the tables. I believe we may have only 6 pairings. I should probably switch the Cobra tab just to... Oh no, 7 tables still on. Nobody dropping then. We have cool matchups again. Let's take a look at this. I mean, what should we watch? Any tips? Any picks? Any wishes? I'm kind of thinking of Zanzibar versus the King, but then there's Oscar versus Baramu, which would be also cool. We haven't seen the cleaners yet in the game. I think it's going to be Oscar versus Baramu. Table 3. shout in the chat if you think there's a matchup, a different matchup that you want to watch. But I feel strongly that table 3 could be fun. Okay, yeah, ready to go on table 3, excuse me. We're gonna see Osklet, who is Sanjay's meta buddy, and they do play a lot of Netrunner in real life. And Baramu, who is basically probably one of the most creative deck builders out there, because if I remember correctly, right, there was this situation about one of the formats, and I don't remember if it was Okorina or if it was Throwback. But Baramu just dropped a ton of decks. Let me just see. Yeah, Throwback. An exploration of the Throwback format. If you look for that exploration of Throwback format, basically Baramu dropped a ton of decks that helped a lot of people just explore potential options in this format, which was put together by none other than Whiteblade 111 or any other bunch of numbers. Anyway, we have a game of Beth Kilrain Chang versus the Advanced Concept Hopper. So the car is armed. Actually, not armed, is just very proficient at making money or drawing cards. And this is the 4th round of Okorina, and I hope this is going to be quite fun. What could those... Oh yeah, Wanzas again. Okay, what are we going... Yeah, oh, exactly. Like, what's gonna happen here? Might as well, I mean, 4 cards. Could be... potentially... Yeah, well, pays off for you as well, especially if you access stuff. I was just gonna casually get rid of that Jinja. Indeed, I mean, let's see if I let's see what's gonna happen here. Could be a very fast game, to be honest. NGO front, okay, fair enough. It's a good trash, but 5 credits left. Oh, snare. Now, if there's a second snare in there, fortunately the corp cannot pay for it. But snares are not the only type of traps in this. And here comes Master City Grid, giving you 10 credits. And trashing Boomerang, Hunting Grounds, and Fansite is gonna hurt. Baram drawing up very quickly and probably losing that tag because you don't wanna. Oh no! Okay, just going for the money. There's no chance you have influence free for Scorch, right? This is this ID, which of course doesn't have the influence. Did you want to D-tag instead? Well, this is just like fine if you want to do. Okay, casual tournament and people being nice. And me just checking very quickly what are the stats for the Hopper again, because the Hopper is running on 15 influence. So yeah, chances are. And Baramu shall live. One more round. Drawing up. losing that tag just in case, because now you start installing, fan sites, which will be useful for you if you want to get more money. And one fan site already in the bin, unfortunately, because of that snare, which snarily, verily snatched your cards from your hand and gave you a tag. So, Double Advanced Server 1 could be an NGO. Is of course an NGO. Why wouldn't it be an NGO? Because it could be an agenda. If I remember correctly, Oscar is running Ikawa projects and Vacherons with 2 tiny Hyperloops. Hyperloop extension. So that's basically the 20 points in that deck. So Ikawa cost you money and clicks to steal. Vacherons cost you waiting time to survive. The punishment in this deck is basically punitives, I think, and some other stuff, but I think mostly punitives. Hyperloop is the point that Oscar needs to win if she wants to score 2 3-pointers, which probably will be happening on server 1 fairly soon, because Stargate hits the table right now, and Baramu is saying, okay, I don't care about that Mwanza. I'm not going to access it even. You're not going to get any extra money. I will not eat any extra snares. I'm fine. But I want to find your tasty cards and trash them. Surveyor probably going away. I wouldn't care about anything else here. And Surveyor could be a problem. Although it's only... I don't know. For the combo we've seen from Baramu's runner deck. Now, Rashida. That's actually a good pick as well. But server 1 seems to be busy. I would have probably gone for a Surveyor myself. Because Oscar will have the money to install the Surveyor. And basically make server 1 a bit trickier. Then again... Okay, double advanced server 1 and getting a hedge fund in the game, moneying up. That's probably an Ikawa or a Vacheron. Baram definitely needs to money up, which the Peace in Our Time might be providing a good start for. But yeah, there needs to be more tools. The E3 feedback implants on their own are not gonna break through much. Okay, self-modifying, that's gonna be probably turning into that DSX. Question is the combo ready on the runner's side, while the Corp casually goes down to 19 credits and scores an Ikawa project for the 4th point. So, scoring window definitely well used. And now Stargate looking for answers, looking for agendas, looking for things to trash. That's a Vacheron. You probably want to trash the Vacheron. But we see a Counter-Strike, and that's quite interesting. Yeah, Project Vacheron going into the bin. Do you steal it, though? That's the question. Theoretically, you should. On the other hand, there's a Counter-Strike, punitive Counter-Strike in the bin. Could be another one in hand. You do have the credits to survive. Well, okay, he's going for it. Okay, so Baramu going for it. Doing all the Mafi maps. That's a Vacheron, which is worth absolutely nothing right now. Oh, no, actually, sorry, no. From the archives, it is totally worth points. Yes, excusez-moi, I forgot. Except archives. Yeah, so that's 3 points. Leveling the playing field a bit. And drawing extra cards just to probably money up. Oh. Okay. I don't know. 7 cards in hand. What could you be playing now? That's an Akamatsu. Okay. Osklet getting the extra card, which we know for a fact to be... I wish I remembered everything, but that's a Fairchild. Unless something else happened, but no. There is a punitive underneath, but Baram is sitting on 14 credits, so... A single punitive is not going to do anything. A double punitive with enough money is death. Unless there's some options on the table for the runner here. No, we'll just go for protection. Extra protection. So there's probably a Surveyor somewhere in there. And a Fairchild. Okay, server 1. Oh, ooh. I'm making all sorts of interesting sounds here, but... So there's an upgrade in there and something else. Now, are there Mwanzas? Like, you cannot install Mwanzas on remotes. But there's probably a Mwanza on HQ, although that would be quite wild. But hey, why not? Snares and whatnot. This is cool. This is a super cool game. Into the Groove. I'm sorry, In the Groove. I was quoting Madonna. Whenever you install a card with a printed cost of 1 or greater, draw one card. This is perfect, and you can hyperdrive the hell out of this, but you can just only install 1 card as well. So that In the Groove, not really powering the game up too much. On the other hand, it's good enough to play 2 short gambles and go to 20 credits. And with that extra click from Beth, yeah, that's exactly what happened here. Like Baram saying, didn't find much good. Yeah, like all that digging in your own stack. Worst In the Groove for today. Yeah, it has to happen one time for one game, and this was it. Try again next. Encouraging words from Oscliff. And server 1. Server 1 for the win? Or is that hyperdriver going to blow through the roof? Indeed, for 7 clicks, 8 clicks with that Beth. And what we need now is an APOC, but there is no APOC in this deck from what I understand. So In the Groove again. Ngolo, which is giving you a draw. Or a credit, depending on your pick. Kungamato, which is giving you a draw or a credit again. And we're going into server 1, unless we're not. But this looks safe enough. With Kungamato and the E3 feedback Mplex and the Ngolo, unless there are some shenanigans in server 1 in the upgrade section of things, you might be quite safely in. Oscar choosing to draw, and Mason Bellamy, and here we go. Here is a Fairchild, which can be easily broken because it's a code gate, and you have a Kungamato, what am I talking about? Ngolo, which is making it fairly cheap. But you can lose a click, and if you lose a click, you will still have enough to steal an Ikawa, I guess? Gatekeeper. Sweet little card. Very cool. Banana who? Banana you. But anyway, I can clearly see Baramu getting into that server and snatching that potentially Ikawa. Okay, going for the Kungamato E3 combo. Getting in. That's an NG. Ooh, Ruse Cruise. Sweet. And Mason joins the NGO in the bin. That was a really cool play. Baram down on the credits. That hyperdriver was used very efficiently, but for no actual cool gain. And here comes the data dealer. Yeah, we know for a fact that that fan site is going to go away for some money next turn. Most likely. That was a really cool play. And Oscar just saying, okay, yeah, I have 10 credits. Come in. I have 15 credits. Do come in, even with your extra clicks. Oof, decent hour time. The data dealer not being used for that fan site just yet. Okay, we're gonna recover something. That's the Mason going back to server 1, most likely, because what else could it be, right? Oof, Oscar creating quite an impenetrable, or, well, quite a taxing server here in server 1. Oof. Yeah, I don't know, I mean... What are the odds? You only ate 1 snare, right? Would you just go for... Mwanza City Grid Super Dig for the extra cards in this situation? 25 cards. You could poke HQ maybe, but I don't know. kind of feel like going for R&D is not a bad idea at this point, and the Mwanza could actually be playing against the Corp. What's your call? Dig through the Mwanza or set up for a server 1 run and burn through your resources? Oh, here we go. Here's the combo. Now DSX becomes an AI that can click to break a subroutine with the E3 feedback implants. I can tell you how much of an issue Mason is to me. Yep, this is... It's the perfect silver bullet against this. It's like, yeah. Oh, bummer. This could be an NGO. And pre-resing, just to make a point like, yeah, remember. 14 credits, perfect. Because guess what? 14 credits and the pre-res was there just to make sure that Beth doesn't get a click. I think I should have just charged in there last turn. Well, yeah, that's potentially an option, but now it's a bit too late for that. Hindsight and whatnot. I would just go for the Mwanza dig here because, you know, at this point you really don't care if server 1 is an agenda or not, because there's very little chances of you getting in there. I mean, you have, okay, Ngolo can take care of this, Ngolo can take care of this. The two first pieces of ice could be... who the hell plays Ikawan at it? People who play HB, my friend. Okay, here we go. That's a star... Ooh, Stargate. I don't know. I would just go for the Mwanza extra dig. It's for... and you see 3 cards and you don't access, which is fair enough. I guess you could go for Mwanza as the second thing. Oof! Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Ha 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 ha! Well... that vanilla. Okay, you're painting it, but you can only paint it once. If that's the second vanilla, I'm just going to laugh, but no. Oh no, that's a proper badass surveyor, and now you're in trouble. I mean, no, you can actually... Okay, you can actually break it with DSX, but... Clicks, those clicks. Only one click, but still. The good thing is, with Stargate, you can still decide what you want to do after you pass the surveyor. So you could theoretically just say, okay, screw the Stargate run. I'm actually going to go for the Mwanza expanded access. No, that's Stargate Hyper. Oh, that's not what you want to see. I mean, might as well trash the Hyperloop, but... And the sad bit is you're not getting back in. You're already using Golo to paint. No, okay, you could still get in. No, actually you can't. No, sorry. Nope. Is this AP? No, it's not. So DSX does nothing. You're not getting in, are you? Am I missing something? I mean, you could just potentially ask the Corp to run the Surveyor for Strength 4 Trace. Because you have no clicks left. So, futile and... Well, yeah, that is true, but you're just going for the Mwanza. Come on, Mwanza. 2, 3 pointers. Oh yeah, that's actually very, very true. Yeah, this was the Corp just flexing, saying you might as well, but 2 tags on Baramu and then going for that super dig. Pretty sure it's full of agendas. No, probably not. That's a hyperloop. Ah, GG then. GG. So triple advance and win on server 1. "12 turns, 20 minutes. We're gonna see the reverse of this game right afterwards. It was quite exciting. Baramu really without... no, really cool tools, but the thing is, when you use clicks... yeah, need deck, sorry, that accidentally had a counter to it. Indeed, like that Mason Bellamy. Painful. Okay, let's see when they remake the table. In the meantime, there's also Jankuary happening. Whatever that is. Congratulations to everybody playing in Jankuary. Okay, table 3, table 3, table 3. Please remake. I have no idea what Jankuary is. Sounds fun, by the way. Yep. Looking forward to the stream about Jank coming from the pad tap. Was it the pad? No, was it the pad? The pad. I don't remember what was the name of the video cast, but it's gonna happen soon, I hope. Or it already happened? Well, anyway. Table 3. Where are you, folks? For Baramu, it doesn't even have a number, but that doesn't matter because we're gonna see the cleaners in action. Will they clean? Will Page Piper do something cool? The first time you install a card each turn, including Page Piper, you may search your stack for any number of copies of that card and add them to your heap. To your heap, shuffle your stack. What is gonna be the story here? Good luck to both of the lovely people at this table. And... let's see if the cleaners can clean Page Piper's desktop. Although her desk looks fairly clean, so there's not much to clean there. We're going for, like, you know, it's just... Okay, there's gonna be an undo because there have been some clicks made, whatnot. The cleaners, in the meantime, let me just look up their stats for your pleasure. The cleaners are 45-15. Nothing unusual, they just meat damage you more. And Page Piper is an Anarch with 45-17 because her ability is a bit unusual indeed. Like, putting things in the heap, I mean, of course, you can just pin your deck out, which is really cool. But it is a bit dangerous, so there's 17 influence on that Anarch, in this case ID, to just, you know, make your risky anarchistic approaches to thinning your deck out a bit more worth it in a way. It's kind of like Max, but a bit different, right? Again, you can install the Earthrise Hotel, but do you want to bin the other two? Probably not. Binning the bin breakers is cool because you can do all kinds of shenanigans. Interesting thing is, you don't trash them. You add them to your heap. Okay, here we go. The cleaner's just saying, listen, meat damage is the order here. It's raining. We're hiding corpses in holes in, you know, in some outskirts where there's still actual soil where you can dig. And yeah. This will be a hefty 6 meat damage plus 1, so 7 meat damage, because why not? So unless you have cards, this is my agenda. And let's be honest, would you like to pay 7 cards to seal an agenda? Nah. Like, there's, you know, additional agenda costs are cool and everything, but 7 cards for unless it's the winning one. Okay, but honestly, if it's not the winning one, I don't know. Chat folks, would you pay 7 cards for a non-winning agenda? So that's a score on Baram's side and 3 points for Wayland. And not slowing down, Oaktown Renovation hitting the table. That's a bit dodgy though, because there's an Ngolo on the table and a lot of money. I don't think that Oaktown's staying in the corp, on the corp side of things. Like, nope. Still a solid 40 minutes in this round, so depending on this game going, and for now it looks like Osklet may have a very tough challenge here, although we'll see. I mean, that Oaktown it's not staying there. I'm pretty sure it's just that's a boo, but well, you can boo all you want. But the Citadel Sanctuary is gonna be saving bacons today. Here we go. Engoloing through that sandstone. Snatching the agenda. Which probably means, I mean, Baram was low on money. Now is not richer much. But if you're pushing this hard, chances are you're sitting on some agendas, right? I think there's gonna be a poke into HQ right now. Also because stealing the CityWorks projects while they're not installed is actually not a bad idea. So sure gamble, Osklet on 13 credits, and here we go with the medium. It's a slot machine, revealing cards, and then potentially, based on 2 resources, that's basically losing 3 credits if the runner lets it fire, and... oh, sorry. The arrow got in the way, so never mind. It got broken, and there's a first counter on medium. Doing nothing just yet, but the next axe is going to be 1 extra card. Baramu responding with an install. Could be another slot machine, right? Could be a sandstone. Could be something costing 3. Turning wolf. Talk about multi-axes, huh? The not too big, not too small, medium-sized turning wheel. And data sucker just to make it cheaper to run things. Here comes another code gate. Engram flush. Everything within Ngolo's reach with that kind of money. And I think this is a good poke. Thins out the bank account a lot. Liberty account, double, and parasite. Ooh, nice. Encountering a sandstone. Okay. A lot of ice costing 3. Is there some sort of a... is there a card I don't remember that does things with ice that costs 3? Other than the cool fact that you can actually go from 0 to 3 credits in 1 turn as the corp in a sad way, but still possible, totally legal, which allows you to rest things. Okay, here we go. Liberated account number 2. The heap is getting filled with goodness. Oh, that's actually liberated account number 3. Excuse me, 1 was lost, right? I remember correctly. 19 cards left in the stack, but this is not Jinteki, so you don't have to worry about running into some wild shenanigans with the agendas. You do have to pay the iron tax, you do have to pay the damage tax for any CityWorks project that gets installed and advanced. More! Say no more, as some people would say. There's gonna be some HQ aggression happening fairly soon, I think. Passive aggression, of course, because Maw is just... yeah. So basically rocking R&D and mowing into archives what you don't access. But then again, Engram Flush is not really stopping you much from getting into HQ. Baramu on a timer here. Those 13 credits are nice, but they have to be put into good use. Otherwise, there's gonna be a bit of damage or access or both. So let's see. What can Osklet find in there? That Engolo is just brutal here right now. Too many code gates for their own good. Audacity. Crashing a random card, which could have been the Audacity or something else. Okay, well, money in the bank, again, good, but you should start going with those agendas, because that runner is not gonna keep waiting for long. Here we go. This is gonna be 2 cards with medium if the access is there. And yeah, this is another piece of ice that costs 3. I sense a certain theme here. And that medium is such a beautiful card in all the different ways. It won so many tournaments for so many people. Disgusting. Beautiful art as well. Adam Doyle delivering the goods. You can buy this as a playmat, right? Right now. Adam was putting them up, putting his art up online, and there were some playmats, and medium is just so good. Turning wheel, maw, another medium counter. Fun times. Purging is not a bad idea here. But then again, Baramu knows what he's going for. I hope. Oh, and reverse infection here would be so sweet. Because you remove 6 counters, 6 virus counters, and then you can trash some cards from the stack. And Osklet is going low on the stack, but then again, you want to steal agendas that don't do bad things to you. And this Wayland, so far, other than the CityWorks project, doesn't seem to have anything spiky. So we're looking at a relatively safe future for a runner, unless you do something scary and you don't have money. And then again, who knows? Oh, finally, border control, by the way, costs 4. And I forgot to mention that Angron Flesh is 2, so... But 3 is a good number for reses, right? Spend 3 credits on a res, it's like, yeah, I mean, you know, everybody has this. Unless you really went for broke or the runner broke you with diversion of funds or anything like that. Border control, ending the run. 2 clicks left, 3 credits left. If you encounter that sandstone, it's gonna go... Well, I mean, it's totally breakable. You have a virus. Yeah, you could still get in there. Question is, do you want to? Yep. Osklet's saying, I totally want to go in there. Strength 3, which is within 2 credits, or you can still use a data sucker, which is what happens, and you can just break it for 1. Getting in there and snatching a Cyberdeck Sandbox. That's points. And Lacosta, which you probably trash. Actually, you don't. That's Cyberdecks. That would be a biggie. Like, seriously. Then again, this is a scoring window. And if Baramu draws into an agenda, chances are you go for the same thing again. Then again, Osklet doesn't really care because there's daily casts on the table giving some money. And if you just have to run through on 0 credits through slot machines, you don't really care. Daily cast, Carifer, Stim Hack. Oh, Stim. Ooh, that's Stim Hack. That Stim Hack could be game. In the right moment, in the right hands. That Lacosta not doing much, digging through R&D. Not finding anything. Second counter on the turning wheel. That could mean a poke in HQ for 2 cards next turn. And then still Maw, for example. Punitive! Okay, this is looking good. Is this a double punitive win? No, not really, because there were only 2 points stolen. So what is the play here? Triple punitive? No. Archive Memories, double punitive, okay, but that's only 4 cards, right? I mean, that's still powerful. Oof, gotta force it. Yeah, I mean, that's... Oh, yeah, right, sorry, there's extra damage, right. Indeed. I forgot.
I forgot. Wow, what a... Ah, this is brilliant. This could have been game because, yeah, of course. The cleaners give you one... Double punitive is... Oof, so all the 2 pointers. This is brilliant. Now I saw the kill here, and... What a nice little piece of meanness. I'm loving this. The cleaners, yeah, this is what this custom format is all about. Suddenly, punitives on 2 pointers become 3 points of damage, and then only Citadel Sanctuary can save your bacon. And this is dig for a lot of cards. Lag. Indeed, let's see what happens here. Not much happening in those interactions. And that's game! Osklit here playing brilliantly. Surviving through the things and weaving through a lot of potential damage. Very good game here between those two players. Great to see those really cool decks happening here. And off we go. I guess we could be going. Table 2 is finished. Table 1 is full of people. Sokka and Aruzan duking it out there. But we're gonna go table... 4? Did we go table 4? I don't want to cross streams with Andre. He's doing a great job there. So let's go table 4. Unless table 2 is being remade. But I don't think so. Let's take I'm gonna very, very quickly refresh Cobra and see what the snake says. No, table 2 finished with a split, runner split. Table 7 finished with a runner split. So we basically have, well, table 3 we just saw finishing, so table 4. Meeting adjourned and test running. People we have seen earlier today on the stream as well. Let me just scroll the scrollables, and there's a ton of action here. What's going... Whoa, okay. This is what happens when you have 3 Gingers. Actually, what happened with HQ? But look at this. Ginger. Yeah, 2 Strength 10 Surveyors. GG. But on the other hand, the Corp is on an absolute timer here because... Oh, that's game. Never mind. Whoa, what a win! I just dialed in for a game changer win. Shenanigans! Whoa, but I mean, okay, I cannot really close this window, but I mean, well, I mean, doesn't really... Whoa. Okay, they're still gonna play another game, which is cool. So this running versus... But look at this! This board state is bananas bonkers good! Look at all the stuff on the Shaper side. Woman in red dress with all the cool toys. And there's just Gingers building terrible servers. Indexing plus Kushik. Ooh. Wow. That was very close to game for both sides. And look at that. This agenda suite. And it's like 4 agenda points. Yeah, you stole 4 agendas, but that's only 4 points. Duh. For now. And then the game changer for the win. That Vacheron. Brutal. No clot in here. Okay, well, let's hop over to table 4, the rematch. Huh? Shall we? Hey there, Baramu. These were amazing games. Thank you so much for agreeing to be streamed. And what games they were, right? This was exciting. Okay, let's take a look here. We have Transport Monopoly versus a Stim Dealer. And we've seen that Stim Dealer before in action. There is a rebirth there just to make sure that you don't get too much of the brain damage. There's also a brain cage if I remember correctly. So yeah, those counters keep piling up here. Hey there, Dunch! Thank you for joining the stream. Yeah, Woman in Red Dress against Ginger. That game looked... I'm sad I only got to see the last clicks of it, but it looked wild. We have a medium run. Medium... On an open R&D. Yeah, that's test running going, indeed. And there we go. Transport. Oh, this is so sad.
I mean, sad. Well, it is what happens. R&D just spitting out an agenda. And there's going to be digging. But hopefully you don't get to see too many agendas. 2 credits left, though. And you just scored a 2-pointer. And a Paladin Poem move hitting the table. Okay, that's a Rashida. This could be over fast. I mean, what are the odds you dig in for 2 punitives? Does this deck actually even run punitives? I don't even know. I don't really remember this deck other than seeing it a bit on stream. But we did watch test running in the whole game, so my memory just got wiped. Dunge waiting patiently for Lockdown 11? Me too. Now, I should be posting some updates soon about it because I still have to open the registration. So feel free to keep testing your decks and whatnot, but registration is going to go up soon because I want to actually make it a bit meatier, the registration, allow people to vote on certain things and take off a lot of effort from other people's hands. So that you don't have to worry too much about stuff. Silver 1 getting a triple advance, and that's an Atlas. So it's 2-2. The game's open, both sides. Miss Bones getting heaped there, but fair enough. I mean, she's probably not going to be too useful in this. 1 brain damage already from the Stim dealer, and those clicks turning into credits, that's not bad, but, you know, brain damage for money? I don't know. I'd rather take money over brain damage. Here comes the Oaktown and a single advance, and this is just saying, yeah, I know, medium, whatever, but I want some money and I want to score some agendas to push and forge ahead. And that Oaktown, lovely agenda. Probably one of the defining Wayland agendas at a certain time in the game, and still very good. I mean, look at this. Value Town all the way. Why is nobody playing Oaktown in Lockdown? Anyway, IP block, which does not much. I don't see any tags, so you can just race through it. Corp could try to force the tag to give it to you, but nah. Cyberdeck Sandbox, that's... Ooh! Schmoly. This is gonna be a fast game here. Like, both players are just going for it, and yeah. Maybe with all the money cards gone, someone will. Yeah, I mean, that was the idea behind taking away all the money cards. It's like, yeah, now we have to find some money cards. It's going to be the poorest lockdown ever, but I just wanted to start season... I wanted to start season 2 with a bang, and it's definitely a bang. I just looked at different bans from before. I was like, you know what? Let's just go wild with this and just ban the hell out of this. Rashida in server 1. 3 cards, 3 credits, and a mandatory draw. And an install, and an advance. This is just... Bam! More money. Game point for test running. Meeting adjourned. Probably further away from the game point. Also, were there any 3-pointers in this deck? I doubt that. So you have to probably steal 2 agendas at least. I would believe that's going to be the case, right? I mean... What could possibly go wrong with stealing 2 agendas here? There's 29 cards in R&D, 5 cards in a corpse, and here we go with the Wanton. Destroy the Wantons. And there are 2 cards face down already in the archives, which means we might see... Oh, that's a Liberator. Ooh. What is going on here? That was the... Okay, that was the... Street Peddler install, fair enough. It's kind of funny to have Wanton Destruction which relies on clicks and click economy, but of course, I mean, you have to get the money from somewhere. Question is, how many wantonly destroyed cards are we going to see from the Stim dealer now? This is the question. Will it be 4? Will it be a hand wipe almost? Or will it be... Baramu saying, it's fine, I'll be windfalling and guinea pigging my way to riches. Okay, well, good luck with that. Looking forward to that game. I came up with some decks just to kind of experiment with the terrible monstrosity that I actually inflicted upon all the people who want to play Lockdown 11. And there are some cool decks, you know, trust me, like you can play some cool decks. Yeah, they're gonna be very unusual and maybe not the box standard economy going on there, but yeah, you can have fun. Degenerate fun, but still 6 cards in the archives and 1 agenda. Game point, both sides. And they've had worse on the runner side, apparently. Here we go, Rebirth, saving yourself from that brain damage because you don't want it. Quetzal, sweet. Oh no, actually, sorry, it's human first. Indeed, sorry, you have to rebirth into somebody. So human first it is again. Whenever an agenda scores someone, gain credits. Yeah, so this is just a money-making thing. And is this actually a good pick here, though? I mean, it's probably the other only. I'm just gonna analyze this. You can only rebirth in Okorina in another. You could have Bagat, which is probably a cool thing. Yarognev Mercs, which. Nah, I mean, not too bad. But what else? The Archivist? Not really, maybe? Raymond Flint? No, they're the neutrals. I mean, you can still rebirth into them. Or actually, can you? No, you can't. I think they're Anarchs here. Okay. I don't know. I would go for Bagat. I don't know. Like, well, I mean, then again, I don't know. Maybe Human First is the ticket here, but for some reason, I just think an agenda scored or stolen, I mean, gives you some money, but you're both on game point. Hard picks here for, you know, the strat on capitalizing on that ID in particular. You could have rebirth into Bagat, which seems really good. Right? Yeah, exactly. Bagat would be my pick as well here. Then again, what do I know? Going for the IP block. Swimming through it on that paperclip. And that's game. Hostile takeover. Okay, so basically that's it. And you still get a credit for that. GG. Oh, boy. Oh. Yeah, this seems like... Again, Audacity was coming. GG. Oof, yeah. This was a close game. And by let's just wave all the scary cards at us right now and just oof. Okay, both players, well, GG'd this. Table 1's still going strong. Table 6. Shall we cross the streams? Okay, this is the last round anyway. How much time is there left in the round? Not much, I believe. Yeah, 18 minutes. You know what? Let's give those lovely folks on table 6 a round of applause and go there. They're still at it, and then we're gonna jump into table 1 to just see the final 2 clicks, right? In the meantime, we're sweeping the... Oh, look at this. Neo stealing the hard agendas the hard way, but still maintaining a good board state, so... Must have been sneaky steals, right? And there's an Archer rest here. Ooh. Funky Town all over the way. And yeah, and this is Deer playing, and they have a deck that is meant to do things. But with 6 points on the runner side, I don't know if there's enough time to do things, especially since this is Neo's deck, if I remember correctly, capitalizing from basically that Cyber Trooper to loot, powering the bin breakers, and there were ASAPs in here or not really? I don't even remember anymore, but that's not really that important. And you have Bagat here, which is a big baddie and just trashing your R&D cards just because he can. They don't want to listen, so we'll just have to crank up the volume. Rah! This is like the antidote to sports metal being very loud. They want it even more. I would like to meet Bagat in a dark alley. Probably be very loud. In a club, though, could be probably a very good DJ. Imagine reimagining the world of Netrunner, or the struggle in the world of Netrunner, as some sort of DJ battle. It's kind of like Scott Pilgrim versus the World. Like, you know, you have the corpse on one side just producing this very kind of machine-made pop, and, you know, all the artists are clones, and all the music is made by robots or bioroids. Kinda. And it's it's streamed into your brain by NBN, and then Wayland makes a lot of money on it and whatever, and they control all the venues. And then on the other side, you have those spunky DJs and kind of party organizers and rave organizers who are trying to make parties happen. And then there's 3 types of music you can play, and 3 types of... I already spoke at some point about reimagining Netrunner as a game about food and restaurants. And reimagining it as a music industry would be kind of interesting too. Probably a bit scary. Oh, sorry, I should scroll this. Duh. Dear, not doing anything with this, and the turning wheel gets a counter, but there's no points in there, so Neo is gonna try again. Maybe for 2 cards this time? Nope. Just getting those counters. So these are safe rounds for the counters. And will there be a poke in... No. Is this gonna be a dig now? Probably not. Oh yes, here comes the dig. Having seen this card several times, going to see extra cards, and yes, that's game. Okay, that was just smelling the 1 pointer there, like, oh, it's there. Poof, there we go. So that was turn 14, 19 minutes, close and tense indeed. I mean, we've only seen a bit of it, but good games here. Let's go to table 1, which has all the spectators. Hello. 5 bazillion spectators. And this is the game to end all the games, I believe. And again, just checking on Cobra. Maybe I'm missing something, but no. Table 6 is probably getting reported. This is the final game. The winner takes it. Well, actually, there's not much to be taken. I mean, well. Arizona and Sokka, which kind of makes me think of the previous Okorina as well. Those names. Well, anyway. Whatever happens... Actually, no. Wait. Did Zanzibar sweep? Nope. Osklit swept, though. So, Osklit is not in a position to be first. Well, Sokka probably... I don't know what the score in the first game was. But Sokka probably taking the first spot in this edition of Okorina 3 Part 2. We'll see. And both players good with this format. They know what they're doing. Actually, I don't think I've spectated a single Sokka game here. Or did I? I don't know. I think I was avoiding Sokka like the fire. No, I mean, basically was playing on the top tables and Andre was streaming those. So in case you missed any games watching my stream, and Andre was on it, they're going to be online as well. So do visit the Metropole grid for the archives and or the live streams, because Andre's doing a hell of a job there, just making the game fun for everybody. By the way, who else is spectating other than Sanjay and the 2 of us? Okay, some people. Never mind. Waving at everybody. I hope that Janet is going to be stable for everybody and keeping the game up. It's our lifeline to all the good stuff. Server 3. Could be that brain damage card, right? We've seen those happen this tournament. Could be a cerebral overwriter. I wouldn't be surprised. Oh, it's just an NGO. Not surprised either, but, you know, could have been one or the other. Oh, this has drudge work. Spicy. Okay. Sorry for putting stuff in your way of enjoying the game. Let's take a look at the heap. Okay, quite a lot of good is already trashed. And with this score not happening just yet, unless Sokka actually misclicked here. Yeah, this was probably a misclick. Whoops, yeah. And there goes another card. Could be an SDS. But Arizona has the tools to get in. At least for now. Because Mazulus is a code gate, you do have the money to just engolo through it. Could be something else, but 8 credits... I mean, it could be, for example, 2... water controls. Okay, Pelangi and going for server 2, I guess. Unless it's a Rashida in there. How many Rashidas trashed again? 2. But yeah, you better not let bad things happen to your gameplay by waiting for Sokka to do stuff. And here's a border control. I'm guessing the second unrest ice is a border control as well. But now that you have a lady, you can actually burn the tokens and be super happy with this. The power counters are just fine. You have all the money you need on Pelangi. Sorry, Ngolo. And that's Ender Run, which does make it kind of sad for you to go for the mausoleus. You could, but here we go. That's an Atlas. Yep. Project Atlas and game point for Sokka. Both IDs here should definitely be banking in, or like, well, one is banking in on the other, but Aesop's is just like, no, I'm a stingy Aesop's. I don't want to sell anything and I don't want to make money. Nope, go away. Like, nope, nope. Could be selling the... Oh no, oh shoot, yeah. I was like, sell the Akamatsu, but not with this rig. This rig is mighty. 7 MUs. Like, seriously? Oh wait, actually no, something's wrong. Am I miscalculating something here? This is 2, this is 2. That's 6, and then you have plus 2. Yeah, you have 7 MU and you only have 6 U's unless I'm not seeing something, right? So this 0 of 7 is probably incorrect. Am I missing something? Could be missing something. Don't disregard me. I have no idea what I'm talking about, right? Ooh, this by the way, in case you are new to the world of competitive high stakes Netrunner, the buff from BRB is not a buff from barbecue. It's not a buff from Barbie. It is... Oh, the Ika! Thank you, Dunch. You have more eyes than I do. Yeah, the Ika is actually the 7th memory. Indeed, I totally didn't see it because I'm tired and it's late. But anyway, the buff from BRB is a very good tactical play here. It's totally confusing your opponent right now because they have no idea what you're going to do next. You, in the meantime, go into this place of tranquility and focus, even for a short while, but you basically refresh and, you know, get a new insight into what your next few clicks will be. And who knows, maybe you're gonna find that snare in there that you want the other player to eat. You know, like just to run into and eat that snare. But well, anyway. So, Arizon trashing that Pelangi, gaining 3. Money is important. And Sokka's back with those 3 snares. Sure gamble for more money. Yeah, I totally did not think about the Ika because I didn't see it. Or the Ika, excuse me. I'm gonna say Ika because that's closer to the way I would pronounce it. In my native language. Nisei cards being passed. And server 2 just accessing a drudge work. And that's it. Nothing there. Arizon still with 2 clicks and 5 credits left. No Stargate run this turn just yet, so you might as well try it. The Data Raven would make you tagged, but you could spend 2 credits to just get rid of that. Oh, no, instead choosing to draw, and that's a good decision. Oh, ooh. Oh, wait a second, what happened there? Okay, now that's a daily... Okay. Why the hell did I see something weird happening here and the Sure Gamble looked like as if it was played? Never mind. Don't worry about me. Like I said, it's late here. Sokka just double-clicking for credits, playing a hedge fund, making some bank, giving the initiative over to the runner again. Arizon drawing up, looking for answers here to the board state, but then again, you could just go for a Stargate run, and here we go. Hold it. Anyway. Stargating through something that could be rest, potentially. But the Ngolo is ready to interact with whatever Sokka might want to res. 8 credits seems to be enough. So Sokka probably doing some maths just to make sure that, okay, if it's a tax, it makes sense. If it's not a tax. Here we go. That's a Hortum. That's decent. Hortum is basically 4 credits. Unless you want the Corp to gain a credit. But no, everything broken. So that's 4 credits. And we go through to the Ika or Ika. I'm going to call it the Ika then. That's attack. Oh, this is a dude. Okay, this is a jacking out here. Okay, ending the run. That was enough of attacks to make Aruzan reconsider, because he could go +3 strength and then break that one subroutine, but that would be 3 credits. You would be left with 1 credit only, and then that tax sticks, and that could be disastrous because you have a Beth and you have a daily cast that's supposed to give you money. No go. Okay, so both players basically setting up a bit more. Aruzan getting that extra MU needed for additional installs. And here comes a Harbinger, which is basically bank if you are ace up. And bank is what's needed to get into those servers and Stargate the hell out of it. We don't have any agendas in the bin right now. So that would have to be a lot of successful running here. Going for it with the tag. And the cards we're going to see are Surveyor, IPO, Mausolus. Oh, well. Surveyor is probably the best value here indeed. You don't want the Corp to just get a Surveyor up there, which would cost you a lot to break with all the strength. For example, in Server 2, or even on R&D, it would be quite painful. You could move the eco around, but well. Cash, which is even, of course, more fuel for ace-ups, but it does take memory up, so... Still have plenty of space on the rig, though. That's a huge rig, and those Akamatsus. Again, one of the core cards, and still going strong, especially in fun formats like this one. And the Super Carder, I wonder how many times it fired. 2 minutes left in the round, so that's Sanjay, the organizer and basically the creator of this format. Just giving the players a heads up. Sokka in the lead here, but this can change any minute, although Aruzan is looking for solutions here. That cash still has counters on it. So that's 3 extra credits. Which could mean a lot here. Okay. Aruzan looking for solutions. The stack going dangerously low. Well, not dangerous. I mean, this is the end game, so might as well just go through all your toys just to find what exactly you think you need right now. What would be useful to take from the heap? The Pelagis probably with the Simul chip. And it's brilliant because you can just trash the cash with Aesops. And then that powers the Simul chip up and allows you to put the Pelagi in for free. Value, value, value. Sokka just making sure that R&D is not looking too tasty. 17 credits, and this could be a challenge for the runner, but there's enough money in the bank for a run. Question is, will you hit anything? There's a face down card in the archives. Five clicks, thanks to Beth. And this could be the turn to do stuff. Stargate versus a Mausolus. That's going to be pricey, but it's still doable. And time in the round. Okay, so this is basically it. Aruzan has to do it right now or lose on points. 4 clicks left though, so that is good timing for Aruzan. There's probably quite a few decisions to be made here. The interesting part is Afshar. You could just run through it as a last, again, like a last minute run, last click run, and just see if there's anything in HQ worth stealing. But here's the fun part. First of all, the Death Raven. You probably don't care about the tag because you either win or you don't care about the tag. As this... Ooh, okay. Now, this is interesting because... Subcontract. What was Subcontract doing? Okay, yeah. Oh my. Haha! This game just got super fun. Okay. That's a compile. That's 0 credits. What can you do here? Oh, that's gonna be cash. Right? Sokka can risk basically anything here. And that's a Surveyor strength too, I think. Oh, that could be something. Huh. What do you compile? Yeah, that's a cash. Okay, that makes sense. 3 credits. Is this enough though? Yep. You can just... Oh, this is brilliant. Credit perfect. And you can just trash the cash as well. Wow, what a play. 3 clicks now. So, you're winning on points. Could just leave it be. And just, you know that there is a, what is the name of the card again? Excuse me for scrolling, but, oh geez, I forgot it. Subcontract. Oh, another cash. Okay. Simul chip. Yeah, this is brilliant. Okay, no, you're fine. You're fine. You can just take the credits, remove the tag, and then still run. Oh, no. Okay, you're just gonna lose the tag. That's it. Okay. So Aruzan is not going for more points. I was still thinking like, hey, maybe you just You just go for that one poke and HQ just to see if there's anything there. Saka now drawing into that subcontract, which does allow him to play 2 operations. Again, sorry, just pulling it up. 2 operations from HQ. Okay, well, yeah, first of all, you have to be tagged. But there is Sea Source, and I was wondering, yeah, this is the play. Oh my god, is this game? Is this double Scorch for the win? Wow. That's gonna be double Scorch, right? You have the money. Oh, okay, it's gonna be the other way around. Okay, subcontract. What? No? What's going? Oh, that's a boom. Sorry. Oh no, that's actually a Scorch. Excuse me. Okay, never mind. Yeah. Okay. Wow. Wow. GG. I mean, sorry, I just got a bit lost with all the situation here right now, but that subcontract. Whoa, this was fun. And double Scorch. Holy schmoly. Because the thing is, yeah. That was for flavor. You play the Sea Source to give him a tag, then you play a subcontract to play a subcontract and a Scorch, and then you play a Scorch. Or basically, I mean, yeah. Wow, what a game. Sokka totally taking this here. But this was so close, and Arizon just pushing it to the limit. I mean, I wonder if there was a... No, there were no... Yeah, this was basically, there were no agendas in the hand. Okay, but what a game. Well, okay, I'm gonna leave this. And I'm just gonna go into Cobra for your viewing pleasure of all the scores of this round. We have it captured for... how do you call it? The posterity. And then we're gonna... I'm gonna leave... I don't know, actually, let me think. The tournament ends right now. I believe Sanjay might be guy. I don't know, like, let's see. Apologies for the brief moment of silence, but I was just checking 6 different things at the same time, including typing in a chat as well. So the end of the tournament is upon us. Let's just see. Yeah, that was Sokka sweeping. So the last round was actually sweeps all over the place. And let's see the scores. Let's bring the standings up. And Sokka taking the first spot. I'm just making sure that we take everybody in, because 14 players duked it out today with really super cool, super funny, super interesting decks. This was one of the most pleasant custom tournaments. I really like this format. Like, it's brilliant. And we have 5 people on the second spot. So all those people, the first 2 spots, as Sanjay said, Sokka gets to work on Okorina 4 IDs, and then all the other 5 people are also going to add an ID to the next Okorina event. So it's Sokka 234. It's Analyze Chris. Is PEDJT or Zanzibon. Zanzibon sounds sweeter, I think. The King, Osklet, and Meeting Adjourned, all getting onto the podium here for those really cool IDs to hopefully, you know, join the format and make it even more fun. And I'm really looking forward to seeing what they're going to bring up. Okorina is so much fun to just watch and kind of digest and get through in your head with whatever level of Netrunner experience you have, because it's just so much fun. Super nice, super custom, super cool. So Wayland Consortium taking the first spot. I don't even know. I mean, it kind of won almost all games, but not really. But that's the kill, probably. You know, there's nothing in that counter on the agenda that does anything. And Aesop taking the spot, and then we have Patron. So yeah, Shapers ruling the lands. Cyberdeck Sandbox here. Basically, 3 out of the 5 slots on the podium. On the second spot, Cyberdeck Sandbox. That's probably gonna get some teching against, or there's gonna be something happening against it. But then again, only winning half of their games, and for the King, actually only 1 game. So I don't know. It's people actually tech against it, and it worked out, I guess. Even though it's all over the place here, like, you know, it's in the top. But we've seen some good games with Cyberdecks not actually winning, so you know, it's maybe it's balanced. Maybe it's just about taking an influence or 2 away from it. Sanjay is gonna join us. Yay! Okay, let's just jump in there. Wait a second. How do we gonna do? Let's just see what can we do. Or commentary. We can just jump into commentary. Oh no, let's just jump into the lobby. But then we're gonna be noisy for a lot of people. Or maybe another table. Well, anyway, I'm trying to get Sanjay to say a few things because we should totally celebrate this format. This was so cool. Time to open up Corp to all unique cards, says Analyze Chris. Oh yeah, table 2. Let's join table 2. Hello, Sanjay, can you hear me?
Hey, how's it going?
Oh.
Thank you so much for streaming today.
Well, thank you so much for organizing, because this is the fun part. This was amazing. I think some people teched against the Cyberdeck Sandbox and it paid off, but then again, we've seen it all over the podium anyway, so what gives, huh?
Yeah, I mean, Cyberdeck Sandbox didn't seem like it performed that well today. Like, you know, we had 2 Cyberdeck Sandbox on the top, but they went 2 and 3. They went 2 and 2, which is like,
yeah, it's
we had 2 and 2, 1 and 3. Like the King got to 4th place solely on the strength of Aesop Spawn Shop. And that being said, I'm not thinking, oh, I guess Cyberdeck Sandbox is okay. The thing about Cyberdeck Sandbox is that it is just Jinteki Glacier, and I think it's lousy to have to cut that much influence from it to make it balanced.
Yeah.
If it is balanced at all, because, you know, influence is fun.
Yeah, absolutely. So what's your general experience from today? How was it? You actually played and organized, which is an additional burden, I would say, but you managed swimmingly, and it went super fast. 4 rounds just flew by. How did it feel today?
It was a little stressful doing 2 things at once. I think I played a deck that was very like tricky, so my opponents were, you know, taking their time sometimes, which they should. But like it was a little stressful to like go do a judge call while I'm worried about my game and everything. So that was a little bit, but on the whole, I had a good time. I did enjoy playing my decks instead of just thinking about them and then not ever getting to play them. So that was nice, and I'm so thrilled about the way the format or the way the tournament rolled out. Obviously, 5 people getting the prize support is within the range of what I was expecting, but it's in the high range, so that's fun. But yeah, I'm feeling great.
That's great to hear. What do you think are they going to add? Of course, we don't know, but would that mean potentially that there's going to be 6 new IDs coming in?
Well, there's going to be 9 new IDs. 9 people from last tournament also, or from what the tournament you streamed last week, also get to add 3 IDs. So Saka will be able to add 2 IDs. Arzan, who narrowly missed top 2 today, did, I believe, get top 2 last time. So they're still in the run. They still get to add something, as well as who was it? I think Giles Davis. Oh, test running. Oh, actually, is test running get to add too? No, they also missed out because of their last round. But yeah, test running, Arizon, as well as the 6 people on top all get to add an ID, and Sokka gets to add 2 of them. So I'm actually pretty excited about it because I think there's things that are not perfect about the meta, and I think a lot of the people who are adding IDs to the format are very in touch with the meta.
Yeah.
Probably more in touch. Actually, I wouldn't say probably. Definitely more in touch than me. So it's actually thrilling. I'm so happy that some of these players that have been doing a lot of brilliant innovation are getting to add stuff like Sokka, Analyze Chris, Pedged, I think, has done a lot of cool stuff. Arzon, test running. They've all been like thinking a lot about the format, and so it's wonderful that they're going to add stuff to it. Brandon also has a wonderful mind for stuff, and I'm really excited to see what Laura picks also.
Yeah,
I think the only person I didn't mention just now was Meeting Adjourned, and I'm also excited to see what you add too. So didn't mean to leave you out there.
I'm quite curious to see because Okorina 4 is gonna be, in a way, things that we, for example, we have seen today on the different tables performing one way or another, and we kind of know what they could do. Like Sandbox being the big scary deck for Jinteki Glacier is there, but there's gonna be so much new stuff coming, and this is gonna be exciting. And I have no idea what's gonna happen. But this makes Okorina number 4 even more exciting. I mean, it's like we already have this really cool custom format. Thank you so much for thinking about it, because I'm not gonna ask you when you got the idea. It's I usually get good ideas right when I wake up or in the shower. Basically, that's it. So you probably have your own. Yeah.
At this point, I don't even remember. I've been wanting to do this for a long time. I think I remember chatting to people at either King of Servers 2017. I remember just chatting with people outside of that tournament, like, "Hey, wouldn't it be cool if? The channel is full. Maybe.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna
for the lobby.
I'm gonna rework it. No. I just changed the table limit for this to a lot more people.
Ooh. Fancy.
Yeah,
we have Arzon and Sokka joining us. Hey, great job today.
There. Well done.
Yeah, man. It was exciting to play different decks. It's very fun. Very fun format.
Oh, thank you. Sokka, you're gonna get the Ocarina 1 prize of getting to add 2 IDs to the format.
Are we actually doing that? I thought that like prizing in the first 2 tournaments, you just get 1 is I believe what you said before.
I may have said that, and I changed my mind.
It's a custom format.
1 corp and 1 runner, or
It doesn't have to be 1 corp and 1 runner. If you have and I apologize for. I think this whole day I've been thinking, if you get, because the thing is that in my mind, I was thinking, you only can win once, but I don't think I broadly publicized that, and so I think short of broadly publicizing that, I think the most fair thing is to have the top 2 in both tournaments get the prize.
It's up to you, or like, yeah, because I, I do remember you saying it. And that's was like I came into this thinking that, and it only applies to me in this case, so I definitely don't mind if I just.
Well, I will say that I'm delighted for you to add 2 IDs to this format, because I think you, like I've been saying I've been saying this on stream too. Like I think you and actually quite a few people have a much better than me feel for the format and. Know what it needs, and so if you have a little bit of ability to shape it, that makes me very happy. And of course, and this goes for anybody listening, but especially you two. We're tweaking the format in other ways too, and I'm so grateful for the feedback you've already given me, and I'm happy for more.
Yeah,
Yeah,
one
I'd be really happy if you want to at some point, Sanjay, just like sit down and do like a full pass of all the IDs, and if we have any like notes of what we think would be interesting for balancing, like just
Yeah,
influence
definitely.
technical and things. Because there's so many runners that we tried or of course tried to make or contest games. We had this really great idea, and they're just like not quite enough influence, or 50 cards made the deck size too hard.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
think
that makes sense.
one big thing about this format is that the cards, the IDs, quote, are legal cards. So, like, if you were to play, let's say, like you want to play Psych Mike, it makes more sense to play like Artist or Beth, and then just have Psych Mike in your deck. So I feel like in that respect, the IDs that are not like turn one impactful, so Psych Mike's an example, and they're like relatively cheap, could probably get like another incentive for them to be played as an ID. And then the other thing I wanted to say was that I feel like a lot of, I mean, I'll just name one example. I don't know if there's more, but like, I'm sure we're all familiar with the ETF problem of the past, where it's like you got all these HB IDs, but they're not better, they're not better than ETF, and like you have this idea, but you can just play it in ETF. I feel like Crim is in a pretty similar spot, whereas like they have some pretty interesting Crim IDs, but it's just better in Class Act.
Are the other interesting? I mean, I think Corporate Defector, which just got added, is really cool, and Bagbiter is cool, but like,
I think Hernando's quite cool as well.
Yeah. Okay.
Like, yeah, we were even thinking about, okay, can you do Hernando as a meta call versus Cyberdex? Because like they're gonna be on 10 credits turn 1 and 7 to res the macrophages is pretty rough.
Yeah, we could also take. I mean, Hernando has a little bit of an influence penalty at the moment because I was worried about people being too sad when they couldn't res their ice. But we can let him. He might be. He's probably a good candidate to let out of jail a bit. Or maybe we should make him a Gmod. That'll fix things.
I actually
definitely
love.
think like more Gmods and things would be kind of weird. I'm not sure.
Oh yeah. No, that was a joke suggestion.
But like, how does the DJ Fenris like act? Like, how do you actually play in this format? Do you play DJ Fenris and you have to put a ID on it that is a no-op if you don't trigger it manually, and then you like summon a card?
Summon.
It's a bit messy, yeah.
Yeah, I don't think it's too bad logistically. I mean, I think power level-wise, DJ Fenris is very bad because you can only get the Nihilist and Beth Kilrain Chang with it.
Yeah.
So, like, why would you do that? I mean, I guess it's like you pay one more to have a one influence Beth in Criminal. That's kind of okay.
Yeah.
And then sometimes if you want to pick the Nihilist instead, you can go nuts.
Yeah, I think there are some IDs that would be amazing on Fenris if you could grab them in faction.
Yeah. Well, certainly if it's very hard to look at the art of somebody and tell whether their genes have been modified, but people in general in the chat, you two, Vesper, get at me if you have strong opinions about who is a Gmod. I have some strong opinions. Like, I think, like, you know,
like Human First cannot be Gmod.
No, Human First has to be natural. Yeah, that's not okay. I mean, Human First is like an organization. Like, maybe they're technically a cyborg because they're like a building. But like Human First got to be a natural. I think Bagat probably a natural. Like, actually, a lot of the Anarchs, like, they got to be. But like, you know, is Paige Piper a Gmod? Maybe she should be. I don't know. That wouldn't be good, but
is Jack Sinclair a Gmod?
Yeah, he should be, right?
Probably, right? Yeah, makes sense.
Oh, that'd be a sick thing to add to the format because Jack Sinclair rules.
Well, he's a natural now, but maybe he got operated or something, or like, you know.
Yeah, maybe he should be.
Gene
I mean, we
therapy.
can also, like, Rachel Beckman could be a cyborg Gmod. I mean, obviously any you know, game studio that would be so loose with their subtypes, you know, deserves to lose the license to Android Netrunner, but it could happen.
The meta text here is strong in this one.
And also, if anybody has strong opinions on which of these IDs should be subsidiaries, please also get to me. No one cares about it except for me, and so it's very lonely when I just assign all these things.
Have you started to
Don't-
think about timing for Okorina 4 yet?
No, but I should. I should get something on the books so I don't keep kicking the can down the
Yeah.
road. So if I can ask a favor, if I haven't like scheduled a time in the next few weeks, yell at me.
I
The
think that
reason I asked that, though, what's really interesting would be for prize support, if you could pick from like the non-unique connections and gateway, it might be worth waiting.
Oh yeah, that's true. And we don't know exactly when Gateway's coming out. Maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. Because if there are. So I guess the other thing is that if Gateway comes with a bunch of unique connection resources, do we just add them in, or
Assume
do we
so,
make them
and
part of
do
the? We
agendas.
probably should. Yeah.
Yeah. But do you rotate out the lunar ones then?
Oh, I guess we would. Who even is Lunar? Yeah. Like maybe we. Yeah, I guess we do. Right? Is Lunar? Wait, Lunar already rotated, right?
Yeah.
What's rotating? Sansan.
Oh, Sansan, okay.
Oh, I love Sansan. What a
For
sad.
this one, did we rotate lunar? We keep them around. I think
It's
we
gonna
kept
be a
Lunar
sad
around.
sad.
No, Lunar is in the pool of things that champions like yourselves can pick from, but I don't. But Lunar is not.
Yeah, something was around for Oko 1 and 2, so it's nothing surprising.
Yeah, Beckman's Lunar, right? Because she's part of the let's watch Nasir slip on a banana peel adventures.
I was going to actually ask because some of the resources, they have names or they have kind of nicknames, and it's easy to identify them as runners. Like I can totally imagine Page Piper or the Archivist or what have you. But for the corpse, for example, where you have Cyberdeck Sandbox maybe, but like Flower Sermon, and I get it that it's a Jinteki idea and everything, but I would love it to have a corporate name or some sort of I don't know. Do you accept submissions for this as well?
Yeah, so that's a really good question. So if you take a look at like the Cobra for today, you can tell that I was making some minor tweak. Like my first goal was that I want people to be able to tell what IDs they're up against.
Yeah.
And so you can see some like minor tweaks that I made to fix that. But yeah, I definitely would say that I don't know if I'm doing a perfect job with that. Because I would love it if like they really, because Jinteki Flower Sermon doesn't make a lot of sense. I think thematically in my mind, these are divisions of the company that are really focused, that have a certain maybe mindset or goal. But
I think it's more like a department than it is a whole company.
yeah. I mean, what's on the other side of Jinteki Biotech? That's departments, right?
I
I should just
believe
make
they
these all
are.
departments.
This is basically a different floor in the Jinteki skyscraper. Yeah,
Yeah. So yeah. If that's a good trivia thing. Like, what's the only if you're naming corp subtypes, there's departments on the other side of Jinteki Biotech.
And the reason why I'm asking basically is because, I mean, to me, Okorina, on one hand you could say, oh, it's just for fun experimenting and whatnot, but it actually feels like a very organic extension because it just fits so well and it plays so much, it just gives so much more to the game, so it just feels good.
Thank you.
Oh,
yeah,
division.
I think.
Oh yeah, so it's division on the front and then department on the back.
Yeah, because the division, and I was picturing these as sort of divisions, they're in the same way that what is a division? I think Pilana is a division, where they're, though it's confusing because you also have just things that are just called corps, which are Wayland has a lot of corps because they just own entire companies. Whereas Pilana, you can see a cool. I'm probably preaching to the choir here, but you see a really cool thing in terms of the world building when you look at Wayland versus the other factions. And actually, I've tried to capture that here too. That Wayland has whole corporations that are part of the entire Wayland consortium, whereas Pilana is part of Jinteki. They invested in India, and here's what they're doing.
Imagine also Wayland probably owns a lot of companies unofficially, off the books, so they are not part of a single corporate tree, even if they are technically under a single command.
Yeah, and actually, to my I don't know what a subsidiary is exactly. I know that the outfit is a subsidiary, and I just figured Broad Daylight should be whatever the outfit is. But what does that mean? I don't know.
I've unfortunately had to learn enough to explain it to work control guards if I ever have to go to the States, since I work for one.
Oh.
Oh.
What a subsidiary is?
Yep.
Oh,
Yeah,
well,
technically I work for Activision, the gaming company, but I work for a subsidiary of Activision, which means do I work for a Canadian company? Do I work for an American company? It's confusing. There's like 5 levels of a tree. There's some part of it's in Ireland somewhere. So yeah.
Enter
well,
corporate
definitely-
lawyers.
Yeah, well, definitely get at me if you have strong opinions about what these corp subtypes are, because that's really important. It's really not important. Yeah, I do, and I think the fact that the corp names just are a little less resonant is a function of the fact that the corp like agendas as your ID is a little bit less resonant than on the runner side, where it's just like, oh, I'm Psych Mike. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I kind of like it actually, because like corps are more impersonal.
Yeah,
and
true.
That should map on both sides.
Yeah, true. Yeah, it would be weird if it was like,
Yeah.
I am Chairman Hero.
Yeah.
Though if anybody wants to play if anyone wants to suggest Chairman Hero as a runner ID, actually, Chairman Hero worded. Is it your opponent? It's probably the runner, right?
Well, I'm pretty sure somebody's gonna try to suggest Jackson Howard as a runner, right? Like, totally.
Hey, if you can do a single click to make the corp draw 2 cards, that'd be great.
Yeah, that sounds just the boost that that Laramie Fisk needed.
Okay, well, I mean...
It does say draw 2 cards, not the corp draws 2 cards. So you could play Jackson and just have click for 2 cards.
Yeah. Also, if you're up against somebody who's just like poisoned archives, you just trash your ID to like shuffle 3 cards. Like get those shocks get the space camps out of there.
Yeah, the Cyberdex Fire Suites are removed.
Yeah, just shuffle them back in. Admittedly, you'd have influence problems because there's not a lot of NVN cards that the basic runner basic action card lets you play.
Yep.
Okay, so
Alright.
all the wild ideas aside, when can we count on Okorina for being actually ready, more or less? And I know, I mean, it's all fast and loose in a way. So just you think it's gonna happen before March?
That's a good question. I think so. I think personally, I have some like professional stuff that I have to like. I think I'm approaching like a very busy time, so it might be smart of me to like aim for April. The nice thing about aiming for April is also then we're more likely to have Gateway.
Yeah.
So I mean that kind of sucks because it's only January, so it's saying like, oh, we're just not going to do it. But I hear there's like some other tournaments that are happening. Vesper, I don't know if you've heard of the lockdown format.
No, never. It's actually not happening.
Yeah, so maybe as a combination of waiting for Gateway and just like my own personal business, because I have like a bunch of teacher projects I have to finish for certification. Maybe we aim for April.
Okay.
Yeah, I think post March is a good idea. Whatever month that happens to be, because I think like by that time, Gateway may or may not be out, and then like it'll be like a shift in what we had like for this tournament.
Yeah.
And I think like, and Alex and I were talking about this earlier. Is that, we were talking about like how cool it would be if like profiteering could be an ID.
Oh man.
And then and the reason I like that is because, you kind of build a deck that's around like you're either like rushing super hard, which I guess is like boring in a sense, but like Wayland probably doesn't do that the best. Actually, like might be better than other people, but the point is like it might push people to play like bad pub removal, which is something that doesn't happen in like standard, which is why I like that idea. Like basically any idea that kind of pushes deck building towards something that doesn't usually exist is like the highlight of this format for me.
Because if you played profiteering and you like turn 1 install advanced expose, is that actually even bad?
Yeah, right. Or like you play.
Yeah.
I guess
That's still pretty
It's
bad,
probably
I think.
still bad.
It's still bad.
It's probably still
But
bad.
You could like turn one put Tech Startup down or Roughneck, and then next turn you have a Roughneck.
Yeah. True. Expos.
And now you're playing Glacier with
right.
the Roughneck they have to trash. And if they don't trash it, you
Yeah.
now have like 40 credits by like turn 3. And no bed pub.
so with the
Yeah,
And
profiteering
you can
counts.
res a humongous ice to defend that thing.
Yeah,
So
and you could
the
even res
thing
some
is-
trebuchets if you wanted.
Yeah, once you get the bad pub removal, you can now start putting in on your bad pub cards.
Yeah.
yeah. The important thing about it though is that I don't think that can exist if Scorch is legal.
Right.
So that's why I'm kind of like pro waiting for rotation before we go again.
Yeah. It definitely was fun to have salvage memories just like breathe a little like extra diversity or extra newness to the format. But I think you're right.
Yeah, like
But,
Pawn Shop
yeah,
was
also-
great, and it wouldn't have been without Salvage Memories.
Yeah. What do you think helped Pawn Shop so much?
Both Lady and Cash coming back.
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah.
Cash is
Um,
very
I-
good in punch.
Yeah. Especially because like turn 1, if you just see a Cash or just a Harbinger, you don't need 2-card combos. Like you don't have to like dig the Aesop, so you can just take much better mulligans in Aesop decks. But I was saying also with like Gateway coming out, there's probably gonna be like at 2, 3, 4 weeks around when it comes out, where everyone will be so excited to just play Standard. There might be less interest in Okorina as well.
Yes.
Right.
Right.
I mean, it's just a weekend, so like, yeah. So I guess I should like tentatively lock down a date for mid-April and then readjust that in March. Is probably
Yeah.
the right plan, which is kind of less exciting because you know, I don't know if y'all are chomping at the bit with like, you know, money to burn in your pocket with picking these IDs, but yeah.
Well, there's
Might have
always another option. You can do Okorina 3 Part 3 at, for
Yeah, I mean, if anybody wants to play this format, I'm happy to. I have a great Puppet Master deck. I'd be happy to play it against you. Just hit me up.
Okay,
I
so
scored
we're
5 points off
franchising.
of- Yeah. But yeah, I'll probably not do another tournament with it.
Mhm.
The nice thing
Oh,
about the tournament is it's a weird format. So like it's hard to pick up games in JNet Casual. So, but at the same time, I think y'all have been very kind in saying kind things about the format. I do think the novelty is the best thing about the format, so it can definitely overstay its welcome.
Yeah. I want to say that your Puppet Master deck. I think I watched that game like a couple days ago where you scored the game-winning Bologna with a Plan B. That was great.
It was great. I'm so
Yeah,
happy
you got
that
the VOD up,
happened.
right? I think I saw it show up on Reddit. Or rather, you or someone else posted it on Reddit that VOD.
I
It's great.
did. I mean, I always try not to be too obnoxious with self-promotion, but I was so
People need to
pleased
see
with
that. That's
that.
important.
I was
for
so
the game.
pleased with myself.
Okay,
Okay,
so we have some
thank you.
scoops. We have some interesting thoughts for the upcoming coolness in Okorina. Any final words for today after this whopping 4 rounds of awesomeness?
Thank you again for streaming, Vesper. Really appreciate it.
Thank you
Yeah,
very
thank
much
you, Vesper,
well,
for streaming. Sanjay for the great format.
exactly. I mean, without the format, I would be streaming, paint drying on the wall. So, Thank you
Vesper,
so
when
much.
is
Oh, yeah.
when is the next lockdown tournament?
Last day of January, unless something weird happens, but I don't think anything weird will happen. And I will start registrations in the coming week because all the
Sick.
details are already out and people are already complaining about Sure Gamble and Hedge Fund being actually banned this time. But it is what it
They
is. It's a lockdown.
Cool.
That's- we're rebooting the hard way. That's gonna be fun. Okay, thank you.
Anyone who's
So
played a lot of draft will have to have
Oh.
some experience with that.
yeah, people
Yeah.
will have ideas. I have some decks built for this that could work, but I'm not gonna play. So I'm gonna sell them on eBay. Well, anyway.
Yeah, shout out to the psychopaths who banned Sure Gamble and Hedge Fund. Good for them.
It was me actually. Well, anyway.
Was it? Oh, that rules. That
Yeah,
rules. No, sincerely, it's cool.
We'll see how it works out.
Thank you so much for 5 hours of absolute fun and the greatness that is Okorina. Looking forward to number 4 and anything around that as well. Just drop some Okorina news every now and then. I'm gonna keep the fire burning because this is a lovely format. So thank you so much for playing and making it so much fun. I'm jumping out of Discord. And that was it, folks. This was an absolute blast. Looking forward to Okorina 4 coming your way this year, which is, well, it's still long, right? And really curious to see what the top 6 people in this case are gonna put into the format, because there's just so much space. And it's fun because nobody tests anything, but then again, there are people who are going for fun and fair and balanced experiences, so there might be some tweaking to the things you've seen on streams today. Remember that Andre was streaming as well, so go to the Metropole grid for other games that you may have missed if you were watching this stream. And there's probably a lot of coolness there and shenanigans in all those Okorina decks. And that's it for me for today as well. I should probably call it a day and just chill somewhere. Once again, huge thanks to Sanjay for organizing this format. Huge thanks to all the players for taking the time to play it and, you know, just enjoy this, because you could just be sitting there and mastering standard, you know? You could be just taking it easy and just going like, well, I'm just going to play that 419 deck for the 7,000th time and make sure that everything just fits where it should and there are no surprises. But instead you just want to break your head a bit and, you know, think about other stuff happening out there. So thank you for keeping the game alive as well and playing whatever format you're playing in as well. But I really think that custom formats are one of the huge strengths of any collectible card game. And Netrunner is no different. So looking forward to seeing you at a virtual or physical table anywhere soon, or sooner or later. And I'm going to be signing off right now. Wishing you all the best and heading out. Have a good one. And yeah, stream to you soon.